Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to welcome you to conference Challenges of Leave Policies and Social Sustainability, organized by International Network on Leave Policy and Research and Vilnius University Faculty of Philosophy. I hope you will use this day for the productive discussions. Now I am pleased to give the floor to Dean of the Faculty of Philosophy, Professor Jonas Daikys.
Good morning. On behalf of the faculty, I would like to extend a very warm welcome for you all here. And usually, as a dean, I take the opportunity to explain why we have things not under the, falling under the narrow label of philosophy in the Faculty of Philosophy. So usually people are surprised that things are taking place in this faculty that are more diverse than just study of ancient thinkers, white men and so on. So the history is a little complicated, but I'll try to be short. This university was established in 1579, and it had two faculties back then. So one faculty was Faculty of Theology, and the other one was Faculty of Philosophy. And Faculty of Theology was obviously, it had a very clear doctrine, and Faculty of Philosophy was slightly subordinated to the doctrine too. But then in the 19th century, the Tsarist Russia closed the university completely. It had a complex history of the town as well on its part, because Vilnius was part of the territory of Poland, and there was a Polish University of Stephen Batory in the mid-war period, and then there was a Soviet kind of Vilnius University, which couldn't have a Faculty of Philosophy at all, because there was only one philosophy in the Soviet Union. There was Marxist, Leninist philosophy, and basically nothing else could be officially studied. And social sciences were also quite restricted in the pursuit of their research. And then in 1989, just the year when the Baltic Way and all these things were happening around, Vilnius University decided to re-establish Faculty of Philosophy. And this was the sign that it's breaking free of the ideological constraints imposed by the Soviet rule. And this faculty was composed not only of the departments of philosophy, but also of Department of Sociology and Department of Psychology that were included. And since then, this boiling kettle was creating offsprings that were, producing more new paths of research. So we are old and young in a way. We have very old history together with the university, but we feel that we are a very young community, and we are very welcome, on all aspects of cooperation and collaboration that we have, on all the topics that could be relevant on bringing the social issues and data-driven or science-driven or research-driven decisions to our society and our politicians. So I thank you very much for being here. I hope you enjoy your stay and have a very nice 2 days here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on your behalf, let me thank Dean for his address. Now please join me in welcoming Associated Professor Rut Brazen.
Good morning, colleagues and friends. So I am really delighted to welcome you today after Dean's speech at this magnificent university. And actually, we have in plan 2 very intense days of work. And we have distinguished as guests and speakers that gathered from different countries, disciplines, and professional backgrounds. And today we are all together. Thank you for coming and bringing your unique perspective. This international diversity is our strength, and I believe it will spark rich discussions and an inclusive atmosphere, and we delve into the topic today. And the head of our seminar is a very powerful idea, caring about our families, especially our youngest generation. And it's very critical to build our healthy, sustainable societies. Parental leave policies might sound from the very first insight as a very technical term on paper, but they touch the core of our social fabric. They reflect how we value caregiving, gender equality, and well-being in our communities. Research shows that robust parental leave policies bring real benefits. They enhance families' economic health and of mothers and babies. In other words, supporting parents with adequate leave is not just about time of work. It's an investment in our shared future. So at the same time, we know that designing effective leave policies comes with challenges, and that's why we are here. Across the world, policymakers and communities grapple with questions of coverage, inclusivity, and sustainability of leave provisions. How can we ensure these policies are fair and accessible for all parents and caregivers? How do leave policies interact with workplace cultures and economic realities? There is much that we can learn from each other during those 2 days. So once again, welcome to Vilnius University and to this special event. I am excited for the conversation ahead and the new connections we will forge. Thank you for being here, and I wish everyone an inspiring and productive seminar.
Thank you very much, Ruta. Now I am pleased to give the floor advisor to the Prime Minister, Giedrė Purvaneckienė.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I say personal things. So I am extremely happy to participate in this conference because I was a member of this network at the very beginning when Lithuania entered this network. And the first report about Lithuania we wrote about together with Ruta, and later on I was elected to parliament and then cannot work longer at this. And the second thing is that the conference takes place in my faculty, in which I worked since 1989, and still I am associated researcher at this faculty. So, of course, not working too much now in research, then got this new position again. I am for the third time advisor to the Prime Minister, and for the third time I entered the same water. But now, of course, my role is very narrow because I am advisor on family policy and equal opportunities. This government is has a horizontal priority of family policy in the whole its action plan. It is not well articulated as usually. In Lithuania, the worst thing with family issues is bad communication. And I will speak about public opinion on non-transferable leave. So I have to pass greetings from the Prime Minister, who is always very satisfied of those people who are working in family policy. And Lithuania has now the biggest challenge probably in the whole Europe, because in 2024 we reached down total fertility rate dropped to 1,0. So it's critical, not critical, I don't know how to call this. And so we are thinking that good family policy, including child care leave, could at least somehow to stop this decreasing. So, so many greetings and hopes from the Prime Minister that I will learn here at this conference somehow how to help to our policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for supported votes to our conference. Now, please join me in welcoming National Family Council Chair, Associated Professor Liana Gvaldaitė.
Good morning, dear advisor to the Prime Minister, the Dean, dear colleagues, fellow participants. I am also from this faculty. I work at the Department of Sociology and Social Work, and it is a privilege to speak to you today on behalf of the Family Council of the Parliament of Lithuania. I warmly welcome you all to Vilnius and to this important international seminar. We are well aware of the demographic challenges that Lithuania is facing. These trends raise serious concerns for our long-term social and economic sustainability. This area is also the important subject of the Family Council. Families are at the heart of our society, and yet many young families today face the difficulties balancing care responsibilities with work and financial security. This is why your work, our work, researching and advising inclusive, effective leave policies is so important. We, as the Family Council, strongly believe that detailed assessment on family needs and experiences must shape future policies. We need to better understand who is being left behind and find ways to make leave policy more accessible and supportive, especially for vulnerable families. Research and discussion are crucial. It helps us compare, reflect, and ultimately make better informed decisions. We look forward to learn from our discussion and to continue this essential dialogue between research and policy making. Thank you for your commitment to strengthen families and care system in Lithuania and beyond. Invitation, especially for Rut Brazen. Thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'm blessed to give the floor Head of Research and Policy Support Unit, Marusa Gort-Nar, from European Institute for Gender Equality.
Yes, good morning. And first, congratulations for this event and for running the network for a number of years. I just had the opportunity to speak to my fellow countrywoman from Slovenia who has joined this network a number of years ago. But before her, I worked very closely with your previous member of the network who has retired already. So we can really see that this network is active and informing important, let's say, also policies, as the advisor to the Prime Minister said, all around Europe. And thank you again for inviting us, my agency, the European Institute for Gender Equality, to be part of this event, this seminar. For those who may not know us so well, we are the only European Union agency working specifically, mandated to work specifically on the topic of gender equality. We provide research, data, statistics, evidence, also tools and methods when it comes to gender equality and gender mainstreaming. One of the core areas of our work is gender-based violence, as well as work-life balance and care, and I get back to that just in a bit. We know that work-life balance and closing gender gap when it comes to care is also a precondition for gender equality, and that's why care is also among key EU policy priorities of the European Union, and this commitment has been established and confirmed in the most recent policies, the directive, a work-life balance directive, the most recent roadmap for women's rights, and also gender equality strategy and the European care strategy. So work-life balance directive has been adopted, as you all very well know, in 2019. So it's been quite some years since its adoption, and the aim was to introduce minimum standards for family leave and flexible work arrangements. And since then, the directive has been also playing a crucial role in shaping parental leave policies across the European Union. And among these priorities is also introduction of non-transferable parental leave. Advisor to the Prime Minister has just mentioned that you will also hear about public opinion about that leave, and that's very interesting also for our research. This provision was also aimed at promoting more equitable distribution of caregiving responsibility between parents. And after 6 years, it's time to assess how this works, how the landscape has evolved when it comes to parental leave policies, and what kind of implications this has for gender equality. We know that the reliable and comparable data when it comes to all EU countries is scarce, and we also know that the overall take-up of parental leave by men is generally estimated as rather low. That's why our agency is committed to carry out dedicated surveys. Last year we collected data, and this year we will be publishing the results of our second wave of care survey. This is an EU-wide survey on gender gaps in unpaid care, individual and social activities. And as said, the overall objective is to collect data on work-life balance and informal care and support policy making and monitoring of EU care policies. Just very briefly about the survey, it covers different thematic areas, including informal long-term care, childcare and housework, access to care services, leisure, volunteering, charitable, political activities, work-life balance, health and well-being of carers, and also use of digital tools and environmental considerations in care activities. And since 2023, this survey data has become also part of our monitoring tool. This is Gender Equality Index. So the data from our first wave data collection was there, and the second wave data will be presented in this year's Gender Equality Index results. Our Gender Equality Index has also a particular feature. This is annual thematic focus. and this thematic focuses usually cover the area of high political relevance. And in 2026 gender equality thematic focus, we will deal with the topic of parental leave policies in the EU. What is our plan? We want to analyze parental leave eligibility criteria, the synergies or gaps between parental leave policies and early childhood education and care services, policy measures designed to encourage greater uptake of parental leave by men. So this is our plan. Of course, we have to always consider different reasons for taking up parental leave, societal factors, sociocultural factors, also gender stereotypes, how incentives are tailored in different member states, how entitlements are paid, what are the obstacles to eligibility for parental leave. And this is what we are planning to dive into more. So, to conclude, the program of your today's and tomorrow's seminar is really rich. I'm really impressed about the topics, the expertise you bring together. I will have, we will have a pleasure to have our colleague with us, who will be harvesting your knowledge as well and your experience. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stay. At the moment, Vilnius is hosting a big number of gender equality experts. At my agency, we are just kicking off with the task force on under the directive on gender-based violence or violence against women and domestic violence. So we have experts from this area as well. So thank you very much. I wish you very fruitful and interesting discussions, and we hope to also benefit from your work and discussions at our agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for your, all of you for your kind words and welcome to our seminar. So I would like to invite Professor Andrea Docet to start officially from Live Network, this network, Live Network seminar. So, Andrea, the floor is yours. I think so.
Good morning. I'm honored to be on this welcoming panel, and I wanted to welcome you on behalf of the International Network on Leave Policies and Research. We are now 26 years old. Marusha was saying we're in existence for many years. I think it's 26. And thank you. It's wonderful to know that we have an advisor in the Prime Minister's office. Dr. Gidere, thank you for being here today. So I wanted to welcome you on behalf of the founders of the network, Peter Moss and Fred Devon. Peter Moss is here with us today. Peter and Fred were the first coordinators of the network. Then we had Margaret O'Brien and Anne-Sophie Devander, who were the co-coordinators for 5 years. Please, Margaret and Anne-Sophie. And I'm welcoming you today on behalf of the 4 current co-coordinators, myself, Andrea Doucette from Canada, Marion Baird from Australia, Joanna Lamitaskula from Finland, and Gerardo Miel from Spain. We wanted to thank Rut Brazen and her wonderful team of students and helpers. The today and the last 2 days have gone really well. We had 2 days of meetings before this. I wanted to thank you for organizing the seminar. It is a lot of work, and you're doing a wonderful job. So just a round of applause. I also wanted to take a moment to open the seminar in what I would call in a good way. And when I say in a good way, I'm respectfully borrowing from my Indigenous colleagues in Canada. When they say in a good way, it signifies a recognition of our relationships and our responsibilities. In thinking of our relationships and responsibilities, I think everyone in this room has a shared aim of making life better for societies, for families, for children. All of our work in different ways touches on the care of societies, families, and children. On that note, I'd like to begin with an acknowledgement that many children today all around the world are suffering. Many children are starving to death, literally. And many children are dying in wars that are not far from where we are today. Our minds and our hearts and the work that we will do in the next few days and onwards are with these children whose precious lives are being torn apart and ended by wars, especially in Ukraine, very close to here, and in Gaza. Perhaps we could start with 1 minute of silence so that we can start our time thinking about why we do this work, and we can start in a good way. So I will start now. Thank you very much. I also want to thank Gudni Björk Edal from Iceland, who raised this idea with Anne-Sophie de Vonder and myself, and we had a discussion together about how this would be a good way to start the seminar. So thank you for joining us in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Andrea. And now we have arrived at the keynote session, and Marian Baird will be a moderator of this session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marian Baird. I'm a Professor of Gender and Employment Relations at the University of Sydney, so in the Southern Hemisphere. It's a long way to travel, but I have to say it's an absolute delight to be here. I've learnt so much already in the past 2 days, and I'm very much looking forward to today and tomorrow. I'd also like to extend my thanks to the organisers, especially Ruta and her team, who have looked after every part of our lives over the last couple of days and will continue to do so. So thank you very much. It's my pleasure now to introduce the keynote session. We have 4 speakers, and before I introduce each of them, I'd just like to explain how we thought we would run this session. Each speaker will present their presentation and thoughts for approximately 12 to 15 minutes, and then we will have a group session on questions and reflections at the end of those speeches. So I'll introduce each person now, and I'll ask each of them then to just follow as we hear from each of you, if that makes sense. So we won't break between each one. Does that sound right, Ruta? Yes, you happy with that?
Yes.
Good.
Very happy.
Good. All right. So our first speaker, and of course, please forgive my pronunciations. Coming from an Anglo country, I'm not quite sure, but I have practiced. Thank you very much to Diva for giving me some tuition in Lithuanian pronunciations. But first of all, we have Professor Rut Brazen and her colleague on the development of parental leave policies in Lithuania. We will then have Dr. Giedra Pervanenkichiena, getting close, thank you, public opinion about non-transferable parental leave in Lithuania. And then Kristina Zitikieta on policy reform and fathers' use of parental leave in Lithuania. And then Daiva Skuchiena and her colleagues on family policy in Ukraine and Lithuania, examining institutional features. So I think you can see each of those papers will link together very well and will, I'm sure, provoke lots of questions and discussion following. So thank you very much, and I'll hand over now to Ruta. Do you want me to do that, or are you right?
Yes.
You want me to do the slides?
No. I'll do.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start my presentation, but first of all, I would like to greet all the presenters to this session, because this session is very important to us. It's about us, about our society and our societies, how things emerged. And actually, we are new societies in terms of development of policies, of social policies, because we regained independence in early 90s. So I will start, and then my colleagues will continue with the presentations that they contribute to the whole picture of the Lithuanian leave policies framework. So, first of all, I would like to start with some key country figures and introduce you to the situation in Lithuania. As already a colleague Giedra mentioned, Lithuania is suffering from decreasing number of children, low birth rate, and increasing number of older people, of course. Also, if you look at other aspect, we will see that participation in the labor force of women is very high in Lithuania, and also in terms of full-time equivalent. So it's very important just to follow the broader picture. If we look at public support system for families in Lithuania, so we can see that Lithuania has a very traditional system of parental leave policies named maternity, paternity and parental leave with income-related benefits until the child is 24 months old, and unpaid childcare leave until the child is 36 months. So also we have introduced several years ago, and the benefit is currently increasing every year. Universal child benefit with monthly amount of 122. Also we have some extra benefits for children with disabilities. We also have childbirth benefit of 770 euro. That is available to parents after childbirth in 1 year. So also Lithuania offers public child care and pre-primary education. In some municipalities there is a lack of public child care, so municipalities provide additional amount of up to 100 euros to support families who use private child care facilities. Another important aspect is that temporary care leave is available to parents to take care of the sixth child until the child is 14 years old. Several years ago, Lithuania introduced some reconciliation measures. For parents mainly working in budgetary institutions or state institutions, they can have shorter working week of 32 hours. And it means that they can have more time for children and the family. So, but now I will move a bit to the history and introduce you to the developments of parental leave in Lithuania. And together with my colleague Giedra, we did some analysis for parental leave notes over more than a decade, as you already know. So So if you look back years ago into early 90s, we see that after regaining independence, Lithuania began to establish its own parental leave system. And this marked for a shift from Soviet-era policies extending support for child rearing to those who are in the labor force. In 1991, a paid parental leave benefit was introduced for insured working parents, a benefit financed by Social Insurance Fund, SODRA named. Also, we have additional the law on benefits for children in 1994 that was passed, amended later multiple times, and the conception of family policy that was adopted in 1996. Very important developments started, of course, Lithuania entering EU, and after entering EU, and there are some important points to address. In 2006, Lithuania introduced paid parental leave for the first time. It means that next year we will have quite a big celebration of 20 years for paid paternity leave. And fathers became entitled to 1 month of leave of 28 days after childbirth, paid at very high replacement rate. Also, I would like to stress major reforms in 2008 and 2011. In 2008, generous 2-year leave was introduced in response to low fertility and new accession dynamics. And Lithuania expanded its parental leave policy, and starting 2008, parents could take up 2 years of paid parental leave. It means that it was really very important and a measure that allows parents to collect really high replacement benefits. In 2018, adjustment of benefit it was made, and of course, families were given 2 options. It was the 2 options introduced: either 1 year of leave with 100 wage replacement, or 2 years of leave with benefits of 7% of earnings in the first year and 40% of earnings in the second year. This reform actually aims to reduce cost while allowing parents to choose between a shorter well-paid break or a longer leave with lower pay. And also it was an idea that parents will quicker return to work, and they have an opportunity to work second year. But in reality, most men collected benefits and also continued to work. So it means that this measure and those nice figures about men's involvement in parental leave cover cover very different things and provide different aspects to our gender equality. Also, if we look at this slide, we see that Lithuania really did a lot of steps to have some really comprehensive system for parents to take leave. And current system I will shortly introduce this, of course, includes new developments by reflecting the directive of 2019, and this system from January 23 was introduced after long discussions with stakeholders, and many of us from Lithuania here participated in those discussions. And actually, current system, you see that introduce 2 non-transferable months for parents, and for both parents 2 months. It means that it's 60 calendar days. And also it's a very important challenge for parents to think and to make their decision. And data. Christina will talk more today about that, but we will see that the number of men taking parental leave is declining. Also, a few words about maternity leave. It's very long leave and it's well paid at 100% replacement rate, and eligibility it's for those for participate in the labor force or also for self-employment women. And paternity leave, now we have a bit longer paternity leave of 30 days with 3 months immediately following childbirth. So, but topic of our seminar is about sustainability. And I'd like to provide or shed some light about parental leave policies and social sustainability and raise some issues for our discussion after all presentations. So one of the important aspects is gender equality, because the absence of strong incentives for parental leave uptake hinders progress towards gender equality. And the majority of parental leave is taken by women, reinforcing traditional gender roles and contributing to long-term disparities in pay, promotion, and labor market participation. Another aspect is demographic sustainability. Generous leave policies are designed to support fertility rates, a crucial factor in the context of Lithuania's shrinking population. However, extended maternal leave may impede women's return to work, creating economic inefficiencies and potentially discouraging childbirth among career-oriented women. And labor market inclusion, extended leaves with limited reintegration support to female labor market detachment. And employers may also discriminate against women of childbearing age due to anticipated long absences. So also institutional challenges and reforms, and despite aligning with EU Work-Life Balance Directive in 2023-24 and introducing 2 non-transferable months of parental leave per parent, Lithuania still faces some challenges. As I already mentioned, lack of strong economic and cultural incentives for fathers to take leave, limited availability of affordable childcare, especially for children under 3 years, and weak employment commitment to family-friendly practices. And to conclude, very briefly, Lithuania over 3 decades has transformed its parental leave policies from modest provision into one of the most generous systems in Europe. And the historical trajectory shows a constant effort to refine the balance between supporting families and managing economic realities. Currently, Lithuanian parents enjoy long leave, substantial income replacement, reflecting a strong state commitment to early childhood and family welfare. However, if you look at different countries, and comparative perspective reveals that generous leave policies are a necessary but not sufficient condition for improving working-life balance and influencing demographic trends. Lithuania's leave entitlement supports those of many European peers in duration, yet challenges persist in terms of gender imbalances in uptake and continued low fertility outcomes. Thank you very much.
So hello once more, and my results are not very fresh. but I would like to demonstrate how good policies could be implemented in not very good way. So I will start from saying that part of results are both with got both with Professor Virginija Jurėnienė of Vilnius University when we had the project, the non-modernization of modern society, changes in values in the aspect of gender equality in 2022. So it's a little bit elder results, but I think that they illustrate quite well how can you spoil the good policy. Thank for Ruta, which described our parental leave development and so, but I would like, first of all, illustrate the results of introduced non-transferable parental leave. So in 2024, above 18,000 babies were born. 16-something thousand mothers took maternity leave. Maternity leave that is only about working mothers, because students and non-working mothers, these are results from Social Security Fund. So it's what were paid. And about 16, a little bit less, thousand of others took paternity leave. You hear that we have 1 month paternity leave, which is taken at that same time than mother is on maternity leave or parental leave. So it means that father is the second, the helper, the assistant, but not fully responsible for the child. So almost all working fathers are taking this. How they use this, it's a question. I hope that they use really as carers. And parental leave includes, as Ruta told, 2 months for mother, non-transferable, this parental leave, and 2 months for father. And here picture is quite different. Almost the same numbers of mothers took this non-transferable parental leave, but only 5,4 thousand of fathers took non-transferable leave. They preferred better to lose this 2 months for child care than to take this. Of course, reasons are a little bit different. There are 2 reasons. One of reasons that is really has this benefit has ceiling. So who have very high income, they don't want to lose income even for 2 months. But another, these are value orientations. Fathers don't want to be fully responsible for the child. So, and now I will go a little bit to history, because for non-transferable leave, about non-transferable parental leave, women's organizations started to talk in the terms of gender equality. It was a long time ago. We were inspired by the Nordic countries, especially Iceland, which together with gender equality had also high fertility rates, and we knew that in Iceland fertility rate increased after introducing non-transferable leaves, and so we were promoting, speaking about that. And in 2009, government Ministry of Social Affairs in one of projects agreed to ask population about opinion on non-transferable leave. Then it was long time ago before introduction, and results were such as that only a little bit less than third of women and fourth of men they approved the idea that it could be that parental leave could be divided between parents non-transferably. So it was less than 1/3 of population, and even among this 1/3 of population, because we asked only those who approved this, so that it could be divided like at least 1 month of non-transferable parental leave should be taken by another parent, and it was division between these two options. Others didn't know what. And another option was parental leave should be taken equally of non-transferable and non-transferably divided by both parents. So this idea was less supported, especially by men. And so if to count men, that out of 25%, only 37% approved the idea that it could be divided equally. So it showed that we don't have really approval in the society of non-transferable leave. Then we finished this survey. Then government was changed, and new government did not, they looked only at that as support not to introduce non-transferable leave. And so it was a long time passed until in 2023, this non-transferable leave was introduced as changing our laws according to the directive. And that, what I must to say, that this so in 2022, then the law already was approved, but it entered into the force in 1st of January of 23. It was just before entering. So the opinion of public opinion was like such, that totally approved this already existing law only 10% of men and 15% of women. And 1/4 of men and women approximately, they also rather approved. Rather disapproved about 15%, and totally disapproved a little bit less women than men, but there was who totally disapproved more than totally approved. And it was very big part. I did not. I'm showing that big part of population didn't know what. And also we asked about how they think about ideal distribution of parental leave. And so we presented 4 options. Parental leave includes 2-month non-transferable part for each parent, as it was at that time in the law. So even less approved as ideal and the majority, of course, more than half of population told that parental leave should be divided by parents at their choice. But what it means? That means that mother takes this parental leave. And that parental leave should be equally and non-transferable, divided between parents. What I think this is the ideal of women who strive for equality. So for that was only 4% of men and 7% of women, and bigger percentage thought that only mothers should be entitled to parental leave. It's still a big part of, and of course, a big part who does not know, who do not know. So it's also this part probably also don't support the non-transferable leave. And what I must tell, then the law was adopted. Everywhere we are told that we have to introduce directive into our laws. There was no any support in that time that it is for us, not for Europe, because it was taken like we just comply with European requirements. We does not need this, because it's normally that women take care of children and fathers are working. For what we have to have this non-transferable leave? That was popular understanding. And like paradox, I don't know popular articles which were published to promote this new law. Except of me. I was in opposition. I'm a politician, not only researcher. I was in opposition, but we with Professor Urenian were probably single ones who tried to promote this law and wrote the article to journal Woman, Moteris, which is where we described history and developments in the Nordic countries, in Iceland. Yes, that's all. So my conclusions are that what you already saw, that non-transferable parental leave entered into the force 2.5 years ago, and in 2024, a bit more than 1/4 of fathers used this, and I don't have now fresh public opinion, but I presume that it does not change too much, and that the biggest mistake was bad communication introducing these new regulations.
Thank you.
So hello for everyone. I'm happy to be here because I think that these presentations are really very related. So you heard about the history, now you heard about the opinions, and now let's look at the fact and how the situation is going and what fathers really do at this moment. I want to say that I want to remember you the directive on work-life balance for parents and carers, and 2 sentences from it. When it was adopted, it was said that as most fathers do not avail themselves of their right to parental leave or transfer a considerable proportion of their leave entitlement to mothers, we extend the minimum period, we put non-transferable months, and so on. So the fact was that we see that they transfer this proportion of leave to mothers, and you will see it in Lithuania, and you almost heard about it. So related to this, we had 3 changes. Everyone was talking here about them, so I will go to the facts, to the numbers, and we will see how our fathers and our parents use this new system. You heard about the situation until 2023, when we had 2 options to receive the benefit for 1 year or for 2 years. So I'll just add you an important number. Most of parents, 93% of them, used to receive this benefit for 2 years. And the situation was really great for parents at the 2nd year, when you can receive whole year benefit and work at the same time. So really, situation was that, as my colleagues was talking about, men were using it at the 2nd year, and of course the help, the support for women, I guess, was not what we are expecting for, but it just, financial solutions of families. But for short time, of course, it's solution, but for long time, for mothers' pensions, for their integration and returning to labor market, of course, there were some problems. Now, when we have situation after changes of 2023, a bit different situation, and here I have to say that the situation is still changing, because I guess that about last year, when I was talking about this subject, I was talking that a half of recipients opt to 18 months and another half for 2 years benefit. But now the situation is changing a bit. And now the trend is that 70% of new recipients opt for 18 months. And other parents choose 2 years. And why financial incentive is bigger, and it's better for you to take 18 months, because financially the sum for parents is higher. So our parents counted, and I will talk about the factors what may affect this choice, not only finance, but we will see qualification questions, region you live in. These all are important in this choice of parents. So we are talking about non-transferable months, and I want to say, okay, what we are expecting for and what we are looking for. I was looking at literature, and I found that results in countries are really mixed who start using these non-transferable months. And for example, some authors say that better results in Nordic countries can be related, for example, to stronger tradition of promoting gender equality. So then I started doing such research, I guess, and I'm guessing at home, but maybe in Lithuania it will be hard to expect such results because of such thing. Next, what I found that although many countries are adopting the Nordic approach by introducing these extra months, the uptake of individual non-transferable entitlements remain relatively low. And in most countries, not exceeding 35% compared to around 80% in the Nordic countries. I was looking at the data from Poland, and they show that really very limited uptake by fathers, only 7%, with women still bearing the primary child care responsibility. And I found that many authors agreed that the generosity of the benefit during the non-transferable months of receipt is an important factor. And I have to add here that in Lithuania we really did it, because during non-transferable months your benefit is equal to your net wage. but of course, different situation, as it was mentioned. For those who really earn high income, we have ceilings of this benefit, so not for all. It exists, but you will see that those who earn higher income, they are more likely to use this benefit. So I cannot say how many do not do this for these ceilings existing, but you will see that in better financial situation, they are more likely to use it. And now, as I was promising you numbers, let's look together at our nice statistics. Here, nice because you see the data from 2015. And you can see here the share of recipients, you see women and men. So the situation and the statistics and numbers are not very bad because at first glance, men's involvement in child care appear to be high. But a closer look at the data always showed that men's active take-up of the benefit used to start in the second year of receiving child care benefit. And I told you why. It's because situation is great. You can earn your income. Men earn higher income. And of course, at the second year, family is looking for a solution, and they find that it's a better way for men to receive it. So at the second year, 40% of recipients were men. So as I tried the view to remember some words from a directive, they transferred a considerable proportion of their leave entitlement to mothers. And now, tadam, under the new system, on the left side, the same numbers until 2023, and the newest data at the right side of this slide, and you see here some numbers. Okay, those who choose to receive benefit for 18 months, so among them, 18% of recipients are men. And among those who receive this benefit for 2 years, we see that parents choose that the father will come at the second year, and I have to say that a man will come to receive this benefit at the last month of this benefit, and you see that about 16% of recipients in the second year are men. I have also to add that men are more likely, as I said, to use it at the end of payment period. And I also have to say that half of men, you are seeing the numbers of them using benefit, half of them are here because they came to use non-transferable months. But you saw the numbers, my colleagues showed that men are 3 times less likely to use child care benefits. And in another counting, I just can say that I have made research with a sample of fathers who used father's benefit. In 2023, they used father's benefit. And then I checked them out. Are they using non-transferable parental leave? So my research will be about this. So I'm looking at those who received father's benefit, and now, okay, are they coming or not to use these non-transferable months? So literature was reviewed, hypotheses were put forward. I have some factors I think that can be important here. And now let me share with you the results. I have 2 parts of the study. The first part is about parents' choices, how they choose 18 months or 2 years. And to talk about results, I have to say that then the benefit was initially claimed by the father, by a man. Families were more likely to opt for the shorter duration. In other words, men may be more inclined
to participate in child care leave, then the family elects a shorter benefit period. If we want to receive it for shorter, I hope, if I'm a man, maybe I will come and use my right to receive this benefit. Next, I found statistically significant age factor. The younger the person, the higher the probability is that family will choose shorter-term benefit. Next, there appears to be a positive association between education level and the preference for shorter-term childcare benefits. And I have some numbers here. 73% of managers opted for the shorter-term benefit, followed by 57% of professionals, 43% of skilled workers, and you don't see here, but about 30% of unskilled workers are taking shorter-term childcare benefit. So you hear numbers, but I guess you think that, yes, the higher the qualification, the shorter duration. Now, about higher earning people, I have to say that wage was very important too. And here, higher earning individuals are more likely to prefer the shorter term childcare benefit too. Of course, it correlates with qualification here once again. And finally, about economic sector you work. Specifically, 66% of employees in information and communication, as well as in finance and insurance activities, chose the shorter-term benefit. And those who work in public sector in Lithuania, they are still choosing longer duration of this benefit. And those who worked also in wholesale manufacturing sectors. And now, ta-dum, for the second part of the research and the last numbers and the last facts about these non-transferable months. So here you see the numbers, the tendencies. So the younger age, the higher the probability that a man will use non-transferable month. Next, higher wage is important. Higher earning individuals are more likely to use non-transferable months. And what we see important here too, that the highest proportion of men who took advantage of non-transferable months was among those working in finance and insurance, public administration, and manufacturing. And the lowest proportion of men who used daddy quotas was recorded among those working in agriculture, transport and storage, we can think why, and healthcare and social work. So to conclude everything, I have to say that the results are not final because we do not have very long period and numbers are changing a bit. But we have two trends here. The first, that most of parents use 18-month duration. So once again, we see that financial incentives are strong in our country. And the second thing, very important, is that those men who earn higher income, also who work in higher valued sectors, are more likely to use non-transferable months. So to conclude, I have to say that I see some existing disparities between higher and lower earning men. And the reason maybe not the only wages or their income, maybe attitude on this new system too, but here we'll be able to discuss. Thank you very much.
Hello again, I'm Daiva Skučienė, and today I will present part of our larger research together with Ukrainian colleagues, Bliznyuk Victoria and Svetlana Shumska from the Institute for Economics and Forecasting of the National Academy of Science of Ukraine and Family Policy in Ukraine and Lithuania. Examining of institutional features. Of course, the goal of my presentation is very limited, and to compare Lithuanian and Ukrainian family policy according to three main fields: compensatory social welfare, needs-based welfare, social investment, institutional daycare accessibility. And what about compensatory welfare? It is maternity-paternity benefits in Lithuania, but in Ukraine only maternity, paid parental leave only in Lithuania, and leave to care for sick children in both countries. We came to maternity benefits. It was already mentioned in the presentation of Ruta and Christina. The qualification requirement is a work record for 12 months over the last 2 years in Lithuania, while in Ukraine there is no minimum qualifying period. Duration is the same in both countries, 126 calendar days. The benefit amount in Lithuania is 77.58% of the compensatory wage, while in Ukrainian is 100%. As I mentioned, paternity benefit in Ukraine is for 2 weeks, but it is unpaid. In Lithuania is duration 1 month, qualification requirements 6 months during the last 24 months. Paid parental leave, you already know. Lithuanian case, the duration is optional up to 18 or 24 months after childbirth. And the different amount of compensation is depends on the choice. If 18 months, the benefit is 60%, and if the 24 months is up to 45, and 12 months 30%, and benefit is 78% when untransferable parental leave. In Ukraine, it is only social assistant, cash parental leave paid to a woman who was employed or studying prior to maternity leave and who is caring for a child younger than 3. Parental leave may be transferred to the father, grandparent, adoptive parent, foster parent, guardian, or any other relative caring for a child. The monthly benefit is based on the number of children, the minimum monthly subsistence level, because it is paid from social assistance, and average family income. And we came to the sickness benefits, and in Lithuania there is qualification requirement, work record 3 months during last year or 6 months during 2 years. The benefit is 65, almost 66% of compensatory wage, and maximal is 2 average wages. While in Ukraine, it is sickness benefits, 50% of the insured average gross earnings is paid with less than 3 years of work, 60% with at least 3 but less than 5 years, 70% with at least 5 but less than 8 years, and 100% with at least 8 years, or for a person injured in the Chernobyl disaster, a person caring for a child up to age 14, who was injured in the Chernobyl disaster, World War II veteran, a surviving spouse of a veteran, or a soldier killed in combat, or blood donor. The benefit is paid after 5-day waiting period. Social assistant in Lithuania. We always discuss in our country that we have quite generous paid parental leave, but very modest benefits from social assistance to families. And here you can see in this slide the 11 benefits which are paid from social assistance system for those who are not included in the social insurance system, and other categorical benefits for support of families with children. And you can see one-time payment after childbirth in Lithuania, child benefit payment after birth more than one child, payment of compulsory initial military service to the child of soldier, allowance for child care of student, one-time payment for pregnant women, custody care benefit, target supplement of custody allowance, temporary child care allowance, one-time settlement payment, payment upon adoption of a child. These benefits are based on state-supported income, which are equal to 70 euros now. And the second, my slide, brings us to the children at risk of poverty in Lithuania. These numbers are related with social assistance benefits, which are modest, as I mentioned. And also, I would like always to pay attention of our politicians that it is impossible to have such high rate of children at risk of poverty. As you can see, these data are from Eurostat, and children less than 6 years in 2022 lived at risk of poverty almost 17%, and less than 18 years, almost 18%, it is inappropriate rate. And social assistance in Ukraine, Ukraine has developed a targeted guaranteed minimum income program focused primarily on low income and poor families. Maybe I already mentioned the amount of this assistance is equal to the difference between the family's disposable income and the guaranteed income level. And you can see that for children it is 130% of subsistence minimum. And for children under 6 years it is about 100 euro, and the similar amount for children from 6 to 18 years. And the maximum benefit amount is about 100 of the subsistence level for the whole family, because different calculation. And in this slide you can see the Ukrainian colleagues' calculations, and you can see that support from social assistance is relatively generous for families, for children under 6 years and for children from 6 to 18 years, but compared with other demographic groups. And maternity leave benefit for officially unemployed women is 25% from minimum consumption need, and you can see 18 euro per month. After childbirth, one-time payment is 246 euro. Single parent support is calculated based on social assistance for low-income families approach. Assistance for children under care is 2.5 minimum consumption need for regular child and 3.5 minimum consumption need for child with disability calculated for relevant age. And here you can see a few lines, especially this one, maternity leave social benefit percentage from the average wage. You can see this green line, and the similar monthly child care payment, red line, very low. And this yellow line is baby box percentage from the average wage, and this blue line is one-time payment at childbirth percentage of average wage. And poverty rate in various types of households with children in Ukraine, it is pre-war. Oh yeah, it is pre-war period, and household with children were 43% lived before war at risk of poverty, and now the at risk of poverty increased more than 20 percentage points because, as you understand, the war is going. As President Zelensky told that more than 600 children were killed, and a lot of children are orphans. Day child care in Ukraine, I try to be short. There is compulsory early child education and care for all the preschool age children in Ukraine. Local government bodies create the conditions for the provision of early child educations. Parents have a right to choose between state and private. Every child has the right to place in the institution, but there is no legal guarantee for such place like in Lithuania. We have, especially in our Vilnius and larger cities, in state and municipal institutions, the development, upbringing and education of children are free of charge. Parents are responsible for paying for their children's meals. Lithuania, the institutional day child care is not mandatory in Lithuania, similar like in Ukraine. But we have problems for younger children because we have order to that 3 persons can take care of a maximum of 6 children. So the accessibility for younger children is very limited in Lithuania. That brings to the small conclusions of my presentations. I'm sorry. Compensatory welfare after childbirth is generous, of course, in Lithuania because we are in different conditions and we are 20 years in European Union and so on, and we have the best practice from other countries and so on. In Ukraine, they don't have such tools. Of course, Lithuania has modest social assistance payments compared with social insurance and still high part of children at risk of poverty. And Ukraine's social assistance for families with children is more generous compared with persons with disabilities, but child poverty is high. Especially during the war situation. State-funded child care is rarely available for children under the age of 2 years. Private providers fill the accessibility gap in Lithuania, but the prices are not accessible for a larger part of families. Ukraine has also the issue of accessibility to daycare. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you to each of our 4 speakers. I'm sure you'll agree each of the presentations were very rich and informative and have really enabled those of us who don't live in Lithuania to get a much better picture of the state of parental leave, the use of leave by fathers, and the broader childcare and early childhood education and care system, as well as a comparison with Ukraine. We now do have time for some comments, questions, discussion. We'll use a little bit of our morning tea time, or morning coffee time, I should say, and I really open the floor to some questions. And I'm sure there will be some. I can see hands pointing already. And Sophie, is that a question from you? Oh, no. You want water instead. Are there any questions apart from water? Oh, well, I'm sorry. We've got someone here first, and then we'll go to you. Thank you. Up here, sorry, and then we will go to Anne-Sophie. Thank you. And if you could say your name and where you're from. Thank you.
I'm Anneli Miettinen from Finland and the Social Insurance Institute in Finland. Can I just ask a clarification of the Lithuanian change in the parental leave system of the 2 months non-transferable leave scheme? Was it from the perspective of the mother? Was it in a sense a reduction of the mother's kind of parental leave before the okay? And another issue relates to the 18-month option. Do you think what is the reason of the poor availability of the childcare facilities or ECEC after parental leave that highly income families tend to choose the 18-month option in the parental leave scheme? Thank you.
Thank you. So is the answer to the first one that yes, the mother's proportion was reduced as a result of... Thank you. Okay. And the next question...
I will take this question.
Thank you.
Yes, mother's proportion was reduced. And the next question, please, if you can...
About the 18-month option.
18 months option. Yes, it's a very good question because I remember I participated in the public discussions, or not only in the public, also with stakeholders. And the idea was that if we have short parental leave, let's say 12 months or less, we have to provide childcare facilities. If we don't have childcare facilities, then we don't provide any assistance to families. And the reason is behind that it's a lack of facilities in most of the municipalities, and especially municipalities like Vilnius, that is growing city, growing communities, and larger cities as well as Kaunas and also probably in some sense in Klaipėda. So it means that if you cannot provide any assistance to families, then you provide this like replacement for families. So I don't know if it's answer that you expected.
Perhaps. If not, we can continue that discussion over morning tea. Anne-Sophie, then Ivana, and that'll have to be it. I'm very sorry.
So thank you very much for all these presentations. I'm thinking of my impression is that of course things are traditional still, and fathers are not using the leave as much as maybe one would expect with the new reforms and everything. But then going back in time to the Nordic countries, 50 years ago, things did not change very fast either. And I think especially your slides, Christina, you showed actually that things might be changing over time. And I just wonder about the impression that it's set now, but is it not changing, although it takes time for things to change? Or how is your impression about that? Maybe some of you, all of you really seem that, not disillusion is not the right word, but kind of a bit disappointed that things aren't faster. But can we really expect change to be that fast? It's a hard question.
No, it's a good question. And will a generational shift make the difference in fathers?
I think that I am not expecting for changing numbers. I just wanted to mention that we have just 2 years after the new system started to work. So I mean this, that just 1 month and the numbers are still changing. But I think that because just the period is... for those who chose to receive this benefit for 2 years, so we are just finishing to receive it, for example. So I mean just this. If numbers will change a lot, I don't know, and I see your idea very... I think that I could agree with you, because it's hard to expect something higher than we will see it at the beginning of the system is on.
Thank you. Opportunity for more research for you in a couple of years. Ivana, thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for really interesting presentations. I have more clarification question. I think it's mostly related to the fathers. So basically, in your presentation, you spoke about two replacement rates. You had like 77 and then cross 60. So it was not clear to me what is really replacement rate for the parental leave. Is it 77% or 60%? Yeah, because you use two numbers, so it's not clear what percent of the net wage. It was not clear to me the person would receive. So that's the first time. And then at one point you also said that fathers are basically able to receive the benefit and work. So my question is whether you were actually talking about benefit withdrawal, but they don't have to be on leave, or you were speaking on fathers who are actually on leave and taking time off work, or just withdrawing benefits. So are those two rights connected, basically?
I think the second question is, can fathers take the benefit and work at the same time?
In this new system, no. Then I was talking about the older one. Yes, the situation was that they could and used to do this, but now at this new system, no. You can, if you receive this benefit for for transferable months, then you are received. You can work, but you can just add not the higher sum. Then it's then your benefit and your wage income in a sum is equal to your wage you had earlier. So we have such a situation, and we have numbers that 10% of people who receive this benefit, they work now. We see it, but the sums are not very high. So that's the situation what we changed really, because now you can work, you can add your work income if you want, but not like the situation was earlier. And the first question, yes, and about the benefit, yes, so there may be some questions here. So we have 78% during non-transferable months, so it's 2 months for men. Of your wage, not net wage, but before taxes. So 78% of your wage. And if we look and count the taxes, when we see that your benefit during these 2 months is equal to your net wage.
Okay, so, thank you. Yes. I am pushing along for time. We have one last question. I'm sorry if you've got other questions. Hopefully you can take them to coffee.
It's a general question for...
Please say who you are.
I'm Ahmed Arif, Family Policy Director at Doha International Family Institute.
Thank you.
So my question is for you and for, I think it's a general question for all the panelists, particularly yourself as an advisor to the Prime Minister. Do you think that there is any kind of association between the extension of parental leave and flexible working arrangements at large and the overall fertility rates? Because always the work-family balance policies are proposed as set of policies to increase fertility rates at the macro level, at the state level. But many of the, at least in our region, in the Middle East, there is no such association. We have conducted kind of impact assessment for such policies that has been introduced for like more than 10 years, which is enough, for instance, to have some kind of indication of the fertility rates, but there's no association. At least in our region, so that's a question.
Thank you.
Yes, I think that it should have a little bit more than in your countries, because in your countries, not all women are in the working force, and we have almost all women, working women. So this, all this leaves, they have some influence, but at the large, I don't expect that it will have a big influence on, because all as it was shown, probably all understand that this all replacement schemes and everything are very good in Lithuania, and maybe kaip pasakyti, dosnios. Generous, one of most generous. But if you ask just people on the street, they will tell that we have very bad all these schemes and very low replacement and everything is very bad. So communication is really bad because nobody believes. I had a lot of lectures, of popular lectures on family policy, and people in the audience, especially in countryside, they do not believe what I'm telling, that really in other countries are much, let's say, shorter periods of parental leave and lower replacement and so on. They look at me and don't want to believe. They don't want. Maybe at one time they agree, but after then, all among themselves are talking that no, we have very low support for families, and that is so. It's what could, in my opinion, what could help. That is better communication, and
Thank
if
you.
scientists will write more popular articles about or
Yes.
speak on TV about our good policies.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and I think we deserve the coffee. Coffee is
but I do
just
want to
around the
thank
corner,
all
so
the speakers. It was
enjoy your
excellent.
coffee break and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Delighted to be chairing this very important session. I'm also the vice chair of the Cost Action, a 4-year project on paid parental leave and social sustainability. And this series of papers we're going to hear now are part of one of 5 working groups in that project. It's the theory group. There are 5 groups on theory, on inequality, children, data, and terminology. And they, I think, say they've got the hardest task to create a theoretical framing for understanding the interface between parental leave and social sustainability. So to introduce the 4 papers, and they are framing, as I say, the theory of this book. The working title, which does keep on shifting a bit of the book, due to be published next year. The title I've got, and I know there's new ideas on this, is Parenting, Care and Social Sustainability, Theory and Policy Research Perspectives. Okay, so to begin with, we have Professor Alison Kolowski from University College London, Thomas Coram Research Unit, who will kick off on her chapter. Then we have Andrea Duchesne from University of Stockholm and another university. Not quite sure what the name of that one is, Andrea, but I know you share your time between 2 now. Maybe you can say when you speak. And then we have Andrea Duchesne from Brock. You're at Brock. Where's Andrea? Hi, Andrea. Canada. Delighted to have you over here. And finally, we have Mara Yerkes from Utrecht, who is presenting a collaborative chapter. I mean, they're all collaborative. I mean, the amount of collaboration for these chapters has been extraordinary with the slow reading process that they've undertaken. So let's start off with Alison, and she'll speak for about, everybody's thinking about 15 minutes each, and then we pick up questions at the end. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. And apologies to people who were in the room yesterday, because it's not going to be so different, I think. Maybe you can spot the difference. This is been working on this for a little while now, and trying to bring in the optimistic view, or the hope, and starting with what the puzzle is for my inquiry. Essentially, I guess not to be too, it does back to not so cheerful conversation. We're not in a good place. There's a poly-crisis, we could say, going on with civilizations under threat from the climate catastrophe, which is underway. The good news then is that climate and environmental scientists have many potential solutions on offer to avert, or at least to lessen, the catastrophe. But then back to the bad news, the governments are struggling or simply not enacting these potential solutions. So my inquiry comes with, well, why then has social scientists, if we've not been systematically engaged with understanding the social and political aspects of governments behaving in this way? There are some pockets of interest, of course, across social science, but I think it's fair to say that it's quite siloed, and most of us have not really got on board with this concept of sustainability until recently. So a bit of a mystery. I think even more of a mystery in that the supranational bodies have been working with this concept for some time now. The United Nations have been working on this since the Brundtland Report in 1987, and now you'll be very familiar with the widely deployed Sustainable Development Goal Framework. So why is it that we've had this UN framework? It was recognised in the 80s that social aspect is key for us to be able to engage fully with addressing climate change and other issues. But yeah, why have we not until now really engaged? That's where I start. And then to try and start answering that question, I thought it's maybe helpful to think about where we see sustainability in action and drawing on a different area. This is an apple orchard and thinking about agricultural projects, which of course span multiple generations and require a very different approach to perhaps the more short-term change and fix-it approach that we have in much social policy making. So if we think about the orchardist working in Normandy, in France, producing Calvados and cider, which I enjoyed very much on a recent holiday, which stemmed this thought, we know that she might be tending to thousands of apple trees. Apple trees can live for 100 years. They reach their prime around 25. And so there's a constant planning and maintenance cycle in play over time frames which cross cohorts and generations. The orchardist has a strong sense of sustained systems to make her harvest possible today, but also what will make her successor's harvest possible in the future. And this is where the optimistic idea comes in, that planting a tree today that will yield its best fruit 25 years from now requires a certain faith in the future and optimism in the future, as well as a certain confidence and understanding of the value of the status quo. So a proposed a solution or suggestion for us as social scientists, as we think about engaging with efforts around the social development goals, sustainable development goals, is can we learn from this attention to current infrastructure, planning required, but also having the faith in the future in our own work. So arguably, I think current social science perhaps mirrors politics and is generally quite short-sighted, quite myopic. In addition to this, I think our training is very much problem-focused. So, of course, being critical is very important, but we train ourselves to take a problem and then we fix it. And I think that's clearly still very important, but I don't know how you feel when you're doing pieces of social research. Whether you're looking into how hospitals work, how social care systems work, how education systems work, in your social research, you often start with a mapping exercise because the environment you're going in to do research in doesn't know what the status quo is, what the baseline is to start with. So actually we are doing quite a lot of getting the baseline, but isn't that incredible that places don't know where they're at? We don't know what we have. But then we go in with the baseline mapping in order to fix it and change it. And clearly transformation and change is always happening and always necessary. But we also need to understand what is working now, what is keeping the show on the road, I think. So we need to understand what we need to maintain and sustain, as well as what we need to change. We need to be more like the orchard. So turning to what that might look like in social policy practice and governance, whilst many supranational governing bodies are increasingly influenced by shall I hold it there? Where's better? By the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I think explicit reference to social sustainability in governance is still relatively rare, but we do have this example in Wales, which is one of the 4 nations of the United Kingdom. It's a devolved government and legislature, which means they have a certain amount of freedom as well, perhaps, to be a bit more experimental. So the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, Wales, essentially bakes in social sustainability to all policy making in the government and to all public bodies. It draws heavily on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and it tries to think about how every piece of legislation and every decision sort of in public bodies is thinking about, how's it going to work for current time, but also for the well-being of future generations. Sometimes when I've talked about being optimistic, there's a sort of slight resistance to, is that also the same as being conservative? And just to share with you, interestingly, I think that this legislation has been very much developed under a centre-left devolved government, and that the dominant political landscape in Wales is very much described, but cannot be described as politically conservative. That may be changing with the rest of the world, but this is a governance project which has come from more centre-left than centre-right. So it shouldn't be a value clash that's explaining why social scientists perhaps haven't got involved as such. So this is what the, so I don't know really how you can see that. I'm going to have to talk you through the colours. But the well-being is a view of the architecture. And essentially at the top you've got the Sustainable Development Goals, and then the well-being goals for Wales have been developed in the next row. They also include a cultural pillar. So we talk about the social, economic and environmental pillars of the Sustainable Development Goals, but they also include the more recent cultural pillar. Now in the green line, they talk, the way that they try and help people ways of working to develop policy is drawing on the Sustainable Development Principle, which I am going to try now and apply to parenting leaves. So taking this advice, if I was working for the Welsh Government to develop our parenting leaves, what would I have to consider according to this Act? So the 5 ways of working are, as you can see here. So as a sort of thought experiment in this piece of work, I'm thinking about each one in turn and how that applies to what we know about parenting leaves. So to start with the long term, I think this is possibly where we are doing reasonably well in terms of the progress of our parental leave scholarship, as we think about the work which leaves across the life course, which many of us are actively thinking about and engaged with. So not just parenting leave during infancy, but really leaves that work across the life course. So we are started already on that journey, I think, to reorient our research and policy making in this way, at least in our thinking, if not so much in policy practice at the moment. Then, so we're not doing too bad on that one, maybe. Prevention. Again, this is where we are possibly best covered in our current parental leave scholarship. We know that parental leave is correlated with improved health outcomes for children and parents, as well as other well-being outcomes. So yes, parental leave policy we know can help prevent problems occurring or getting worse. And there is also some evidence to suggest that it's sort of longer term. Turn to integration then. So integration, what does it mean to take an integrated approach to parental leave policy? And I'm looking directly at Peter here, because if I've learned anything from working with Peter, it's that parental leave policy is most likely to achieve its aims when integrated, take an integrated approach with early childhood education and care. So those countries which have a parental leave policy with a duration which maps onto an ECEC place, entitlement, can be said to be taking an integrated approach. And we can think even more broadly about the policy landscape and how integration matters. Collaboration, then, what does it mean to take a collaborative approach to parental leave policy? And the thing that comes to mind here for me is when policymakers are not necessarily, who feed into parental leave policy are not based, say, in the same ministries. So in the UK, we have the example of even maternity leave and paternity leave are looked after by different government departments. And naturally, they don't tend to talk to each other very much. So there must be many other examples. I know sometimes leave is covered under education ministries, sometimes in health ministries, and sometimes in labour ministries. So that could be thinking about how collaboration works to try and reduce the silos. And if you have any ideas on how we might apply these principles to parenting leaves that I don't mention, I'd be very happy to hear them. In terms of involvement, this is the last one, an interesting one, and I think it relates to some of the previous talks that we've just heard. Is that what is it when we're trying to bring about change as researchers and policymakers by bringing in a new policy which isn't necessarily very popular and hasn't listened, if you like, to what it is that parents are valuing now. So essentially we should be involving, and we know this already, so the value of co-production, involving parents in what works for them, or at least understanding their concerns. How do we identify those leave policy systems that we value? And do we understand the counterfactual of no parental leave policies? So thinking about what matters. And I wonder, it's been long remarked in the network that we don't focus so much on the child's perspective in leave policy. And I know Working Group 3 in the cost action is addressing this. But I wonder if this is almost part of this lack of involvement. We have a limited literature relatively on mothers and children in relation to parental leave because we've been focused so much on what we perceive needs to change with emphasis on the participation of fathers. So due to that focus on change and innovation, which I'm very much a part of that work, but then gaps may emerge in our knowledge by not considering this wider involvement. So to sum up, concluding thoughts are, I think there. I don't need to repeat myself, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Do I need to use the mic? Or? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, sure. It was, pardon? Okay, fine. Yeah, thank you. So, thank you, Alison, for doing a start of this, this book project that we are heavily involved in and that we find really exciting. And maybe we should say clearly that this is work in progress. So we are working with this. But so Alison, I, and Andrea are doing 3 framing chapters where we then want to set the scene for other chapters on sustainability and parental leave. Or maybe I should say parental leave and sustainability. So what I'm trying to do in my chapter is to create some kind of systematic way of looking at this. How can we see parental leave in a more sustainable way? So we're coming at it, and this is, of course, we're doing it in different ways, but this is my perspective so far. So, and also, of course, this has to be done in a new setting where we have more heterogeneous populations than we might have had before. I should say that my other university is Mid-Sweden University, in the middle of Sweden. So, what is it that brings us to sustainability? I think we need to think really broadly here. I think it's very important that in empirical investigations, we are very precise in how we use measures, but at this point and in this book, and for now, we need to bring in things and think of it in different perspectives. And of course, the whole point of doing this, or the whole reason for doing this is that times are changing, that we need new thinking as times are changing. And the way I got to this is that I have four kind of points that I think are important that I want to reiterate, and they are that we need to connect different perspectives. We need to consider both the short and the long term. we need to think about the individual and societal level at the same time. Paid work and care, they are constructed in the parental leave as opposites, but we need to kind of think about what that means and how that can be dealt with in different ways. And I think if we do this can lead us to challenging some of the paradigms that we are seeing as obvious things that we start with today. And I will end my short presentations on those. And they are related to fertility and work. So if we start with this sustainability as a way of connecting different perspectives, we go back to the UN reports of Brundtland, where we have 3 pillars, or she brings up 3 pillars of the economic, social, and ecological pillars that have to go together. And we are within parental leave research quite used to talk about the economic and the social pillars. The ecological pillar is not brought in so far so much, but I think that it has to be done, and maybe it's done increasingly so. It's done because we have a lot of uncertainty to tackle, and for instance in demographic work I've seen more and more that the ecological uncertainty for the future is one of the reasons why young people today don't have children. So we need to think about these 3 pillars together. Also, I think it's important to remember that what we come up with is political solutions. We are researchers, but it will end up with a basic information that will lead to political solutions. The fertility decline is an important example here that politicians are really concerned with, and that, of course, then we as researchers are also concerned with. One thing that is important here, I think, is that we think about the possibilities to have children and to create possibilities through policy to make it possible to have children today in the world. But also, of course, the preferences are changing with how the land lies, with how the context all around us lies. So it's not certain that the preferences are there to have children. So these are changing, and they're not 2 different things. They are changing with each other, I think. So the solution to think about these as connected perspective, I think, is that we need to see the dimensions together. Mainly, we are seeing the economic aspect as the main aspect, and that's also how the fertility question is brought out as a problem, because it has to do with the dependency ratio, or that we won't have a workforce in the future. But these are 3 things that are important together on a parallel level. We also need to think of both short and long-term time dimensions. But paid parental leave obviously is a short-term policy that will help us deal with the situation after birth. But of course, there are long-term consequences of parental leave as well. We can think of, as Alison brought up, care leaves and so on, care leaves throughout the life course. But also, if we do consider only paid parental leave, there are consequences long-term. There are career consequences, retirement, pension consequences, and so on. So certainly, there are long-term consequences to care about also by paid parental leave. And fertility, of course, we all know, all of us that are parents, that it's certainly our long-term consequences, so both long and short-term there too. Regarding ecological, maybe the problem has been that they are long-term and therefore indirect, but increasingly, of course, we see also short-term consequences of the ecological problem in the world. So all these things has to be seen both in the long and short term. Thirdly, we have the societal level, we have policy at the societal level, but we also have the individual level. So on the national level often, or on a EU level or supranational level, we have policy to encourage certain behaviors. But all the time, we need to consider the individuals that are supposed to be encouraged to do different things. And we think about the flexibility or the freedom to choose within this set network too. So these 2 things have to go together. We need to see individuals that can change and not change if they don't want to, and the policy that maybe encourage or adapt to individual behaviors. So that's the one thing. Also, the policy obviously has to be in a context, what Alison referred to as integrated. It has to be, paid parental leave won't be very efficient, right, if it doesn't have an ECSC coming after, and so on. And this leads to questions: do we allow for people to not want children? Do we allow for people to not wanting to work? How do we see that? And we're not very clear here, but it's something to discuss, I think. Fourthly, and this goes back to an old, there's a long history of pointing out that care and work are not you can't really see them as opposites, or you run into problem when you see them as opposites. But of course, the paid parental leave system is really, it assumes or is based on the distinction between either you work or you are on leave. And it's not really possible to do both at the same time. But not least the COVID pandemic showed us that, of course, these are things that in reality is not always so clear to distinguish. That's just one example. There are many examples of really showing that they cannot always be distinguished so clearly. And if we don't, then if we try to think about how policy then should adapt to a situation where care and work might not be easily distinguished, we need to consider both social and gender inequalities, because it's easy to say, okay, we should upgrade care and therefore make it possible to be home for a longer time, and we run into the gender inequalities and social inequalities from this. And we also need, with this, we need to remember there's no stop to parenting. We know about the intensive parenting and so on, and there's also no stop to work for most of us. So these limits of when one is to end and one is not to end, when one of these two aspects, if you want, are to end, we need to set those boundaries at the same time as we know that these concepts are not, it's hard to distinguish, or when we think deeper on them, it's care and work are not easily distinguished. So to go back to the main problems that we are dealing with today, it's uncertainty. And I think the uncertainty on the labour market was the first thing to be kind of thought about and considered and so on, and ecological, but also the fertility drop that we have today, and that's really emerging as an important development of the world, really. We also, when we set up the policies, we often start with this idea that you have a chronological way of leading your life. You end your studies, you start working, you have a child, you go on parental leave, you go back to work, and then you retire eventually. And this is not how it looks for an increasing proportion of the population. You go back and forth. And also lots of policies are encouraging you to do that, like going back to work and so on. So more and more, we don't have this clearly set life course, but we need to adapt to more changes, more heterogeneity, more changes, more diversity within the life course. So how do we see parental leave? That's our question, I think. How does paid parental leave or parental leave, how does that fit? What can parental leave do in this situation? So I think then, to repeat myself, that we need to see the economical, ecological, and the social dimensions together. Now the ecological dimensions is mainly missing, but we need to see them together to think of solutions here. We need to see this long and short term as to have a more broad way of dealing with this. We need to see policy, but we also need to allow for individual choices, and this has to go. And it's where the flexibility is there and where the freedom to choose ends and where the policy starts, that's something to politically decide, but for us as policy scholars or researchers to think about what it means when the distinction is set at different ways. And when we think of the division between care and work, we need to consider the goals of the policy. What are the goals and how does this influence this distinction, even though we know that it's an abstract distinction, of course. Do we think that it needs to be there or not? And what does that mean for the future? So this all, if we do this exercise and try to think of our policies in different ways, my thinking is that this should lead us to challenge some paradigms. And one paradigm to challenge is the balanced fertility, our kind of goal of having the fertility that's always the same and then reproduce our population so that we will have the same workforce and that we can continue in these ways. And what kind of assumption is that really? I mean, we don't have a history ever where it has been there. So it's a goal that's very much, it's very hard to reach that goal. And do we even want that goal? And how can parental leave lead to that goal? And if it parental leave is not aimed to that. What's the aim of parental leave and so on? We need to think about this. And I think that the underlying question here is, can societies manage if you have a skewed dependency ratio, meaning that you have fewer working population and more old people and fewer children? How can we manage that? And are there ways to change the economics of countries to deal with that situation? And can it actually be turned into something positive? I mean, we have an ecological crisis where we have a world that's overpopulated in some way. That's on a completely world level, right? Whereas we have low fertility in some countries. How do we deal with these different ideas of how the population should develop? And regarding work, I think that our assumption is that we should have everyone working in permanent good employments where they want to continue to work. But do we allow for non-standard work patterns here? Do we allow for people to not want to work full-time? What's the preferences are changing here, or the possibilities to get work? How do we see this? And can we really assume that we want permanent employment for all, full-time employment? And if we don't, how do we avoid gender equality? Social equality, economic inequality, but gender equality, I think, is what we're most used to think about here. So when we think about these things, the help that we get, I think, is from connecting these different pillars, these different perspectives, to think long and short term, and to think of the individual level and the societal level, and to think of care and work as not opposites. That's where I am with this chapter at the moment, so I'm happy for any comments. Thank you.
Sitting too long. So you press it. I think, yeah.
It's been so wonderful to be part of this book project with Alison and Anne-Sophie. We've been writing our chapters, for about 18 months now, and they keep changing in response to each other, and we decided from the beginning to let ourselves flourish and write different chapters based on where we were in our writing and work, so that's been very generative. All right, so my chapter is called From Concrete Pillars to Complex Web, so it picks up a bit on both of the previous presentations. And from the beginning, when I came into social sustainability, and of course I'm not part of the cost action because I'm from Canada, so I am an outsider, but from the beginning I wondered, I never approached it as social. For me, they were always entangled, so that was my starting point. And so social, ecological, economic sustainability and care, and what this means for reimagined care leaves. Anne-Sophie and Alison talked about this a little bit. There is a growing consensus now. We all know this by the United Nations and varied research arms of the UN that the world is facing a global polycrisis, which is comprised of climate change and ecological crises, regional conflicts and wars, housing and food crisis, populism and post-truth crisis, which makes democracy really difficult, among others. And care crises are part of the polycrisis. So they don't exist outside, they're actually entangled and interconnected with it. And when we refer to care crises, and here I'm drawing on feminist scholars, especially the work of Nancy Fraser, care crises refer to the growing gaps in all of our societies between care needs across the life course and care supports and services. And of course, parental leave, parenting leaves, and care leaves are part of that. So against this backdrop of care crises and a wider polycrisis, my chapter for this book engages in a conceptual, pragmatic, and imaginative thought experiment. And again, I'm drawing on Nancy Fraser. And I'm asking, how can we rethink inclusive and equitable parental leaves and other care leaves? And how do concepts of care and sustainability contribute to this thinking exercise? Anyone who's heard me speak knows that I like to start with where I'm writing from, where I'm speaking from. This is a situated knowledge's point from feminist epistemologies, but now I work with Indigenous collaborators and colleagues, and they've really grounded that for me as well. So just very briefly, I am drawing on care ethics literature, really 30 years of work, and what I call drawing respectfully on 50 years of seminal work, especially by Joan Tronto, also Carol Gilligan. Relationalities, these 3 R's are relationalities, responsiveness, and responsibilities. I'm also drawing on a different kind of 3 R's from a feminist economist's work and a lot of work on unpaid and paid care work, different kind of R's, recognition, reduction, and redistribution. And actually, these look at unpaid care work, and paid work. Collaborations with Indigenous colleagues in Canada, epistemological and methodological writing on concepts, narratives, and imaginaries, so that comes into what I'm going to speak about today. A really generative book project with Peter Moss, which is called Care Leaves and Care Time for All Towards Caring Worlds. Peter talked a bit about it a couple of days ago in the Cost Action Seminar, and the book is underpinned by the work of Joan Tronto and is really looking at care leaves across the life course and also social ecological care, beginning to think about that. Even though that's challenging, that's a big ask at this point in history, I think, but I think we need to begin to think about it. I'm also working, I have been for about a decade, a book project on social ecological care. The title keeps changing, but it's well on its way. I also want to mention that in the costs in our, oh shoot, I took this slide from somewhere else, so I didn't change the bottom, sorry about that. In our reading group, we met for, again, about 18 months or so. We had 4 or 5 reading groups online, and we read these UN documents, which are serious reading exercises. And so just so you know, kind of the starting point for us was from the Brundtland Report. This is still the most commonly used definition of sustainability, so it's just good to bring it into the room. Meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And so these other reports, I think the 2019, 2023, and really about a dozen UN reports have continued to build on that. So in the chapter that I'm writing as one of the framing chapters of the book, I make 3 arguments. And the first is about concepts. Because we started off thinking, should we have one concept? What should the concept be? And we came to the point, and this was important to me as well, is that there are many concepts of sustainability. Everything good with the mic? Okay, how's it now? Should I stand back? All good? Okay. I think there was a bit of echo there too, though. Or should I take that one? Okay. Just let me know. Just put your hand up. Okay. So my first argument is that what sustainability and care concepts are, what they do, and what they offer to rethinking parental leaves and care leaves depends on the care imaginary or paradigm within which they're placed. And so I use imaginaries rather than paradigms. This draws from philosophical literature, a broad base of it. No. Can't do anything. The reason I like imaginaries is because unlike paradigms, there isn't this idea of replacing one with the other. Imaginaries are constantly unfolding within each other. So imaginaries refer to ways of being, thinking, knowing, and acting. They're practical, they're about everyday thoughts and actions. They're ontological, they're ways of being. They're epistemological, they're ways of knowing. They're discursive and value-laden. We live in a lot of different kinds of imaginaries and we don't even think about it. It's like a fish being in water. And so I in this chapter and elsewhere in my work, it's okay. It sounds like a whale. It's very apropos. I talk about care imaginaries, but there's a lot of other imaginaries, including ecological imaginaries, democratic imaginaries. All right. My third argument is that transformative changes in care leaves can only be made in transformative care imaginaries. My chapter has 3 sections, so I'll just tell you what they are. Care meets sustainability on the global stage. So I really look at the concepts and approaches across 50 years very briefly. There's been very little connection until the past decade. Part 2 is what do care and sustainability concepts approaches look like in a dominant care imaginary and in an emerging transformative one. And then part 3 is how do we rethink parental leaves and other care leaves within transformative care imaginaries. So obviously I don't have time. The part 3 is the most interesting. So, and I think that's what we'll talk about in the discussion, but I want to just go right to part 2 so that you kind of know where I'm situating this. So what are dominant care imaginaries? And so the idea of dominant care imaginaries are rooted in centuries of Euro-Western and global North thought and theories. And they're rooted in more than a century of writing on production and reproduction. Anne-Sophie mentioned how care and work are treated as opposite. There's 50 years of this in economic thought and in most disciplines. So dominant care imaginaries uphold enduring divisions and separations and indeed binaries between care and economy, social and economic life, care and work, economic and non-economic life, production, reproduction, human and ecological life. And the value of, and what we value in all of this is implicit as well. And we all know what that is. What are sustainability and care concepts within dominant care imaginaries? So international organizations, especially the United Nations, have been calling for new transformations and new paradigms. So has the ILO, so has a lot of the writing, a really good feminist and critical writing coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. But many of the conceptual conversations about and between care and sustainability, I would argue, still occur within dominant care imaginaries. These are imaginaries that hold to singularity, universality, and divisions between social, economic, and ecological parts of care and sustainability. So the central metaphor, as we've talked about, is pillars, and these characterize the social, economic, and environmental. But pillars are strong and rigid. We've seen them here in the square when we walk here in the morning. They're fixed objects that stand alongside each other, suggesting divisions rather than relations or integration. And these divisions have led to long-standing tensions, especially between the economic pillar and ecological pillar. And I really like citing Vandana Shiva. She is a very impressive theoretical physicist from India. She's a leading ecological thinker. Her most powerful point is that seeds are not for sale. She stands up to Monsanto and says this. So she has long argued, back to 1992, that because she was critiquing sustainability, and she called it a form of greenwashing. And she said that primacy is assigned to capital. Production and conservation are divided. This hierarchy has impeded nature's capacity to support life. And meanwhile, care is viewed mainly as care work and care systems, care by humans for humans. This is important. I'm not saying it isn't. We must continue to work on this. But this is an instance of both and, but we also need to think wider, in more imaginative ways. Care is more than this. And this is the point I'm making about care imaginaries. So what are transformative care imaginaries? They invoke relationalities between social, economic, and ecological life. I love this idea of webs. So that rather than working with the metaphors of the concrete pillars, thinking that we can actually connect them, I mean, you can only connect them if you add something to it, both sustainability and care are conceptualized as complex, interconnected webs. And this really goes beautifully by really the most well-cited quote on care. Peter and I have it in our book, but it's a really good one. It comes from Joan Tronto, going way back to 1990. Caring includes everything we do to maintain, continue, and repair our world so that we can live in it as well as possible. A world that includes our bodies, ourselves, and our environment, all of which we seek to interweave in a complex, life-sustaining web. So how do we work with care and sustainability within transformative care imaginaries? Well, we move from concrete pillars to concrete webs. And what I do in the paper, I did this in an earlier version, but Marion Baird reminded me about it yesterday, I weave 3 R's of care ethics, which are relationalities, responsiveness, and responsibilities, with these 3 R's, the classic 3 R's from maybe the 1990s, of unpaid care work, recognition, reduction, and redistribution. There's a significant shift between environmental and ecological, and there's always questions about, like, what is the difference between economic and environmental and ecological. The environment is about the environment out there. We want to control it. We want to take care of it. We want to protect it. The ecological draws from decades of ecological thinking, especially for me, the work of Rachel Carson, who I've been obsessed with for about 5 years, the work of indigenous thinkers, centuries. The argument is that humans are not only relational beings with moments of relational autonomy, we're ecological beings. The ecological is in us. It's not separate from us. And this seems like a really simple point, but it's actually a really profound point. And I think if we begin to think that way, then it changes the way that we approach this. I really love how Rachel Carson said it so many times through her very short life. Whatever we do to the earth, we do to ourselves. And a second shift in thinking about what does it mean to work in transformative care imaginaries, it's to see ecological crises as care crises. So UNICEF, this is from 2021, but there's been so many statements since then. Approximately 1 billion, nearly half of the world's children, live in countries that are at extremely high risk from the impacts of climate change. So ecological issues are care issues, and care issues are ecological issues. And I think that's the point that I'm trying to make in this chapter of looking at these as interconnections. And also, ecological matters are deeply interconnected with issues of social and economic equity. So the work of Thomas Piketty has argued that. There's a lot of really progressive economists that have argued that. Okay, so I think part 3, how do we translate it into care leaves? This is the part that you're most interested in. It's what I'm going to say the least about, but we have time for discussion. But in the chapter, but I will make one point. In the chapter, I look at these 3 R's from care ethics. And I look at socioeconomic and social, ecological, economic relationalities. I take responsiveness and look at the shifting context of paid and unpaid work and what that means for care leaves. And then I ask questions about responsibilities. Who is responsible, and who and what are we responsible for? And so here, I'm going to connect back to the book project with Peter Moss. If we think about care leaves, and we talk about care time as well, this means thinking about care leaves within a wider temporal frame and within a social ecological frame. And so it means asking questions about the work of conserving nature and repairing ecological life after floods, hurricanes, and wildfire. This involves not only do these affect populations. So in Canada, we had raging wildfires last summer. They're back again this year, and children are taken out of school. Asthma levels are rising. Women's pregnancies are affected. It goes on and on. Activities are stopped. If I think of my kids not being able to play soccer in the month of June, this has mental health implications. But to do the work of both prevention and repair, it's ecological work. It's ecological care work. And so to reimagine care leave, so here I'm going to the furthest end here because I'm wanting to be deliberately provocative, because if we think of care leaves for ecological care, and I know there's still so much to do about human care, but I'm just wanting us to begin to think about this. So to reimagine it, then we'd ask, do the ecological world and the non-human world figure as care recipients? If we think of caregiving and care receiving, are ecological worlds caregivers? Ecological thinkers will say yes. Are they caregivers, and should they be care receivers? And so I would ask you, should there be leaves to care for the planet, to clean up after these disasters, to do advocacy work like Greta Thunberg has been doing since high school? Is this a form of care work, or should we start to think about it? And if we stretch this even further, I'm sure you've seen this in the news, there are more and more cases of legal cases for the rights of ecological and non-human beings, tropical rainforests, lakes, and rivers. So do ecological beings have the right to care? Are they alive? I just picked up this book at a literary festival in Wales. Is a River Alive? It's already a best-selling book. I'm going to conclude now. Margaret's happy. So to conclude, transformative changes in care leaves can only be made, I'm arguing, with a paradigm shift towards transformative care imaginaries that center social, ecological, economic relationalities, a responsiveness to multiple shifting and diverse contexts, and a reconfigured sense of who and what we are responsible for. And so this means a shift in the conceptualization of sustainability, from viewing it as a set of discrete, concrete pillars to understanding it as a complex relational web of the social, ecological, economic, and I liked how Alison brought in the cultural and human, non-human entanglements. Thanks.
Okay, we're now moving to our final presentation. To Mara Dirks from the University of Utrecht. We may go over time a bit because there's so many questions.
I'll do my best. Okay, just a moment here. Sorry, just while I get everything ready. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Labadiana? Labadiana. So, I've been enjoying being here in Vilnius very much. My grandmother grew up in Kaunas, outside of Kaunas, before moving to the US. So, I get to celebrate my American-Lithuanian roots and send my dad pictures of šalta while I'm here and enjoying the cold beet soup. If you haven't, please do go try it. I have the pleasure of wrapping up this section of the panel, which is difficult after three great speakers, who I also have the pleasure of collaborating with on this chapter. So this is a collaborative effort between us, and while I love the conceptual side of thinking, I can imagine sitting here and listening to 4 conceptual papers in a row is maybe a bit much, so I'll try and keep up the pace with it, but also building on the idea that this is very much a collaborative effort, and all of our efforts in science really are. So a lot of thanks to everyone from this Working Group 1 that has provided comments, and our conversations are constantly feeding our thoughts on this chapter. And thanks to ChatGPT for, after yesterday we were thinking about new titles for the book, and I threw it into a new title for the chapter without discussing it with our co-authors yet. But we're trying to think about the normative foundations around paid parental leave in relation to sustainability and justice. So it's changed a lot since the original title, also because of the feedback that we've received on the chapter, which makes maybe some of my thinking also a bit mixed in terms of what I'm saying. For those of you that don't really remember about the cost action and what it's really on, it's trying to advance and disseminate research and knowledge about why paid parental leave is so significant when we think about the social sustainability of our societies. And in particular, for Working Group 1, we're really trying to think about how we can systematize the research that we all do as a network, employing this social sustainability lens. And I guess we don't have to argue it with this group because there's a broad consensus that paid parental leave is necessary. It has added value for children, for parents, for our societies and economies. And the global growth that we've seen of paid parental leave schemes, also referring to the presentations this morning, spurred on by initiatives in Europe, for example, like the Work-Life Balance Directive, show us that this is really crucial. But at the same time, as Andrea was noting, the fact that care crises are entangled with this larger poly crisis, we need to actually reflect on paid parental leave from this broader perspective. So what we're trying to do then in our chapter is then to question and explore the normative foundations of paid parental leave. And when we talk about the normative foundations, we're in essence saying, what is it aiming to do? Who is it aiming to help? How and why? Because whether this is explicit or implicit, as a policy scholar, we always know that policymakers have a certain idea of behavior in mind, whether they actually put that there or not. So we kind of look at 3 different aspects in the chapter. We start by just thinking, what are the normative foundations of paid parental leave policy? And if we see paid parental leave policy in its broader entanglement with other forms of policies, in a welfare state, other forms of social policy, are these foundations that are there actually broad enough to encompass sustainability goals? Or must we think of expanding the normative foundations? And then, but what does this actually look like, both in theory and in practice? And this is the difficult part, but we'll spend some time thinking about this. So now, clearly, the normative foundations of paid parental leave are very much intertwined with other leave forms, maternity leave, paternity leave. And so they're grounded in beliefs of gender equality, equal distributions of burdens and benefits of having a child. But we have to remember that when we're thinking about this, these policies really are not value neutral. So if it's aiming to achieve gender equality, this is a particular value and normative belief, how individuals can and should act, policymakers wanting to shape behavior. And if we think about paid parental leave, we can see, for example, with the Swedish example, where it really starts and gets built with this idea of distributing the burdens and benefits of care equally across parents. There's a lot of significant cross-country variation. All of our research shows this. So we have such variation in terms of the duration of leave, its generosity, flexibility, eligibility, and all of these things, which then tells us that the normative foundations of gender equality aren't the only one. There's really a plurality of normative foundations for paid parental leave. And we look through a number of examples in the chapter, drawing on our own research and our own experiences. But we can see, for example, that in a lot of countries, it's about supporting caregiving and care receiving, both for parents and for children. It can be about decommodification and women's employment in particular. It can be about fertility, as Anne-Sophie was talking about. It might aim to increase social inclusion or for redistribution. And in many cases, what we're seeing is combinations of gender equality on the one hand, but also allowing for choice, as was discussed very much this morning, and we see also in the Dutch case where I'm usually writing from. So what we end up then seeing is that if we look critically at paid parental leave and its normative foundations, despite this strong normative foundation in gender equality, we know that mothers take the majority of leave, right? So we still see that to date, paid parental leave has only been moderately successful as a gender equality measure. And we get these concurrent normative foundations. So for example, economic productivity and paid work, it means that a lot of the parental leaves that are there remain unpaid, resulting in this very gendered uptake. And a lot of the most recent scholarship talks a lot about the inequality in access to paid parental leave for various groups. For example, when we have non-standard forms of employment or eligibility, things like 12 months of employment before you can access a benefit. So then what you end up seeing then is an uneven eligibility and uptake that highlights potentially some limits to paid parental leave for supporting aims of gender equality or gender justice, and potentially also sustainability. So, in short, how the normative foundations of paid parental leave are embedded beyond gender equality arguments, how this translates into the design of paid parental leave and the resulting outcomes, all matter for how we aim to achieve gender equality and gender justice in practice. So then, how do we connect that to sustainability? And this has been a really interesting thing, and we're still struggling with a lot of this in the chapter, but I'm really enjoying this process together. So if we take an approach to sustainability, this broader one, that's interweaving aspects of social, economic, and ecological dimensions, what would that mean for our research, for paid parental leave research? But what does it also mean for the design of paid parental leave policies? So what would it mean to actually expand the normative foundations of paid parental leave that focus strongly on gender equality in both paid and unpaid work to try and include these issues of ecological sustainability or social or economic sustainability? Well, then arguably we'd have to consider whether research and policies on environmental or ecological matters can be expanded to include the issues we look at, care and gender equality, that are inherent to so much of paid parental leave policies. So what we try and do is actually connect and bridge a number of different research traditions. So if we think about, on the one hand, sustainability scholarship, but also social policy scholarship, because the four of us as authors are all drawing on our expertise around social policies, paid parental leave policies, etc. And in the social policy literature, there's also a lot of attention for environmental or ecological concerns. If we bridge that with our paid parental leave scholarship, what we see is that on the one hand, as noted by the previous three presenters, the sustainability research has really shifted to include these broad social, economic, and ecological dimensions. But for us as scholars, we have yet to explore this ecological dimension. On the other hand, if we look at the social policy research, over 20 years, so in 2022, we produced a book to celebrate Espenet, and this is a chapter from Hvinden and Schoyen in there. 20 years of research on social policy about environmental and ecological issues. It's there. It's a growing thing. Max Koch's work, Ian Goff. But scant attention for things like care, both in terms of paid and unpaid work, gender equality and inequality in relation to environmental issues, but also issues around intergenerational and reproductive aspects of sustainability. Now, any of you studying these things in relation to social policy know, yes, that's exactly it. We know that these emissions reflect a broader historical trend, right, in welfare state analysis that really was only disrupted by a lot of feminist scholars several decades ago who brought attention to gender and family issues in welfare state and social policy research. But at the same time, it's really important for us, and we try to highlight this in the chapter, that care and gender equalities are also there in relation to climate change and the ecological dimensions of sustainability, and that this is being addressed, as Andrea pointed out, by UN reports and a number of other feminist scholars, for example. Let's see. So we're not necessarily coming up with a lot of answers. Instead, we're asking a lot of different questions. So if we want to connect this sustainability perspective, so this broader interweaving social, economic, and ecological approach, together with this social policy research that's looking at environmental and ecological perspectives, with our paid parental leave research, a lot of our questions are, for example, if we were to expand paid parental leave's normative foundations to include ecological concerns, I'm American, I can start shouting really loudly. I feel like I'm at home. Our neighbors have been doing all this work on their upstairs, so I feel right at home very much. If we expand this, one of the key questions we've thought about is, can we actually consider and address multiple forms of inequality simultaneously? So, for example, not just gender inequalities, but also inequalities around socioeconomic position or intergenerational inequalities, or maybe how care-related gender inequalities might relate to more general care and environmental or ecological inequalities. We could also think about how the impact of paid parental leave might differ in terms of inequalities when we think about it from the perspective of a child versus the perspective of a parent. Can we then bring those two together in a more relational form? But we can also think about whether or not an approach to sustainability that entangles these three aspects, the social, the economic, and the ecological, would that necessarily challenge what's happening in a lot of social policy narratives, which tend to kind of try and challenge the narrative centered on economic growth, for example, with degrowth, which I'll speak about in a moment. On the opposite side, if we expand the scope of sustainability to actually include care and gender issues in relation to parental leave, what does that look like? And might it actually help us offer a critical perspective on what's been termed the work-welfare nexus, which I'll also explain in a moment, which might help us challenge degrowth or post-growth reasoning within the social policy research and where PPL is often embedded. So in the chapter, what we then do is try and think about these questions along two key lines. The first is to say, well, let's look at these environmental, ecological, and sustainability concerns from a paid parental leave perspective. That I'll talk a bit more about. The part we're struggling with, which I think as a panel we all are, can we expand the normative foundations of paid parental leave to include environmental and sustainability concerns? So in respect to the first one, we know that gendered critiques have been front and center, right, to social policy and welfare state research over the last decades. But much of these critiques have not made their way into social policy research on environmental and ecological issues. So what we end up is this discussion of male breadwinner models. Welfare states were developed, centered on old social risks related to sickness, disability, and old age, providing protection against the male breadwinner and his family from losing their wage. So the emphasis is on economic growth through paid employment, which is what Max Koch has termed the work-welfare nexus, right? So it's this idea of that, on the one hand, we need economic growth to maintain the welfare state. That economic growth happens through paid employment, and the welfare state is there to protect and provide welfare against the loss of that wage for families. We know that there's been a lot of shifts in this, but thinking about the environmental and ecological side of things, and I'm apologizing, I think that it's a bit difficult to read with the white, but hopefully you can. Coming from this side of the scholarship, the sustainability things, so scholars like Max Koch and others have argued that we need to go for degrowth or post-growth, right? We need to counter this historically dominant work-welfare nexus to make sure that environmental and social concerns take priority over economic growth and paid work. Okay, interestingly enough, Max has developed this into, and I know Max well, so I'm looking forward to him commenting on our chapter in the coming weeks. But this idea of sustainable welfare is coming from this research, with the idea that we have all of these crises, primarily around the climate and issues of ecological natures, that's causing a rising level of inequality. So how do welfare states shift from this work-welfare nexus that focus on economic growth, paid employment, and protecting those wages, to one where, on the one hand, they can actually reduce a reliance on unsustainable industries while maintaining some kind of equitable distribution of public provision? So can we shift from one to the other? But when we think about this, this argumentation really raises a lot of issues if we take a perspective of gender and care. So we're not going to deny the existence of a work-welfare nexus. It's been there. But the primary focus of so much of those first decades of welfare state analysis ignored all of the gender issues, as pointed out by scholars like Ruth Lister, Jane Lewis, Ilona Osner, primarily focusing on the role of the state in relation to that paid employment and income protection. So this ignored a lot of the reproductive work going on, mainly done by women, and refused to acknowledge its essential role in making that formal economy possible. So clearly, in a lot of the literature that developed in response to this, gender of care have been placed front and center. We know, based on that amazing literature, and it's continuing to still grow, welfare states shape care. They shape the recognition of the care, the extent to which we value care, both in terms of paid and unpaid work, and their relationality. But welfare states and the work-welfare nexus fail to account for this potential impact on gender equality, particularly in terms of care, who's caring, and how it's happening. So if we want to shift away from that work-welfare nexus, what does that mean for gender and care? And interestingly, it's been great having Andrea now on the chapter, and she's helping to point out a lot of the decolonial perspectives that build on the degrowth and post-growth arguments, where they're saying we can prioritize gender equality and gender justice in the restitution of unpaid care work, community work, and ecological work. So this is in contrast to most social policy research on the environmental and ecological issues. So then, in relation to paid parental leave, if we think about social policy degrowth or post-growth, it's telling us, okay, we could shift from the work-welfare nexus to something that is more sustainable, but it seems to suggest that we do this by only considering the public space without reference to what's happening in the private sphere. And our argument in the chapter is then that this risks worsening women's position and gender inequality by ignoring care, both that which happens in terms of unpaid work as well as in the care work sector and their relationalities. But all of our work shows that paid parental leave isn't perfect either, right? So paid parental leave is one way of trying to get more men, for example, actively involved in care, with potential positive implications for men's involvement in the paid care work sector. But this also requires female labor market participation and tends to emphasize this paid work and care binary. And what we see then is, to date, is it's not really clear how degrowth might happen without actually regressing our gender equality aims that are so foundational to paid parental leave. So if and when degrowth is put into practice, if we're not going to pay attention to the gender imbalances in paid work and care, our scholarship as a network would suggest it's basically going to encourage women to stay at home and once again take up primary responsibility for caring. So we're trying to then think about how do we move towards more transformative and sustainable paid parental leave. And this is the difficult part, and we've received some really great comments from colleagues in the work group that we're trying to then rework the chapter. But basically, our thinking is along the lines, if we were to broaden the normative foundations of paid parental leave to include sustainability in this broad sense, then we must be willing to question the dominant foundations of paid parental leave and question that work-welfare nexus to allow us to have alternative normative foundations. But obviously, this is really challenging in relation to paid parental leave, particularly when we're trying to move from this really abstract conceptual idea to, well, then what does that actually look like in practice? So what we're doing in the last section of the book and trying to think about the tensions that this might bring up are thinking about potential ways of changing paid parental leave. So for example, Anne-Sophie has been working on this idea, could we consider paid parental leave with a replacement rate higher than 100%? So thinking about the Swedish example where it's an 80% replacement rate, could you increase that to 110%, which kind of moves around the work of collective agreements that normally bring it to about 90%. But what would this look like? Does this increase inequalities between those who are working and those who aren't, but maybe address some other inequalities, right? So can we think about that? What tensions does it arise, but might it contribute to a more sustainable thinking of paid parental leave? But also thinking to Andrea's comment, could we consider a collective paid parental leave? Who does this advantage? Who does this disadvantage? So we've seen this morning some discussions about the Ukraine and Lithuania where it was Lithuania where you can transfer the leave to different people, grandparents, etc., Sweden as well. This might have advantages, for example, for single parents, but maybe it's disadvantaging others. So what does this mean in terms of our relationalities and our thinking? But also this idea of a life course-based leave, the long-term solution. Can we think about paid parental leave not just in terms of children, but also children with disabilities or other additional care needs at different points across the life course? Can we think about things like ART technologies and things like this, or leave for parents who are dealing with attempts that don't work when trying to get pregnant, right? And recognition of the care required in that, even if people are not successful in having children. So what we're trying to do then is just acknowledge the tensions in these practical examples when we're relating paid parental leave to these broader sustainability goals. And we're really just trying to do that with a lot of thinking and a lot of working and talking. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
So I'm so grateful to Cost Funding for enabling this range of creative ideas that the four presentations have shared with us today. I mean, it's just incredible. You know, the slow reading has created such rich thinking. And, you know, we are in a global reframing and maybe reframing, but crisis. And I was reflecting on the uncertainties, for instance, for young men and boys that we are observing now. And this is having resonance for them, these themes that you've been raising. We've talked about the 3 R's. What about the 3 A's and the M? Alison, Anne-Sophie and Andrea with Mara. And we probably need to address in our questions degrowth, which is a really scary, I would say, idea. Pillars are strong, protective. Spiders' webs are fragile, possibly. So I know they're strong, but they're also, I'm just thinking about the comparative. We need, yeah. So please, we've only got a short time before lunch, but can we start questioning? Yes, and just say again who you are and where you're from. Thank you. Again, thank you so much, colleagues. Fabulous.
Hi, I'm Odilia from Swedish Chamber, so not academic background, but I wanted to ask Anne-Sophie, you mentioned in your presentation that we usually see this parental leave as in chronological order, as we finish studies, then we go to work, then we take parental leave, then we come back to work. And you said that it could be not that case. Do you see it as individual level, or is it a tendency in Sweden?
You have a lot of postponement of childbearing, but you also have childbearing before you have worked before. So you have a large proportion of especially women using the parental leave on this flat rate, so you haven't worked before. So this is, it's not, I think when the parental leave in Sweden was introduced in the 70s, you encouraged us all to do it in this way, but it's not really working as an encouragement for all the whole population anymore. And can't find a job, or because they don't want to work before, or you want to study and you want to have children at different times. Also, for example, a point of that is that you have a large proportion of parents, student parents. More diversity now.
Lady in the blue, please, and then, yeah. Sorry, could you say who you are? Thank you.
Yes, Alexandra Heron from Sydney with Marion. I just wondered if Andrea and Mara, or one of them, would extend on the idea of the sort of, what I think Andrea said, the new imaginary of extending or transferring care leaves. And I'd also just quite like to quickly add that, like lots of countries, Australia has paid jury service leave, and that I think is a really good basis for understanding how community service can perhaps be extended.
Thank you. Let's collect a few questions. That was really, really helpful observation of a different form.
But I just wonder about extending how Mara and Andrea are thinking of extending and transferring care leaves and parental care leaves. And
Okay, thank you. Can you hold that just till we have another question? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Johanna Fischer. I'm from the University of Bremen in Germany. Thanks for all these very interesting conceptual considerations. I have, I think, two questions. One is for Mara from the last presentation, and I was actually wondering if work-centered societies or kind of capitalist market economies are not also the normative foundation of care leave. I mean, you brought it in later, but I think it's important to maybe name it explicitly also as because otherwise you wouldn't need this kind of leave if work is not the norm that everybody should fulfill, and how you think about this or how you bring it in the chapter. And then I was very interested about the ecological perspective, and I think it's very difficult for concrete policy fields always to make it then very explicit. And I was wondering generally, but maybe mostly for who was talking about it? I think you were talking about it, the ecological, very explicit ecological connections. I mean, beyond this care leave for broader ecological things you see when connecting it to parental leave, really, how you deal with that. Or which kind of points of connection you see.
One more question, and then we'll return to speakers, please, from the room. Thank you.
So this is
Could you say where you're from?
Oh, sorry. My name is Yeva. I'm from University College Dublin. So this is kind of a question for all the speakers, so anyone can answer. So I'm thinking about these perspectives, and I think they're great. My concern is, how would you engage with the dominant discourses about the competitiveness, especially in Europe? Politicians, businesses are concerned with increasing productivity, and how would you how would you challenge that and present a case for, expanding parental leave in different ways for different groups, when we see that it's already difficult to expand the parental leave to make it gender equal, right? Thank you.
Okay, so we have question from Australia, Germany, and Ireland in the room. Can I just invite the speakers to reflect on some of those? Thank you. Yeah.
So maybe just to clarify, these are really great questions that help us with our thinking. Starting with you, maybe, I think we don't really have a concrete necessarily way of doing it. We're asking a lot of questions in the chapter to think about what tensions would that bring up. So if we want to extend the leave to other people or extend the duration of the leave within a given historical, social, and cultural and economic context of a particular country, what might that look like? So I don't think we have any clear-cut answers on that, but that also, I think, addresses your question, which is that we're not saying, so we do talk about, the captain saying, well, I think to bring it up earlier in the chapter, we do talk about the clear-cut context for each of the countries that we're talking about, that in order to understand these normative foundations, we can't disconnect them from these unique historical, cultural, social, and economic contexts. and capitalist productive economies are a big part of that. So thank you for that comment. I think in terms of how to engage with these dominant discourses, it's interesting because I've been making notes throughout this morning, and I was actually really triggered by Anne-Sophie's chapter where she talks about uncertainty. I picked up Judith Butler's Who's Afraid of Gender when we were all last in London a few weeks ago to work on the chapter. And although I might not agree with everything she's writing in the book, she talks about the gender backlash that we're currently witnessing, right, and the pushback. And she actually says it's a way of dealing with this uncertainty, that for certain groups in our societies, it's easier to push back against the gender diversity arguments that are there than to potentially deal with the uncertainties that we're facing on a daily basis. And so I was making some notes on this, just thinking about this, that if this is it, how do we consider this when we're trying to make our arguments? And I don't think we could ignore the concerns that there are and the gender backlash. And I think that if we want to be successful in our thought experiments, we actually need to consider the potential critique of this thought experiment. I've just been writing this down. So we're not only trying to push for gender equality, we're also trying to push for sustainability. Well, that makes us a big target, right? So I think we need to actually preventatively think about our thought experiment. How can we make this non-threatening to people's current ways of lives, given the uncertainty that we face and the multiple problems at the same time? You could pessimistically say there's no point in thinking about how this thought experiment would be viewed by others, but I think the presentations from this morning on the Lithuanian model show how important it is to consider the diversity of public opinion on these leaves and what that means when we're trying to actually incorporate a broader view on sustainability.
Yeah, so I'll just be quick.
We are tight on time, so we just go around the speakers, and then I'm afraid we're going to have to close. Yeah, Andrea.
So, is it working out?
It's working now, yeah. I think we need long-term thinking on this, and so we're living, if you look at a lot of the countries in the world, including the neighboring country to mine, in Canada, the United States, who wants to annex us and turn us into real estate. So these are not arguments that I'm bringing to the government. Even I have contacts in the government. I'm not bringing these arguments to the government now, but I do think we need to start thinking this way so that we think about the economy and the ecological worlds. It is so costly when there's an ecological disaster. It's billions of dollars. And so if we start rethinking how we think about the social, the economic, and the ecological in a way that starts from the positioning, and Indigenous people have argued this for centuries, that we are ecological beings. It changes things, but it's going to be a long-term project. But I still think that I'm at a point in my career, as Peter, I still think we need to put these ideas out there, because what we learned from this morning in the Lithuanian session, and from Sweden, it takes time. So it may take another half century, but I think that we don't have a lot of time if we think about climate change. It is rapidly affecting every part of, and climate change is just one part. There's 6 dimensions to ecological preservation. So I just think as care scholars, we need to think about it. And so certainly I wouldn't introduce it now in my country, but I just think that I'm going to continue to write about it and hope that there are moments that there are openings.
So, Anne-Sophie and Alison,
yes,
could you just reflect just quickly? I'm sorry about the timing. Yeah.
So, when you think of sustainability and the whole thing of thinking about the future and not having fertility and the next generation, caring for the next generation, so to not have that in the center, it's crazy, right? That is sustainability. So in a way, it's very, very, very strange that this has not been done before. And I think that, well, before economy, before all these other things, that is at the center. It has to be at the center, right? The next generation, whether we have a next generation and how to care for the next generation. So I think starting with that very kind of basic idea, or not idea, just, reflection about reality, will make us shift this whole focus and how we think about it and how we think about parental leave in relation to that and so on. So that's what we're trying to do. And it's not easy because the sustainability concept is really put up in a different way or defined in a different way. But defining it like this, I think, will make us think. That's one way of making us think about how to do this in a coherent and practical way in the future. But it's not really done yet, so we're starting.
Just to have the last word to build. These are 4 chapters of 20. So there are many other colleagues, some of them in the room, who are also contributing to this effort, and it's a beginning. So it's very exciting. So we really started with, well, what's sustainability about 18 months ago? So and this is where we're up to now. So. It's really exciting, but it's the beginning. It's the beginning of how we do this, and then we get back to the practical issues of how we pay for it all, etc., etc. Yeah, thank you.
So the book will be published in 2026. We have
It will be published.
Reminding colleagues, we have a big conference in Prague for cost action. Indeed, I won't say what's happening for the network, but that will be in the middle of the year. And if the book's not ready, proofs will be out there, I hope. And it just shows really the nurturing quality of our international parental leave network that we've created, funding for cost to imagine these future possibilities. And at the same time, we need, as you were saying, conversations in the here and now with our politicians, as well as imagining future possibilities. And so it's so good to have representation from a Lithuanian government here in the room. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, lunch.
Okay, so to kick off the afternoon session, we have a lovely set of papers. We've also had some small shifts in that. So we have a total of 5 papers in this session. And given that we have 5 papers, I thought it might be nice to make sure that if there's questions for clarification, that we allow for that space. So I'm asking each presenter to present for a maximum of 15 minutes. I am a bit of a taskmaster, so I will start to raise my hand if you start going over too much, just to try and keep us to time. But then about 5 minutes for 1 to 2 questions of clarification, and then that leaves us space to have a bigger discussion with each other towards the end. So, unfortunately, Jochen is not here, so he will not be presenting on the Unequal Beginnings paper, and we'll be starting, I'll just go through the papers that we have. Alica Dimitrova and Tatiana Kotseva will be here to present their paper on post-leave job-related security in Bulgaria with the 2 other co-authors there that they can pronounce those names for you if they'd like. And then I've not been practicing this one enough. Next, we have then Sigtuna Harinho. Sorry. Parental leave in portfolio careers versus traditional careers, exploring the individual and gendered risks of substitutability. And then colleague and friend Gudni Björk Eidal, Austis Arnolds, Ingolfur Gislason on whether or not longer paid parental leave translates into more equal work and care by looking at the case of Iceland. Then we have Susie Morrissey looking at leave policies and pensions and how caring can cost you in later life. And last but not least, Cristina Castellano-Serrano, what factors influence fathers' use of paid parental leave without overlapping it with the mother and thinking about solo care in Spain. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Alica and Tatiana to kick us off with the case of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mara. Good afternoon, everybody. So I will start the presentation of our joint work. First speaking, the topic of our presentation is post-leave job-related security, orientations, practices, and pathways toward parental leave in Bulgaria. So first I will speak briefly about literature review and briefly about the social context in the country, and then the presentation will be continued by my colleague Alica, who will present the main results and the main conclusions from our empirical study. So first, briefly about research overview. There are different perspectives. First, from the perspective of women's post-leave employment, there are different findings, for instance, from the European Institute for Gender Equality, that says that shorter parental leave may have the potential to reshape traditional gender roles, or a long duration of leave usually adversely affects a woman's career and pay when women return to work. Parental leave arrangements are also interrelated with gender equality. Greater flexibility and higher payment levels may have a positive effect on fathers' uptake of the leave, reducing also gender care gap and improving work-life balance for women. Returning to work is also very much related to the level of childcare services in the country. Because the availability of such services can contribute to the reduction not only of the gender gaps in employment, but also they can facilitate women's re-entry, fast re-entry into the labor market. From the perspective of work-life balance and women's mental health, there are also a mixture of different findings. For instance, there are studies showing that mothers often report tensions between work and care, family-to-work conflict, and overload, especially if they breastfeed. Combining motherhood with employment after parental leave may be a source of stress and anxiety, especially for women with, let's say, higher qualification. The process of reintegration depends on the family-related culture and support programs at workplace, possibilities of flexi-time arrangements, part-time or telework. And some other authors mention some benefits, of longer parental leave, since it allows women to care for and breastfeed. And last, from the perspective of these different paths to return to work, there are a lot of studies who say that this pattern is not a standard, and there is a heterogeneity in these transitions. So some women do not return to their job afterwards because they leave the company. Other women return to part-time work during maternity leave, which is often a stepping stone but not guarantee for a return to job afterwards. And also another situation, having a next child is also a factor influencing women's re-entry into the labor market. And many studies say that there are dependencies related to women's education, tenure or work experience, previous promotions, etc. So let me briefly speak or describe the parental leave policy situation in Bulgaria, speaking mainly about leave that is taken mainly by mothers. So there are, let's say, two stages. The first one is the so-called maternity leave. Women are entitled to 410 days with 90% of compensation of the average insured income received over the 24 months preceding the leave. And the next stage is the leave, the so-called parental leave, which is for the second year of the child, and it is compensated as a flat rate benefit of 400 euros per month for all eligible parents, regardless of their prior income. Concerning eligibility, we could say that there is a wide range of women who are eligible to take parental and maternity leave, including not only biological parents, but self-employed women, adoptive parents, and foster parents. So as in, I think in most countries, especially in Eastern Europe, maternity and parental leave are still primarily considered the mother's right, and transfer is possible only transfer to the father or to, let's say, to the grandfather or grandmother is possible only at the request of the mother. Maternity leave is almost universally taken by women, while parental leave, so the leave for the second year, is slightly lower used by women. And in order to understand the results from our empirical survey, it is useful to mention other aspects of the social context in the country. For instance, concerning the availability of nurseries, there is a very low enrollment rate in nurseries in the country, 18% in 2023. As I already said, one of the reasons is limited availability, especially in the capital. The other very important reason is the low trust of parents in the quality of care, especially in the state-run nurseries. And, of course, the availability of this generous 2-year parental and maternity leave. Concerning the situation of employment on the labor market, we in Bulgaria, there is a very low level of part-time work for women, As you see, only less or even only 3% or even less than 3% of women are engaged in part-time work. Of course, there are different reasons, but I'll skip this. And the other very important factor that might influence and have a great impact on women's returning to a job after the end of the leave is the so-called informal or gray economy. So it's a very high percentage in the country. About 30% of the GDP is coming from this informal economy. And what does it mean for women, especially who are taking most parental leave? That they are usually, all these women who are working in this gray economy, they are not insured at their real salaries, but they are insured at the minimum, or some of them are, do not have any insurance, so they are not eligible for different kinds of care leaves or parental leaves. So we came to this contradiction that at the policy level, we really have a very high level of eligibility of women to different types of leave, but on the practice level, we have some groups of women who do not appreciate these types of leave. They try to interrupt the leaves and return back to their jobs or just find new jobs. So these are the aim and research questions stemming from our social context. So the aim of our study is to explore post-leave job-related security orientation practices and pathways after parental leave ending. Our research questions concern the factors associated with earlier return to work, which are groups of women who feel more certain about returning to paid work or starting a new job, which social groups of mothers feel more often discriminated at work, and which social groups of women feel anxious to take the so-called leave for sick child, which is also part of their rights. So now Elitsa will present the main results of our survey.
Elitsa, you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be quick. Just a few words about the survey that we used in order to study the post-leave job-related settings in Bulgaria. So we conducted, as part of a project financed by the National Science Fund, a survey on the factors associated with parental leave, also practices of discrimination, and also a variety of topics related to division of household work. For the present analysis, we used the sample of women, and in the study that I'm going to present very quickly, we applied descriptive statistical analysis and also logistic regression analysis. So basically, in this study, for the multivariate part, we focused on the factors associated with the earlier return to work, the interruption of the leave, and we run 2 sets of models. In the first set of models, we test the net effect of various sociodemographic characteristics such as number of children, parental partnership status, place of residence, mother's education, mother's employment status at childbirth, and father's employment characteristics. Also, income is controlled. And for the model about earlier return to work of women, we tested also an additional set of models in which we included an interaction effect between mother and father's education. In this study, we also focus on women's certainty in their decisions that they will start working again after the end of the leave, practices of discrimination at workplace, and also of mothers with young children, and also concerns and the practices related with employers' refusals for women to use the leave for a sick child. I'll skip the descriptive statistics and go directly to the multivariate analysis. So in this part of the study, as I mentioned, we explore the effect of different socio-demographic characteristics on the transfer, the interruption or the transfer of the parental leave. And we see from the results that women with 2 children are less likely to transfer the parental leave and return earlier to work compared to respondents with 1 child. Also, there is a significant effect of place of residence. In particular, women living in small residential places, small towns and villages are less likely to interrupt or transfer the leave compared to women living in big cities. The material status has also significant effect, in particular women who evaluate the material status of their families as low are more or less likely to interrupt the leave. Also, the results show that in case of fathers' unemployment or economic activity, there is also a higher likelihood that women would consider transferring or interrupting the leave and returning to work, to paid work, before the end of the leave. And additionally, we explore also the effect of some subjective characteristics and related to women's career orientations. The results from the study show that women who are more related to, who are more focused on their career, who have strong career orientations, are also more likely to not to use the whole leave, but to return earlier to work. The interaction effect that we included in the last model, it focuses on it's a combined effect basically between the employment status of parents about the employment characteristics of parents at birth shows that in case of father's unemployment, there is also a higher likelihood that a woman would consider returning earlier to work, transferring the leave, or instead working before the end of the leave. The second set of models that we applied in the present study focus on women's intentions to return to paid work. There's the degree of certainty that they show with respect to starting a job after the end of the leave, perceived discrimination and workplace, also women's concerns about taking a leave for a sick child, employers' refusals to take also the leave for a sick child. The results show that women with higher education have a higher degree of certainty about returning to work. Also, women who also high income of the household is a factor that women living in household with the monthly income above the average are also feel more certain that they would return earlier to work. With respect to discrimination, the results of the study show that in case of economic inactivity or unemployment before childbirth, women who were unemployed or economically inactive are more likely to report practices related to discrimination due to their care responsibilities. Also, mothers from high-income households are less likely to report practices of discrimination. With regard to women's anxieties to use the leave of a sick child, the results show that single mothers are a vulnerable group, and basically those women who do not have partner who raise their children alone are more likely to feel anxious to use the leave of a sick child. And also in case of, again, women who are not employed, were economically inactive at birth, are also more likely to feel anxious, to have some concerns about using the leave for a sick child. The practices of discrimination are presenting the factors associated with the practices of discrimination and refusal to use parental leave, and the results from this model show that basically highly educated women are more protected. They are less likely to report such kind of practices, and also women who live in high-income households also are less likely to report such practices related to refusal to use the leave for a sick child. So in Bulgaria, the arrangement of the parental leave provide women with the opportunity to use a long period of time to care for their children. It's relatively well paid in the first year. And also, what we see from the results of our study is that women still consider during the leave they look for a search for jobs, and also some of them, especially women who have stronger career orientations, do not want to use this long leave and prefer to return earlier to job to work. This leads to the conclusion that the current arrangements of the parental leave in Bulgaria should focus on the needs of different groups of women, because we see that there are differences also in the practices, in the concerns of women related to their jobs and the combination with the care responsibilities, and there is a strong variation based on income, on educational characteristics of women and their partners, and which is not addressed basically in the current policy in Bulgaria. Thank you very much.
So we've got time for just one question clarification. If someone has. Yes, Gerardo in the back.
Just one clarification question.
If you could wait for the microphone for the online.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. One clarification question would be how long as a mean take mothers maternity leave, and if you have some differentiation between groups who take longer and shorter periods of maternity leave. Thank you.
So just a very quick response to this one.
Well, I can say.
It's on.
Okay. I can say that maternity leave, so it's for the first year, is taken by almost 100% of women, if they are insured, if they have insurance. The whole year, yes, the whole year. So it's more than the whole year. It's 1 year and 2 months. But the second year is much less used, especially by women who are with higher education, because and with career orientations. So usually they, because we do not have real statistics, and a lot of women with very good qualification go back to their work, and they try to combine somehow their childcare with the work. And during this period, they can receive additional 50% of the leave. So they are somehow motivated to go back to work. Yeah.
Thank you, Tatiana and Elitsina, for this really ambitious paper. We will now switch over to the second speaker, Sigtona, who's going to be talking about parental leave in relation to portfolio careers versus organizational careers. I think they're just dealing with one minor technical difficulty, and then we will... It's all right? Great. Sigtona, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion on the screen. Okay, but I think I need to sit here. So, okay, so my presentation on understanding the gender substitutability cost of paid parental leave relates to the larger question of why and how paid parental leave contribute to the gender gap in career and wages in a gender equal and family-friendly society like Norway. And I relate here to 3 theoretical discussions. First, negative biases and stereotypes against mothers have long been a dominant explanation for the motherhood penalty. Experimental studies from many countries show that even when employers are presented with identical CVs, women with children are rated lower than men with children, both in survey experiments and in field studies with fake applications for real jobs. Thus, mothers are penalized through negative motherhood bias even when everything else is equal. Interestingly, similar studies in Scandinavia do not find such bias. But that's when mothers are presented as delivering the same amount of time and availability and demonstrating equivalent experience at the same age, despite pregnancy, children, parental leave, and caregiving responsibilities. So this indicates less employer bias, but not necessarily full gender equal practice. And in line with this, an overwhelming number of studies from Scandinavian countries show that while gender itself matters less over time, the impact of children and family on differences in wage and career development between women and men remains significant, particularly among highly educated individuals in the private sector working in time-consuming jobs. So, this leads us to how time-intensive work represents a key barrier to gender equality in the labor market. Golden focuses on substitutability, or lack thereof, and she argues that if it was easier for companies to substitute employees, jobs would demand less time and availability, and thereby narrowing the wage and career gap between women and men. We argue that parental leave illustrates the potential gendered risk of substitutability, or the risk of being replaced, and that a crucial point is to examine how the substitution is organized and structured, and the implication for mothers and fathers in different careers. And finally, our understanding of sustainable substitutability structures builds on Nancy Fraser's ideal for gender equity in the welfare state. So this is a bit different from the sustainability discussions earlier, but I still think it's relevant. According to Fraser, even though it's back now in 1994, the problem of the universal breadwinner model is not motherhood bias or double standard, but rather the fact that women are held to the same standard as men while constructing arrangements that prevent women with children to meet the standards due to actual differences in primary care work. In contrast, the caregiver parity model set up a double standard to accommodate gender differences in primary work and reducing poverty and increasing respect, but at the price of income inequality and potential marginalization in competitive professions. So Fraser's third alternative to actually reach gender equity in the post-industrial welfare state involves men doing their fair share of care work if men combined care and work to the same degree as women and institutions were redesigned, then maybe both income and time equality would increase. So, to more concrete explore how paid parental leave may operate as sustainable or unsustainable substitutability in this term, we will examine the short-term and long-term cost of paid parental leave in client-driven portfolio careers versus more organizational careers. And we do this within a family-friendly and gender-equal society. And we will discuss change and stagnation. First, Norway is, of course, as you know, repeatedly ranked as one of the most gender-equal and family-friendly countries in the world. And also finance, the case here, is actually gender-balanced as a whole, but it's also the industry with the largest gender differences in pay, especially when it comes to bonuses. And interestingly, women are now recruited into all these competitive client-driven portfolio careers, but they do not stay. Instead, they're found in organizational careers in back-office positions. And we will explore the role of parental leave in this pattern and use finance as a magnifying glass, because things are extremely clear in this industry, but it could happen in actually any type of jobs when you're actually operating as an individual actor on the market, even though you are employed. So, this paper draws on 3 rounds of interview studies from the finance industry, and we include both women and men working in portfolio careers. And here the most important relation is not the relation towards the employer or the organization, but directly towards client and the market. And we also have men and women in organizational careers, and here they are actually relating to their employer and their organization. And the first from 2019 includes interviewees from 5 major commercial banks and insurance companies. The second one focuses especially on the challenges within client-driven portfolio careers. And the last one from 2024 zoomed in on mothers and fathers who had a child born after 2019, because that's when the father's quota was extended to 15 weeks. So first of all, both men and women describe a big change in fathers' use of parental leave in finance. From actually being paid to avoid the quota, the father's quota is now something that all fathers do. It's the norm. Still, men's leave are much shorter, and more importantly, we need to take a look into when and how it's taken, because they are actually, this is very flexible work. And you don't have to be at the work to do the work. So I'm actually recommending that we should not only study how long people are taking leave or how it's in the register or in the statistics, we need to look at what they're actually doing. Because men are much often taking during summer holidays, especially in these kind of jobs, and spread out during the less demanding periods. And of course, women do not have the same opportunity for flexibility in timing of leave, due to birth, breastfeeding, and early parenting norms. And someone needs to care for the baby until kindergarten at age 1. In Norway, we have 49 weeks paid leave, 100%. But you cannot, it's very rare to get a place before age 1. And actually, having an au pair or an in-house nanny is not a morally accepted option at all, and from this year it's actually illegal. So it's a do-it-yourself country. But why do men take leave during summer? The interesting thing is that they explain, no, it's not due to the job, it's due to the clients. So this difference in between the job and the clients really indicate the importance of the individual actor operating on the market. So the reason I did it was I had so much to take care of that it was impossible to be away for 10 weeks without it having consequences for the clients. So it's more about protecting the clients and protecting the job. And because clients are on vacation during summer, it's easier. So father can take leave when it suits the clients, mothers take leave when the child arrives. So the father in the last quote, he referred to the 10 weeks quota. But, however, this practice is still going on among the most recent fathers with a 15 weeks quota. And interesting, also despite very strong normative support for the quota. So here is one asset manager explaining the father's quota, and the coercion is a really good political measure. I think everyone benefits from having their time with their kids, and I'm personally very glad that I've done it, even though I cheated down the way. So we kind of adapted it, so much of my leave was during summer, because then there isn't much activity, and I can do what I needed to do for the big clients. And I think that's very important for my career development. Yes, very important that I didn't disconnect completely. So what do the mothers do? They cannot postpone their leave until summer. So they actually have to pay the costs. And the short-term consequence is a reduction in bonus. And because the way things are organized here, it could mean actually a 50% reduction of the income for that year. So she's explaining, now that I'm having a child and I'm on leave, I'm going to fall behind in terms of pay. I'm pretty much the same as the boys now, but it's clear that I will be shortened this year and then the next year. But interestingly, the reduction is not always linear because men have this shorter and client-adapted leave. They can also negotiate, so they can actually also keep their bonus. But maybe more important is that it's not only the short-term bonus, it's actually that you lose the main assets, that you actually lose what you live on. When you have this kind of client portfolio, the main asset is to build a client portfolio, and that takes time. And to get the really big clients who generate a lot of income, you need to work for years. So when you have a child and you go on maternity leave, you have to give your clients to colleagues so someone else can take care of them. That's what leave is about. Someone else will fix your job so you can stay home and take care of the baby. But you don't get these clients back. You have to start completely from scratch. If you have one child, you start from scratch. If you have two, you start from scratch again. Meanwhile, the men just keep moving up the whole time and you're back to zero. So if you go on maternity leave, you'll never achieve those clients and you will never go to the top of the pay scale. So we have had a lot of women who quit. Also, men acknowledge this challenge. But the clients are agents in this game too. As Fredrik explains, it's a classic one. You lose your portfolio, right? She had the coolest clients you can read about in the newspaper. But when a woman is gone between 6 and 9 months, yes, clients run elsewhere. And then it's a very difficult job to get back into this. So everything we do is actually fresh produce. You have to be there. You must nurture and serve the clients at all time. So what are the strategies in use to deal with this? Well, the men, they can postpone and minimize their leave, maybe not in the register and statistics, it looks great, but they just do it in ways that manage them to actually keep their assets. Women without this option may end up leaving the client-driven portfolio careers for an organizational career in back office or retail banking without this individual relations and bonuses. And here, the substitutability costs are much more paid by the organization and the states because everything here is much more collectively organized. But we do identify actually a third strategy among mothers who stay. And so they actually have to go from the extreme individualized organization to think more team. I've had 2 children in the last year, so I had to include others to meet the clients that I've taken the initiative to meet. The team benefits the clients, who actually gets a broader perspective and wider competence. So it's actually really good for business. And it makes it possible for the mother to go on leave, keep some contact, and then come back to them because it's still her or the team's clients. However, the costs are in total on the woman. As she explains, it makes it challenging to be a woman in that system because I only get 50 instead of 100% of that bonus. So it's very important, this individual collective organization, but it's only the mothers who have to deal with this challenge. Summing up, we do see a lot of change. Women do enter this kind of careers. And we see a generational shift. Work, family, and parental leave, no longer a women-only issue. And there's a big change from actually being paid to skip the quota to actually take 15 weeks of quota. And the ideals, the ideal is no longer to be old school finance man, it's actually to be an involved father. And after the pandemic, much less travel, more flexible work, easier to work from home. But still, few women stay in client-driven portfolio careers. Parental leave, much higher substitutability cost for women. It's just the cost of being replaced. Individual bonus structures reward short and client-adapted parental leave. And fathers adapt to the needs of the clients, mothers adapt to the needs of the baby. So the final conclusion, why do I conclude with, is it sustainable or unsustainable? Well, in client-driven portfolio careers, I conclude that it's more like unsustainable substitutability because it's very much linked to the universal breadwinner model. Women are held to the same standard as men while prevented to meet the standards because they have to go on actual leave, being offline, and this implies high risk of losing clients, projects, and bonus, both short-term and long-term. While fathers much shorter leave, and it's adjusted and not punished. But what about the organizational careers? Unfortunately, I didn't have time to show you this, but you just have to. This is much more you have to believe that this is more likely connected to the caregiver parity model. So here it's more a double standard to accommodate to the gender differences in primary care work. No individual bonuses or individual relations, and they actually experience that long leave is not such a big problem because there's not so much to lose. Much more family-friendly, still good jobs, but it's upholding the move because so many women move from these portfolio careers to these organizational careers. It's still upholding the gender-segregated labor market and the gender gap in careers and pay. And I also talk a lot about loss of work devotion, meaning and excitement, and loss of really great work relations. So is sustainable substitutability possible? The universal caregiving model involves men combining care career to the same degree as women. And it also implies that institutions probably need to redesign. And what we see is that one of the really big challenges here is the individualized actor operating directly on the market versus being actually a collective team to make both work and care more sustainable. But as long as this thing only is relevant for mothers who actually have to either move to a place where it's possible to be more collective or try to do it on a private initiative within these portfolio careers, as long as this, as men and fathers can just ignore this, it's still gendered costs. So what does it take for fathers to take their fair share of leave and thus share responsibility and rewards equally, instead of increasing the individual competition and upholding the gender gap in career and pay? Well, ideals, moral support, and shareable leave, and even a 15 weeks quota when it can be used flexible, when the child is in kindergarten or when the mother is at home, is not enough. Maybe 50-50 non-transferable quota for each parent? Hopefully, time will show.
Thank you, Sigtona, for this very thought-provoking presentation. We have time for 1 or 2 questions of clarification only. The more substantive ones we'll save for yes?
Just what do you mean that au pairs are illegal?
Well, it's not allowed to hire an au pair from 2025 in Norway. It is illegal.
So maybe there's a chance to discuss this more when we come into the panel as to what this means.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alexandra, one last question then for clarification.
Am I right in thinking that it's organisational?
It's for recording.
Am I right in thinking that portfolio careers have bonuses, but organisational ones don't?
Well, it could be one characteristics, but there are, of course, portfolio careers who don't really have these huge bonuses as they do have in finance. But the thing of portfolio careers is that you're building a portfolio even of clients, of projects. It could actually be, you can also find portfolio careers within academia, I guess. People trying to build their career, building their projects. So it's more about how individualized you're operating and the degree of individualized competition versus more organizational. But yeah, it's a longer discussion. But it's very typical in finance, and that's why it's generated from there.
Great. Thank you for that. Sigtuna, thanks once again. We will now switch over to Gudni, who is going to present on the Icelandic case and whether or not longer paid parental leave translates into more equal work and care. So we continue with the Scandinavian view, the Nordic view, I should say. Thank you.
Can I stand? Dear colleagues, nice to be with you. I'm afraid I have to start with a confession that we did not at all manage to do what we wanted to do to be able to answer this question. So I actually offered to withdraw, but the organizers thought it would be good to say something, so I will. And we will promise to do this next time if we will be accepted again. Oh. Yes, but then I'm in the way for the slide, so I think I stand here. Is it okay? Camera? Okay, so some of us did participate in this book project 2 years ago called Successful Public Policies in the Nordic Countries. And I thought it would maybe be refreshing, because we're always addressing social problems, to kind of just present shortly this framework, because there we are really scouting for success. So it's more positive than always thinking about the problems. And there has, as this quotation explains, there has been rather rare that we do this. So this is maybe something people would be interested in. And the framework looks like this. First you go through the programmatic assessment, then you go through process assessment, political assessment, and then temporal assessment, like looking into if the policies have been has endurance. And now I'm echoing. Is that okay for everyone? We had this seminar in Iceland, I have to tell you, and Anne-Sophie had to suffer through the worst echo you could ever imagine. And then the host of the meeting said, "Oh, just imagine you're in a cathedral." So we'll do that. So this is the framework. So I will talk accordingly about these issues and finalize by putting our conclusions into Nordic context. So in Iceland, we have this twofold aim of paid parental leave. And Anne-Sophie gave me this picture. It's actually a picture of Icelandic children sleeping outside, according to the source. We don't know if there are children in there, but we could guess. And we have this double aim to ensure children's care from both parents and help parents to reconcile work and care. It's as simple as that. And our program looks like this, historically. Originally, we had 3 + 3 + 3. And then it was gradually extended to 10 months, 4 + 4 + 2. And we ended up in 12 months in 2021. 6 + 6, but, there's always a but, isn't it? You can transfer 1.5 months to each other. So this is what we're trying to understand now. How has this all then affected everything? And just a few words about the scheme. It's, first of all, highly flexible. You can really choose how to use it. But the mothers are still obligated, or the person giving birth, you should say today, is obligated to take the first 2 weeks off. And both parents are entitled to leave totally regardless of the family situation. So, I mean, every parent, even though he or she does not live with the child, has this entitlement. Only in cases where there is a solo parent, he or she could take 12 months. And this applies to about 1% of all parents. We've just looked into it. And it's financed by an insurance levy, and it's universal for those who are out of labor market. Otherwise, you get 80% of your salaries. So if we look into these criteria in this framework, if these policies are successful, yes, 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 the answer is yes. So I won't go into that in any details because I'm looking at Mara now. But as
You've got a full 10, 11 minutes yet.
How many?
You've got 11 minutes yet, at least.
You don't know how many slides I have. So, back to program. Did the policies reach its dual aim to ensure children with this care from both parents and the possibilities to reconcile work and care? If we look at the take-up, and this is data that my colleague who is co-presenting but not here, unfortunately, Ásdís, has actually worked with for the Icelandic Birth Leave Fund. So you see in this picture, and you have to watch carefully, I'm not going to read all, that when we gave the first month to the fathers in 2001, can you see it? They got 39 days. And then when they got 3 months, they took 97 days. And then if you look to 2021, you see the increase when they get more. So it's similar to other Nordic countries. If you give fathers more days, they will use more days. It's not so complicated in our cases. And of course, the numbers for the 2 last years are preliminary, as you can use the entitlements for 2 years period. And then you have pretty much like you were describing, the green pillars are the mothers, and they take their entitlements, and then they take whatever is like available as joint. So the mothers still are taking much more than the fathers. And you see the percentages of fathers as a percentage of applications of mothers in the top line. And then you see a slight decrease during the economic crisis when we had to lower the roof of the payments. And then again, you see it in 2020. And why is that? Maybe that can be explained a little bit by this picture. You see here the cap on monthly benefits, like in like the real amounts. It's not indexed, sorry. So you see that during the crisis it was like really taken down, and it has gradually been increased, again restored, but it's nowhere near the pre-crisis level yet. So of course this is hard for especially high-income families. And this is the percentage of mothers that is hitting the roof. And unfortunately, this is so much more lower than the percentage of fathers that are hitting the roof. So obviously, this affects the possibilities of the families to survive the father's take-up, simply. I mean, it's kitchen table economy, right, all the time. And what maybe explains why it goes down in 2020 is this picture, because of course people don't take this decision in isolation. It's all about like what is happening in the economy. And this is the inflation in Iceland from 2020. And this is the interest rate. So I mean, young families are really paying 10% interest of their loans right now in an inflation time. So I think it's quite obvious what has been happening when the percentage goes down. Okay, what has happened then with this 6 week, 6+6, and this possibility of being able to transfer? We thought actually this would be a little bit different. We thought that the blue bar, who is those who do not transfer anything between mothers and fathers, we thought it would be lower. So it's actually, for us at least, a pleasant surprise to see that a quarter of the family sticks to the 6+6. And then few families or few mothers have actually transferred to fathers a bit of their weeks, which is maybe also a little bit surprising. But this seems to be like quite set in stone. So we have similar numbers for 2023 and 4, even though it's not like totally all the numbers in place. So this seems to be the pattern. And if we look at, just to mention this, because we are quite different from most other countries, as the high-income fathers, the blue line, they are taking less than the low-income fathers. So that's also something that we have not been able to maybe understand fully. And just, we cannot go into this in details, I guess, Mara. But here we see the percentage of receivers, according to origin, that receive flat rate benefits. And you see here for Iceland, it's like 6%. And this is the student, the gray, dark gray bar. And for North, Mid, and South Europe, it's about the same as Iceland. It's actually lower for Eastern Europe, and we have quite a big population from Eastern Europe in Iceland. And for other nations, it's quite much higher. So we really aim at look into how this intersects with all kinds of factors that might teach us more about why people cannot use this, what we call universal entitlement, in the same way, because they have their own like internal or external hindrances in applying the rights. And we also have been doing surveys, which you have seen often in this context, in this network. And we did this, what we call new survey in 2023. And the problem is that we have not been able to synchronize it yet with the data from the Birth Leave Fund. Long story, if anyone is interested, I will be at the coffee. But so we have not been able to do, as I said, everything that we wanted. But still, we know about the care, which we think is really important to also look into, as it tells more than only the statistics about the take-up. And this is simply how it was in the very beginning, before we had the law in 2000. And sorry, so many of you have seen this so often, but sorry. So the fathers are the bottom line, fathers caring like alone for the children from birth and until they reach the age of 3 by the end. Okay. And then we have this whole line, which is the percentage of parents that divided the care equally. And we have children, we have the mother who cared almost only for their child during daytime on the top. And then we did change the law, and this is what happened. Quite swiftly, you see the radical change in the care patterns. Nothing else was changing at the same time. It was just this law. And we repeated the survey for children born in 2009, and it continues to change. And it continues to change. So we've also, of course, studied all kinds of measurements on if it's really so that the fathers that do take more leave are caring more on, and we have different questions on this, on different measurements. And it's quite a clear pattern that if they take the leave, they get more involved in the care during the first 3 years. And then we did the new survey, and these are the children born in 2019. You can see it's kind of just continues, right? Nothing much changes, but it's increasing. And this is then children born in 2021. And it looks like the first two lines are just like quite similar. Still the pattern is changing. But look what's happening here with the fathers. So they are somehow getting more actively into the care alone earlier than in previous surveys. And this, of course, explains why this line is lower at the same time. You can't be at both places, right? So we didn't expect this. We're still learning, and we look forward to look into who are behind these numbers, what's happening. To be continued. Okay, so ... We believe that we fulfill all these requirements in this analytical framework for programmatic success. We see that the aim of the law is gradually being reached, but as you clearly see, the mothers are still doing the lion's share of the care. It's everywhere the same, no matter what we do. And we still have also problems with bridging the gap from the parental leave to preschool. It's mainly municipalities that run the preschools in Iceland, and they're very cheap, but there is more demand than placement for children between 1 and 2. So the parents need to bridge the gap. And how do you think that is done? Who is doing the bridging? There will be prizes for this question in coffee. Okay, endurance. Have the policies sustained over time? And will they sustain over time? Are we like, many people have asked me, is there a backlash? What's happening? Like worried. Why are we there? So I thought I'd ask you, who are these ladies? Anyone? Prime Minister? Here. Any more? Bishop of the Icelandic Church? Here. President? Here. Mayor of Reykjavik? Here. So I think we're going to be okay. Sorry, man, but I really think so. And I mean, this is happening all over society. I don't know what is in the water right now these years. So this is the newly elected rector at our university. These are, sorry, one man. These are the chiefs of the labor market organization. This is the commissioner-in-chief for the police. And these are the chairmen of the 3 political parties in government right now. So I really hope that we will be able to sustain and endure. And nothing bad will happen in Iceland. But of course, you could sleep well at night with those women in charge if you didn't have this global thing going on. So just to put our little case into context, you see that we all now in the Nordic countries, sorry if I'm stealing your thunder, Johanna or Ann-Sophie, we all have now more than a year or about a year, and we all have sustainable number of weeks for fathers, even Denmark. And we see in the numbers that this translates directly into take-up. And we expect Finland to take the spring now because they have increased their numbers of weeks radically and are even on the top right now in numbers. So this is how it works. But there's always a but, isn't it? This is maybe the line that we should be looking at, because even though we're not down to the levels that have been discussed here today, I mean, this is quite new reality for us. So we are also in this journey of going down with our fertility rates. I'm no expert on that. That's Ann-Sophie's domain. So I really hope that we will maybe in next conferences be able to discuss this more, because this is really a challenge for us all. So, am I okay?
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
So we have time for one or two quick questions of clarification, with many thanks to Gudni for this very interesting overview. Yes.
Thank you, Gudni. A very nice presentation. Just one quick question on the one of your points that the women are bridging the gap between end of the parental leave and then getting to the ECEC. Yeah, do women take unpaid leave then from work, or how do they organize it?
It differs, of course. But for most parts they stretch. They take part-time leave, they take holidays, they kind of, you know how it is with them. They make up solutions, while men are more like the men that you were describing, Sigtuna. I mean, they do their thing on the employer's terms, and they behave like accordingly. So, I mean, this we've shown this in articles that this is not working out for gender equality at all, and people are aware of that. The ladies in the picture are amending it, so, but it's hard.
One more question from Anna in the back. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you have the indicator for how many days or which proportion of the leave do men, in fact, take it together to the mother as double days? I think they named like that in Sweden.
Yeah, this is a popular question from Spain. Christina has almost been threatening us to look into this, and there is no data that we will be able to see how exactly it is. We've told Christina again and again and again that it works like this, that usually you don't share because you have to bridge the gap. So you stretch, you don't pile your days together, even though you could, in theory, take all the leave together and just throw the child in the garbage can after 6 months. I mean, who would do that? So you need to stretch. So usually, the usual pattern is that the father takes 2 or 3 weeks after birth, even though we don't have this like use or lose kind of program for that. We don't have the paternity leave. And then the father comes in either with the mother or like alone later in the process. So to be sharing, we've seen that among certain groups. For example, it's more, it's a little bit popular among Polish parents. So they often go, as we've understood in qualitative interviews, they often do this journey to like do family in Poland. They present the child, the newborn, to the extended family, so they stay there for weeks. So then the parents do this together, but that's like an exception. Maybe a few rich parents go like do a world tour or something. That's also an exception. That's not like normal pattern.
Thank you very much for that, Gudni. So next, keeping us going, Susie Morrissey on leave policies and pensions and how caring can cost you later in life.
Thanks. So yeah, I'm going to take you to a different part of the world. So yeah, kia ora koutou, hello everyone. We're going to talk about New Zealand now, but I haven't made such the big trip here today because I'm currently living and working in the UK. So with potential apologies in advance to the UK, real UK people, I'm doing a offer a case study, and I can only hope that I've got it right. So why would I be wanting to talk about caring now and in the future? So I want to talk about pulling on some of the themes that people were talking about this morning, taking this long-term perspective with respect to parental leave. We've talked about how it impacts income and bonuses and such things within your working life, and now I'm going to talk about what it might mean in retirement. Because I work for the Pensions Policy Institute in the UK. So the gender pensions gap is quite large in New Zealand, as you can see, and it's quite large in the UK as well. And the global average is also quite large. So it feels like this is a relevant conversation to be having, and understanding how leave plays, or paid leave and unpaid leave play a role in this difference in later life. so yeah, like I said, I'm going to use these two countries, one of which I know better than the other, as a case study. So I'm going to look at paid parental leave, the sort of classic parental leave. My thought was that I would look at all the other different types of paid leave that there might be for caring, and very quickly realised, in fact, there aren't all these other types of leaves. So it's a narrower story than I intended to tell, but that means I can tell it in a little more depth. And then I'll have to give you a little introduction to the pension systems in both countries, and then I'll bring it together and show how it interacts both in terms of your eligibility for a state pension and for what Europeans might think of as workplace pensions, and those of us from farther afield might think of as private pensions. So to start with, on common ground, the things we know about the most, the parental leave schemes in New Zealand. So away with you and your big numbers for Iceland, and let's get back to 26 weeks, sadly. And that's been the result of a number of changes over recent years. When we had a female Prime Minister, that got us up to 26 weeks, such heady days. But that's where we are, and it doesn't look like expanding past that anytime soon. It's paid at wage replacement, but at a really low cap, so it's effectively below minimum full-time wages. Not a dissimilar story to other local countries, to New Zealand. And there is a chance to take it up to a year of being out of paid work, but that second period of 26 weeks would be unpaid. So and since I wrote this, they've scrapped that Best Start payment, so sadly. So New Zealand, really pretty simple paid parental leave scheme. We were one of the last people to bring ours in 2002, and yeah, we haven't taken guidance from all of our friends from around the world, sadly. And the UK, looking at that, it's sort of not really much of a different story either. The key thing, I guess, in the UK, though, is that it's maternity leave, statutory maternity leave. When I rocked up in the UK and started work there, I started using parental leave and started asking why people were talking about maternity leave, and it took me a while to get my head around the fact this was actually maternity leave and it wasn't parental leave. I was kind of a bit shocked by that. So as you can see, it goes on for a bit longer, but still the generosity isn't exactly there. And obviously it's called maternity leave, so the usage is in the name there. There is then this shared parental leave, so a chance for the fathers to come into the care role, but it's the rates of payment are not generous. And the awesome thing about this organisation, the annual report, one of the units, brilliant to be able to look at that and always quote the research and to see that, that we know for parental leave, we know that it needs to paternal leave, we know that it needs to be generous, we know that it needs to be individualised and all of these kind of things, which, is not what we have here. So no paid paternal leave in New Zealand whatsoever, and there's opportunity in the UK for sharing, but quite limited. And so here's my slide that I thought was going to be really big, and it's now just this big. So there really isn't many other forms of paid leave. As someone who's currently experiencing life as a carer for elder parent, I was thinking that there'd be much more of this elder care recognition, and now I realise it's not quite the case. So in New Zealand, you can negotiate leave without pay, but that's very much kind of more on a days here and there basis, not for periods of time, and not to adjust your role to acknowledge that you also have a care responsibility, for example. And similarly in the UK, you do get this period of unpaid carers leave, but it's really small, and you just get to have a little bit. And anyone who's got parents that they've cared for in later life knows that 1 week every 12 months isn't really going to cut it. So instead, I decided to look at what happens if you're a stay-at-home parent or you're an official kind of carer where you're actually getting a carer's allowance, and that usually speaks more to looking after either people with a disability or older people, but in more of that's your full-time role kind of thing. So that's what I'm going to look at. But first, as I said, if I'm going to tie this all back to the pension system at the end, I'm going to need to tell you a little bit about the pension systems in both countries. So starting with Aotearoa, so we have what is considered a reasonably classical kind of, well, using the classical 3 tiers, we can see what we've got. So we have the first tier, which relates to poverty alleviation and is generally like some form of old age state pension. So we have that in New Zealand. It's non-contributory, so you don't have to have done or paid anything in particular to receive this state pension. There are some eligibility requirements, but they relate to your time that you have resided in the country. So no financial contributions required to get super. It's generous by some standards because it's fixed to median earnings. It's a percentage of average median earnings. So it's generous by some standards, but obviously it depends on what your pre-retirement earnings were, how much of a replacement rate that's going to offer you. And then we don't have what Europeans would think of as workplace pensions in New Zealand, but we have something that looks a bit like it. It's called KiwiSaver. It's private, but there are mechanisms for you to contribute to it through your wages. And if you do, then your employer has to contribute something as well. So, but it's a very low 3+3 rate. So you do get private pensions at the end of your working life. But yes, with a essentially 6% contribution rate, it's probably not going to be that much. And then in the UK, so we have a state pension as well, but this is contributory. You do have to have paid the necessary, you have to have a number of contributing years whereby you've paid national insurance or you receive credits for those years because you've been doing one of a specified list of other things. And we'll get on to whether or not parental leave is one of those. I don't want to give it all away because that's a couple of slides away. So contributory state pension. Not based, the base amount is not linked to average earnings, but the uprating, the uplifting inflation adjustment that they do every year is quite generous. Complicated, happy to talk about it, but generous. And then they do have workplace pensions in the UK in that European way, so we're familiar with those. People are contributing to those. They used to be they used to reflect your previous earnings, called DB schemes. Now, unless you're in the public sector, you don't have those. You have defined contribution schemes. So the ones that look more like the workplace the ones that you're more used to in the rest of Europe, I think. So they're based on what you put in rather than what you were earning at the time. So again, percentages, but higher percentages in the UK. They vary, but 8% is not uncommon. And then we have Tier 3 in the UK, so private pensions that you could be paying into additionally if you had disposable income, or also in a weirdly complicated way, some of those workplace pensions become private pensions once you leave that job. Again, happy to talk about that. So bring them together and what do we get? So if you went unpaid parental leave in New Zealand, it would have no impact on your state pension because I said it's non-contributory. If you go on parental leave in the UK, again, no impact because being on parental leave is one of that list of things that I said you could be doing and you would get a deemed contributory year. So this is a change that happened a few years ago. In the past, as you might expect, you didn't get recognition for that, and so you did have women that weren't having enough contributory years to have a full state pension, but we have had the changes a number of years ago that started to recognise unpaid work. So being on parental leave, being on carer, even in fact being in receipt of universal credit, which is something you would receive if you're unemployed and looking for work. So a number of things that actually recognise unpaid work contributions, so that's quite fantastic. So that's the state pension kind of arm. And then those workplace pensions. So during paid parental leave, your employer doesn't have to make contributions into your KiwiSaver, and you probably aren't either. So it was the case that you were probably not making contributions during that time, but in a couple of budgets ago, they made a change such that if you do keep up your repayments, then instead of the employer paying their employer contribution, the government will pay the employer contribution. But as I said, the big if at the front there was if you can afford it. And like I said, the parental leave payments are effectively below minimum wage, and so you probably can't afford it. Yes, Peter? No, there's not a... No, okay. So it is possible to keep contributions up, but you probably aren't. And in the UK, you do get the employer contributions. So less of a fiscal impact there. And then the private pensions, probably you're not you generally don't have discretionary funds at that point, so you're probably not contributing to those. And so here's that other one where I was trying to think about those other types of leave that you might be on, other caring care leave that you might be taking. Like I said, I didn't really find much care leave. So I looked at what would happen if you were a stay-at-home parent. And again, like I say, in New Zealand, no impact because state pension's non-contributory, but you're unlikely to be getting any KiwiSaver or any private pensions. In the UK, and that's the same whether you're a carer or you're on that period of unpaid leave, either immediately after a child or at any other time. In the UK, like I said, had those changes a while ago that recognises unpaid work. So you get a contributory year that will add to your calculation for state pension. So if you're a stay-at-home parent, you do get that. You get a carer's credit. If you're your carer, it's just a different route to get to the same place. You still get the recognition. See, I've got two pairs of glasses, and so either I can put a pair of glasses on and I can see all of you, or I can see the screen, and I just mostly know what's on the screen, and every so often I can't quite read it. But yeah, so in the last one, the unpaid carers leave, again, if it's deemed carers leave, you are getting that recognition from those unpaid work changes, but you're probably not getting anything else. So I think with the gender pensions gap, even though I, for a long time was focused on parental leave, I have to recognise that the gender pensions gap only is partly represented by parental leave, because obviously it's a relatively short period of time, especially in the jurisdictions that I've been working in. So I think it's important to kind of recognise that there are other elements. So obviously the gender pay gap is a factor here. And in the New Zealand and the UK, they're around the same kind of 7 and 8%. Take up of parental leave, who's taking it? It's less than 1% in New Zealand take it, and that's because it's so, it's still so short, and it's so ill paid, and there are cultural and social norms, obviously. So it's not really something that's taken up in New Zealand. I didn't really have any data for the other leave one, so I'm just going to have left that. This is the real key, is the part-time work. So similar kind of levels of women with children working part-time in both countries. And so obviously that period of part-time work can last for a long time, and obviously that's going to have a big impact. And all of these add up to the gender pensions gap numbers that I mentioned at the beginning of like 35% and 25%. But I think it's important, because I'm I'm not an academic, I'm a policy wonk. So for me, it's always important to recognise that there are a number of players in this, and you can't always be pointing at the government all of the time, although governments have very important roles to play. But there are other agents and agents of change, potential agents of change. So employers obviously have roles here in terms of how they support their staff to take leave, how they pay their staff, how they hire staff, how they promote staff. So all of, thinking about that gender pay gap in particular, and the usage of leave. So employers have got a huge amount that they're able to do by themselves. Yes, government, and then in some jurisdictions, less powerful union representation in New Zealand now, but nonetheless, union and representative groups still have that role to play. And so that's for the gender pay gap. And then, as I say, that this applies for all of them, that we've got different players here. And then talking about individuals, and we've acknowledged that, you know, social and cultural norms are still alive and well and restricting fathers from getting involved in the care of their children. So I think you know, that the last part on there is kind of, again, touching on that finance piece. The pensions industry itself has got kind of things that it can be doing, and challenging the ways that it's thinking about later life, because often, you know, as we know in any area, if you've had one experience of life, i.e. a continuous paid work, then that's what you're kind of assuming of your savings patterns of your customers, which may not be the case for half the population. And then similarly, the differences in later life for women, you know, we live longer, right? So we've got longer retirement on average. So we've got actually a longer retirement to fund, and we live alone for longer in general as part of that. So actually, you know, the savings part and the spending part of pensions is completely gendered. And so there's a challenge there for the industry to recognise that in the advice that they give. So going to the fantastic report, I thought I should flick through and see what I could find in the annual report about pensions. And some countries kind of specifically mention pension contributions and some didn't. So I just kind of went through and found the things that I thought were a bit interesting and a bit different. So I'm not sure what representatives we have in the room, so hopefully I've read your section correctly. Forgive me any errors are all mine, of course. So it would seem that most countries, you're kind of getting state pension contributions or whatever, of whatever type, financial or credits or whatever. But it was interesting to see that one country, it appeared that some of those contributions were coming from employers rather than the state, if I've quoted them correctly. Some made a differentiation between employed and non-employed parents and how they were covered. And then a couple seemed to have additional sort of that maternalistic type kind of policies where they'd actually given women, or mothers specifically, not just women, given mothers something extra. So whether that was an extra amount in my reading of Spain, or earlier pension access in my reading of Russia. So, and then workplace pensions, you know, generally you're not getting contributions, but that kind of, I understand that if you accept the responsibilities for later life fall outside of employers, but it's a difficult one to think about. And unpaid leave, generally not getting the things I've pulled out in the report were that sometimes we treat self-employed people differently, and that often happens in these type of welfare leave provisions, so that's not particularly unusual. So that's what I found out from their report. So really, yeah, the summary is simply that we've got this big gender pensions gap. It's not all about parental leave, but some of it is. And so I thought, you know, it might be a good challenge for the group just to say, hey, what's this like in your country? What does it mean for state pensions? What does it mean for workplace pensions? Is this something that you need to be looking at? So yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So we have space for one or two quick questions here for clarification. Marion.
Thank you, and thanks, Susie. This is an area we haven't paid a lot of attention to, but it's a really important one if we think of the gender pay gap overall and lifetime earnings, and then, as you say, retirement earnings. Is it possible, in your lovely policy knowledge and sort of wizardry with figures, is it possible to calculate how the retirement savings gaps would close if the same payment was made through all periods of leave for women in each country?
I think someone with better financial wizardry than me could definitely do that, yes. I mean, you'd have to make a bunch of assumptions, as you always do, about investment growth. But yeah, absolutely, because we already model, I mean, even the pensions schemes, even your super
statement at the end of the year has got your projected balance at X dates. And so what they're doing there is modelling growth. So yeah, we could absolutely kind of model how much you kind of lost out from taking that time. Yeah, and that would be fascinating. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Galine from Austria. In Austria, there is a pension splitting between parents. However, it's not obligatory, and it's more women who do so. It's a small proportion, it's more women who do so, and it's more or less to share parenting tasks in the future. However, in my view, it's a kind of giving state duty to individuals and especially to married couples. So I think there is, I'm ambivalent regarding pension splitting. However, at the moment in Austria, I would be happy if it's obligatory, although I'm ambitious and I would be interested in your opinion.
Yeah, so I'm assuming when you say pension splitting, you mean a classic stereotype that a husband would pay some pension contributions for the wife because they are looking after the child. Yeah.
But it's more women.
Yeah. So we talk, before we had the opportunity for KiwiSaver to be paid at all during parental leave, one of the policy recommendations that we put out at the Retirement Commission was the idea that a man could be making pension contributions into his wife's KiwiSaver account. It happened really very rarely, but the option was there to do it. And this is again where other agents come in, because this is often facilitated through a workplace. You would kind of need the man to discuss it with their employer and for them to be doing it, and so it's kind of you can find a few barriers to what you might want to be able to do quite simply. But this idea of kind of intra-family recognition, it's always fascinating, isn't it? Intra-household kind of recognition. So yeah, I'm interested and surprised about women making it, but I think it is worth considering that you can make contributions yourselves. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for this. We'd like to give the full time now to our final speaker, Christina. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, for me, it has been quite useful to be after all these presentations, because in fact, in Spain, we have done a parental leave reform like 4 years ago, I would say. And one of the inspirations of that reform was the Icelandic country, so having that in mind is very useful. First of all, I think that, as we know, the paid parental leave design has to do everything with the use. So actually, we are very happy because in Spain we have been fighting for data for at least 15 years, and last year we got the possibility to access to the administrative data from the Social Security. So now we can talk not only with survey data, but also with real figures. But before going to the data, some of you already know very well the design, but just to have in mind, we have a shorter leave than in the Nordic countries. Mothers have 16 weeks, more or less 4 months, and fathers used to have nothing. Then they have 2 weeks from 2007. And in 2019, there was prepared a reform in 3 years' time. So from 2021 on, both fathers and mothers have the same time. It's not only about the time, but about the characteristics of that time. In Spain, the paid parental leave is well paid. I mean, it's well paid. It is 100% paid, and the gap is quite high. More than about 90% of workers who receive the parental leave are totally paid by the parental leave. So even it's higher than 100% because there is a tax refund. So actually you are getting more money when you are on parental leave than when you are working. So actually this is a quite useful incentive. Men and women basically take it all. The 16 weeks are non-transferable, so there is a quota or 50-50%. So basically, each parent has the same time. If they use it, they can care, and they will get the money. If they don't use it, they will lose it. And so everything that, I mean, in that design, it has been learned from Nordic countries, basically. So it's non-transferable, well-paid, and if we want gender equality, we need to provide equality. So that's why it's 16 weeks. But, of course, there is a but. And one can think that if we used to have 16 weeks for the mother, and now we have also 16 weeks for the father, the kids are going to be cared for by about 32 weeks. But that is not how it is designed. In Spain, fathers and mothers are forced to be together the 6 first weeks, and the other 10 weeks there are incentives in the law, so it's quite easier to take it all together the 16 weeks. So basically, most of the parents are taking together the whole paid parental leave. So basically, mothers are in a similar position than before. But again, this is just part of the parental leave system. It has been very useful also, all this discussion about terminology, because in the literature it may call paid parental leave, but the current name of in Spanish is birth and childbirth leave. This change of name, it happened also in 2019, and it comes from maternity to paternity leave to this the gender name. But there are other leaves that people can use, and that actually mothers use them, and fathers not so much. So basically we see more mothers than fathers caring, more mothers caring alone than fathers. But I put just the picture so you have in mind the kind of policies that you can use. You can use unpaid part-time leave until your kids are 12 years old. You can, I mean, so there are many, many ways in which mothers can be out of the labor market without getting any kind of payment and taking care of their kids. So this is basically a very general picture of the situation and I didn't put it yet, but in Spain we don't have a universal right to go to child care centers, education centers from kids up to 3 years old. So there is a care gap there that, of course, mothers cover. So I don't know if you remember the first graphic, but it was exactly the same. I mean, so actually, fathers are following the design of the law. These are real figures. They are the average number of days that mothers and fathers are using over the time. And we can see that in the very moment that they got 2 weeks, they started to use it. When they got 4 weeks, they got it. 5 weeks, they got it. 8, 12, and 16. So basically, the average time is the same for fathers and mothers, just 3 days less. And it keeps going on. I mean, we have updated all the data because we know that, I mean, we love data. So the most updated is always useful. And from 21 to now, basically, they are using everything. But again, the eligibility is an issue. You have to have been working in a formal, regular work, paying Social Security over 6 months before the birth or the adoption, so you can get the paid parental leave. So basically, these are basically, if we don't know for sure the number of parents who are eligible, but we assume that if you have been working over the year that your kid has been born, you are going to have the rights. Basically, these are the figures. So men don't used to use all the parental leave, and there was kind of a gap of higher than 10%, but now basically all the parents that have the right, they use the leave. So when, the next figures, we are going to talk only about the parents who are using parental leave or have the right to use. So we have to have in mind that there is 1/3 of mothers who don't receive any kind of paid parental leave and 1/4 of fathers who don't receive any parental leave, and that is a very big issue. So, Goodney were telling that about 80% of fathers were using paid parental leave. In Spain, it's about 90%. It's even higher than in the Nordic countries, and this is not something spontaneous. It's that we have learned from those that become before. Basically, there's less than 5% of fathers who are just using the mandatory part, that is 6 weeks. Fathers and mothers have a mandatory 6 weeks that they have to use, and it's a way of, basically a way of protecting workers. So we can see that there is an increase in the percentage of fathers using paid parental leave. Basically, fathers and mothers, all of them, are using the whole number of weeks that they are available to. But, of course, here comes the but. Most of the parents are using it everything from the very beginning. So more than 50% of the parents are using the 16 weeks at the same time that the mothers. So when the mothers finish their parental leave, they don't have an option, let's say. So for them to return to their jobs, nothing have changed. It's true that men are more responsible for care now, but as helpers. This morning, that was kind of some sentences that I say, oh, it's exactly what I'm going to say. Like, they are becoming helpers if the mother is there and the father is there. When we do the interviews and so, they are helpers. So less than 20% of these 75% of men are really creating an identity of caregivers, and they are doing solo care, they are getting responsibility of the care, they are learning how to care, so it's just a minority. Most of the fathers in Spain do not care alone, so it's very, very difficult to change gender roles. Basically, as it looks, it's like, this is the mothers take the parental leave in a row, and then they put together holidays, they put together breastfeeding leave that now has changed its name, they put whatever kind of resources they have to extend the time. So mothers are out of the labor market between 4 months and 6 months, more or less, except those that also ask for unpaid parental leave, that they go about 1 year or so, and some of them even longer. But fathers stay alone in a very low proportion. So with this picture and the figures that are very, very sticky, we have been kind of analyzing with different statistical methods. And if we don't change anything in our design, fathers who are actually doing solo care are going to be a minority for decades. So the gender roles are not going to change, the caregiver roles and identities within fathers are not going to increase and are going not to change worker organizations, cultures, etc. So it's needed a change in the design of paid parental leave so men get involved in care. In addition, of course, there is this thing about income. In the thing that I was saying, that in the design of the law there are incentives to use it together, is because there is no guarantee for the worker to split the paid parental leave as they want in the first 12 months, but they have to negotiate with the employer. So those who have a better position in the labor market, they can split it more because they have stronger positions. So those in the higher part of the society, like with the economic replacement, they are getting more part, like 10 weeks after the mother comes back to their job. So those who have more resources because they have higher income are those who can actually split the parental leave and take care for their kids at home longer. And actually they are entering in higher proportions in education, in the education system. So actually there is a material effect very far out, very spread in both paid parental leave and education system. So here we come to I think that the most interesting part, this was only to put the numbers of how it's doing it in Spain, but actually what we wanted to know from many, many years ago is like, how can we improve our position and actually how it compares with other countries. This is a very similar graphic than the one that Gudni has put before, but we have introduced Spain in that figures. It was impossible to do that a couple of years ago, and now we have that, and we are very, very happy about it. But this graphic, it looks much better than it's in reality, when you walk around in Spain, you don't see more men than women actually taking care of their kids. So we thought, okay, this graphic is lovely, but it's not representing what's going on in our society and in our economy and in our companies. Gender pay gap is still very high. Let's see further, let's see how we can improve indicators. So we have been using, well, I didn't say at the very beginning, I just put her name. I've been doing this work with Adela Recio, that is a wonderful statistician. And we have been working a lot with the labor force survey. I'm an economist, so I came from the labor market, the labor economic part, and this is the kind of survey that I love. Are you okay? So even looking at that, it looks much similar to reality, because actually there are more mothers than fathers in Spain taking care of the baby. I mean, this is in a period of time of reference, this is the number of fathers and mothers that are using paternity, maternity, or parental leave. So it happens now that in Spain we have a higher proportion of fathers than in any other country. This is very, very unusual, especially when you read the literature. In the Nordic countries are always there. We are never there because we are a Mediterranean country, and nobody is expecting that a Mediterranean country can do something like that. But actually, we know the other figures, and we're starting to think about how the European directive on work-life balance may have influence on that, and we wanted especially to know what was going on with the solo care, as Anna was asking before, because we knew that this figure, I mean, is not as positive as we may think. And this is the result in Spain. Basically, half of the parents are taking care of their kids, well, in parental leave at the same time than mothers. We knew that from the Social Security statistics, but actually we can compare now with other European countries. And I think that this is very, very useful in terms of learning what kind of design for paid parental leave is useful in terms of gender equality and in terms of efficiency of public resources, no? Because if you are using double days all the time, actually in a society where there are so scarce resources for care, actually you are not doing well your job. So we saw that as the transferable problem for the parental leave system comes from the Nordic countries. I mean, they create such an innovative policy in the 70s, and then the quota in the 90s, and they keep going and create it. But there were problems, of course, when you create something and innovate, there are always problems to go there. So this time the problem comes from the south. The simultaneous use of parental leave is happening in Spain a lot, but it's also happening in other countries. It's also happening in Germany. It's happening in many, many countries around Europe. So it's not only, at the beginning we were thought that Spanish was a very weird case, a rare case, that is mandatory 6 weeks at the same time. That is not something that is happening in any other country, but actually it happens in different ways. So I think that we really need to think about it. We really need to think how to improve the design. The work-life balance is not addressing this, and the Barcelona targets are not addressing either, and they are not addressing together the systematic problem. So we need to think further on that. And I think that Spain has to do a reform of the paid parental leave, and if the policy makers decide to do it better, they will reduce the part that people have to be together. I mean, it will depend on the particular cases, and kids could be able to be cared of at their homes for almost a year if they do their job properly. So we are hoping that the paid parental leave can help to improve sustainability in our society, because we think that everybody should be a caregiver, and to do that, parenthood is an extremely challenging period, and in challenging periods is when you actually change. So paid parental leave can help fathers and men in general to get into a caregiver to others, to the planet, to themselves much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christina, for giving us lots more to think about. We have space for a question. Peter?
Thank you. Could you just tell me the table you showed, or the diagram on use of parental leave and equal opportunity in Europe? What is the source of that material?
The Labour Force Survey.
The
Labour Force Survey.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Space for one more question?
Actually, all
the
the
Labour Force Survey from Europe.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
sure. Marion?
It just there.
But I wanted to check. Sorry, Mara. Is this general questions or just?
You can have one more. We have space. We only have 5 minutes left in this session because
Okay.
we've taken quite a bit of space for each
All right.
presentation. So if you'd like to ask one question, go ahead and make it a substantive one if you'd like. It's 15:15. No, I have here that we end at. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at it wrong. You're right. Then we do have time.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think this is a really interesting presentation, and it raises one of the design features that has been puzzling us in Australia, and it is. And when I showed that graph the other day at a meeting, many countries are moving to these longer portions of leave that can be shared by either parent, but we don't always know what the details of the policy is when you just look at the graph. But given the results you have presented, and then you ended with the comment about will the politicians make a change or reform the system, would you, as a researcher, and knowing what you do about the labour market in Spain, would you recommend that they don't allow parents to share the 16 weeks?
Oh, absolutely. I think that is actually when we have been researching and doing interviews, for example, with human resources responsible people and so on, all the stuff, they say that fathers and mothers have the same parental leave is a thing to actually reduce the discrimination in the labor market. So basically, I think that this design has been possible because in Spain, paid parental leave for mothers is short, and then you need to create more parental leave. In other countries, if the mother got already 1 year, there is a path dependency. It's very difficult, as you were saying before, like if you got 1 year, then you reduce it to 6 months. But actually, if you have 4 months and the father has 4 months, at least in your imagination, you can actually care for your kid 8 months. And it's quite a different to be at home with 8 months or 10 months than with 4 months. So actually, it's absolutely needed. And in terms of gender equality for the labor market, it's really needed. And in terms for the health of the mothers, it's kind of happening. I mean, like we are covering the conventions and the health issues. So it's just you need to think how to include men. So the care gap is not only about what women do, but also what men do. That I think that is. Women, we have changed a lot the last century, and we have been in paid work, but we need men to get into their homes and in the care. And I will absolutely recommend not to go to non-transferable leave. Yeah.
Great. Thanks very much for that, Christina, and thank you very much for this really great presentation. Well, I'm going to move so we have space for everyone before we start going into questions that everyone has a chance to. So if I could actually ask all of the presenters to come up to the front for the last 15 minutes of the panel. So if one of you, or if yes?
Question over here?
We don't really have the space because we've tried to keep it free for everyone. So we have 15 minutes. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So we've had 5 presentations, just as a reminder, from the Bulgarian team, Iceland, Spain, Norway, and the UK, New Zealand. Can I ask one of you to step up there as well? So if we could take some time to take a couple of questions and try and get a conversation going. I mean, I think the theme of the panel has been on gender effects on paid and unpaid work. We've learned a lot. So there's space now for questions. So Margaret, if you'd like to ask your question, you may. But I'd also like to see a spread of questions for all of the authors here and the presenters.
really enjoyed all the papers. Thank you very much. Just want to ask about this problem that you seem to have with men sharing leave with their partners. And I'd like to see the evidence behind that statement. What is so difficult about sharing leave between the couple in a context, for instance, a Nordic context, where there's more generous leave? I can see that in the Spanish context, there's less possibility to stretch because it's so short. But I mean, I know it's better than before, but what is, I mean, the evidence, I'm looking for the evidence for what's so important for solo care. I mean, I wrote a book with Karen Wall about this, and we were very upfront that the evidence needs to be developed. There were case studies in different countries, but we're running with this idea that solo care is one of the only important mechanism for engaging fathers' involvement in family life. So I'm just being provocative, Christine, because I love the work. But what's so problematic about care?
Okay, so just wait. We'll take a couple of questions, because I actually think maybe multiple people standing there would love to take a bit at that question. Other questions for the panel? Gerardo, and then Anne-Sophie was first. So first, Anne-Sophie in the back. Sorry, first Anne-Sophie, yeah.
Thank you. So thanks all of you, really interesting. And I think it's so interesting in comparing the Nordic, well, presented by Aslan in this case, because Sigtuna is presenting a very specific group of fathers, I think, compared to the Bulgarian and the Spanish case. And I think the timing of when you do things are so important. And really for Iceland, you see the kind of consequence of a leave reform that you would like, right? Because it's starting small and increasing, and then you see fathers increasing with that. Whereas both Bulgaria and Spain, you had this enormous revolutionary reforms. And I'm just considering, so, and then you have the problems with fathers neither taking up in Bulgaria or taking up, but maybe not doing the solo care or being responsible in the way that we want. But I wonder what will happen over time in Bulgaria and Spain. Are you going to become like more and more use the policy as it was expected to or aimed to, even though you did not, you introduced it in another way? So can you expect that? Or I think you both, in a way, indicating or at least fearing that you will be stuck with the very traditional roles because that's at the start. But maybe we're too fast in making that conclusion. I don't know. I would love to hear what you say about that.
Okay, and then on to Gerardo, and then we'll give the panel a chance to answer.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for all presentation. Me as Pedro as responsible from the cost action terminology work group, I wanted to make you aware about the heterogeneity of terms that have been used while presenting the data referring to very different policy circumstances. In that sense, we began with mostly maternity leave and some period afterwards, which was called parental leave. Then we used, there was a use of parental leave as it is in Norway, which is another concept, finishing by Spain, which what was referred in reality was the name in Spain, which is used in Spain, and which is translated into English because it is a birth leave about which Christina was telling us the success of the reform in Spain. And well, it was very suggesting to translate this into paid parental leave. So I want only to stress that when we are presenting results and suggesting that specific policy designs influence in some way or in another, we hardly can make comparison because in every case the reality behind the analysis is different.
Okay, so we've had some very provocative questions for the panel. So please feel free, even if it wasn't entirely directed at you, to say something about these issues around shared caring, the terminology that we use for leave, and Anne-Sophie's point about maybe it takes a bit of time before we see the actual effects of this. Who'd like to start?
Maybe I will start with a brief reply to Anne-Sophie's question about sharing parental leave in Bulgaria. So the percentage of fathers who take parental leave is less than 1. So it's just nothing. Although we have this reform as in Lithuania in 2022, we have this additional 2-month leave for parents, for just especially for fathers, but at the same time the percentage is the same, less than 1. So the reasons are at many levels, so we can speak about, I think one of the main obstacles is at the cultural level. So the breadwinner model is very, very strong, and these are not only men who support and who are realizing this model, but these are their wives or their partners who are supporting this model. So women, because we asked in this survey a question about what are the main reasons for not taking paternal leave, and both women and men have the same reasons. So they say that one of the main barrier is financial situation. And the second, it's cultural stereotypes and all these things that men are not so skillful and not so capable to raise a child. So this is just on this cultural level, although there are some other barriers like in the workplaces, because there is a lot of stigmatization from the part of the employers and colleagues who are just mocking all these fathers who are taking leave. So that's why it's really not an optimistic situation, but probably with the new generations there will be some changes. We conducted some in-depth interviews among few fathers who took this type of paternal leave, and they are mostly from this IT sector. So they had this opportunity to be at home, to have their paid work, and at the same time to look after their children or their child. So this is this mixture between care and paid work. But this is just an exception, because the general situation is like this one. It's very, very traditional.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to tackle this? Good.
Yeah, I think this is just such an interesting topic that you're raising, Anne-Sophie. Like, why are similar programs received so differently? This is what we've all been struggling with, I mean, all the time. And I think maybe we are facing new opportunities to work with bigger data sets. I mean, now we have the artificial intelligence, so we could throw in like all these variables, like really try to map this better. What happens? We have these cultural factors, economical factors, historical factors, and now we can really play with it. So I hope you will do it. You're the best of us, I think, in that respect. Well, Margaret, you wrote the book. You know it, but at the same time, I think this experiment that you're doing in Spain, accidentally, I expect. I don't think it was the intention that this would be like this. It's really exciting for social pedagogical reasons. I mean, what will happen in these families who are doing parenting together for 4 months, right? I think it's amazing. Will they be better parents? Will they divorce more or less? I mean, what will happen? And you have such a unique opportunity to study this. but please abolish this. I mean, it's such a waste of money. You have to pay for all the warfare and what's going on, and can you afford this? It must be really expensive in terms of labor market, like, yeah, for all obvious reasons, Margaret. So what was the third? Yeah, the concept, yeah, okay.
Yeah, shareable leave. We've had shareable leave since we've had parental leave in New Zealand. It's always been fully shareable. And like I said, less than 1% of that leave is taken by fathers. So even though there's no structural barriers to fathers taking it, so you're into socio-cultural barriers which you can't obviously see or you can't touch, but you can see barriers because the men not taking it up.
I would just like to comment on the question from Margaret on taking leave together and linking it to the concept of substitutability or replaceability, another word for that, because however, while it's wonderful to being on leave together, and if you have the economy to it, people are traveling, having a wonderful time, being on vacation, enjoying life. But I think there is a challenge because when mothers typically have to be on leave alone because of the care gap, so they really have this extremely strong experience of being absolutely irreplaceable for the child, but also very replaceable for work. But if fathers are going to just stay home and sharing care, being the helper, then they will never have the same experience. They will have the option of being irreplaceable at work if that's important to them or their type of work. And they will still not really be that at home. And also I would like to mention one thing that's problematic with the Norwegian system is that you can actually have a child in full-time kindergarten and also be on leave. So you're actually sharing the care with the kindergarten. And that's also not having the experience of actually being the irreplaceable one for this baby. So I think at least it is a challenge, even though it could be nice.
Yeah, and I think that about the shareable part, it's just, it could be, I mean, it's much easier to take care for a baby if you are the two parents together, that's for sure. But when the kid needs to be cared and you have to come back to work, actually it does anything to do if the father stays there and you come back to work, that if there is nothing there. So I think that even if it's really enjoyable, I mean, I'm really biased in terms of efficient resource, efficient use of scarce resources. So we really need. And I think that it's a must for gender equality. I mean, if fathers are not taking care, being responsible, they don't even can get what does it mean being the main caregiver. And when you interview them, it makes a total difference. It has been amazing interviewing fathers and mothers over this period, and those who have been caring alone provide absolutely different answers than those who have not. And for mothers, it's basically they act as main caregivers, no matter if they are alone or together, but for fathers, it's a change maker. And I think that we need to do something to improve the number of fathers who are introducing caregiver identity as part of their own identity. And I think that actually it's not only a decision for the couple, it has enormous external effects. So when kids, the other day I was reading, kids that has been cared by their fathers when they were in the daddy quotas, years later, only the boys changed their way in which they are introducing in more female-dominated and care sectors. They have less gender stereotypes. So actually it works in the long term. I totally agree with Anne-Sophie that this is having huge implications in Spanish society, but you cannot see it tomorrow. I mean, it's going to take many, many years. I always think about the graphic that Gudni has presented, like 15 years later, you can still see some of the consequences of our reform. So I think that, I'm very positive about the reform, but I love data, and I think that evidence needs to be provided so policies can be improved. So regarding terminology, even if I love parental leave in English, it doesn't make any sense in Spanish. So I think that we try to use the data that, I mean, like in the labor force survey, they are using paternity, maternity, and parental leave, so you can put it all together, because actually people don't care about the name so much, maybe to use it, but what they are on leave, they know that they are on leave. You are asking, do you have a word? Yes, I have it, I don't have it. Are you on leave? Yes, I am, I'm not. But they don't care about what's exactly the name on the leave. At least it's how we feel about it. Thanks.
Okay, I'd like to wrap up. I know that there's lots to keep talking about. And actually, as chair of this panel, I was trying to think about what connects all of these really great presentations. And I think what it's telling us is that a lot about paid parental leave and policy design, that design matters, right? That it's changing care patterns among parents in some countries, which is increasing gender equality, but at the same time, the gender inequality remains in much of paid and unpaid work and very persistent in both the short term, in terms of care patterns and return to work, as well as long term for career development, for later in life pensions. And we're seeing this actually across these really multiple country contexts. I mean, we've got Bulgaria, Spain, Iceland, Norway, and New Zealand and the UK represented here in these presentations, which is really quite interesting. And we're seeing a lot of intersectional effects, right? So not just around gender, but really tied with socioeconomic position, job security, this within sector effect, career differences, but also migration background, which is shaping men and women's experiences of and the effects of paid parental leave. So I think importantly, what it does is give legitimacy to the network for continuing the research that we do, and for us to all take a really well-earned coffee break, and to thank our presenters one last time. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So thank you all for being so punctual to our last session. And it's an honor to welcome our leader.
We should wait for everyone.
No.
Yeah, maybe we should invite like people. Yeah.
Can you call them
Yeah, get
in?
them in. It's going to be
I
too
give
hard for me
30 seconds.
Yeah, but it's too hard for me to
Get
to
the crowd.
start,
Okay,
yeah,
okay, okay.
To start in the middle.
But I've got strict orders.
I know. Yeah. I'll do
To
it.
be very-
So we are. It's 20 minutes, right?
No, it's 15.
15. So I'll be quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
But 3 minutes. You have to tell me.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. I'll do my best. Discuss it.
Hello. We really need to start so we can follow the schedule. So please take your seats. I will be very strict, extremely strict on both time and behavior here. So please take your seats, keep it silent. And I'm really proud to give the floor to our leader, Ann-Sophie de Wander, who is here also on behalf of Åsa Lundqvist. So please, Ann-Sophie, the floor is yours in 15 minutes. So if you like questions or comments, you have to take them within the 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And I will tell you when the time is over.
Okay, so
Okay,
I'm
please.
available for any questions afterwards. And I know I'll do my best, but I'm giving you 50 years of Swedish parental leave in 15 minutes. So, yeah, bear with me. So, actually, this is a report that I wrote together with my colleague Åsa Lundqvist. We were commissioned or asked to make a report about the development of parental leave during the 50 years, last year, when it was 50 years. It was introduced in '74. And we thought, how do we do this? And we thought that we should really summarize the leave, but also consider who has gained from the parental leave in Sweden and who has not gained as much. So we went through the leave and we kind of looked at the leave in Sweden in 4 different periods, and I will talk about these periods. But the analysis of this is really who has gained from these different reforms that have happened over time and who has not gained as much. So that's my kind of narrative. And there will be no numbers at all. But of course we need to see this in a, well, this is in context, and the introduction is that the goal of parental leave when it was introduced in '74, it was to level out economic and gender inequality in Sweden. So the specific goal was to enable both women and men to participate on the labor market in paid work and to be able to take care of children. That's goal number 1, that we know very well, the gender equality. Second goal was really about the economy. So it was to protect families from income loss when they had children. So it was to reduce income inequalities between families with children and without. without. And these two goals really has been with us the whole 50 years. And a lot has happened, but the goals have remained. So the context of this, though, we have to know a little bit about what happened before 74. Swedish welfare or social welfare started maybe in the we can say that it started in the 1930s with fighting poverty and having means-tested benefits. That kind of went into universal benefits in the 40s and 50s. So, for example, maternal leave for all mothers. That in the 60s, we were not part of the Second World War, so we had a very strong labor market and a strong labor market shortage. So the whole discussion about gender equality was really a demand for labor, but also the ideology growing of gender equality. So we had lots of things happening at that time, ending up in the parental leave. Well, that was one of the main things that happened. So in 74, Sweden introduced a gender-neutral parental leave that provided income-related benefits to all parents, but also those who did not work and didn't have an income before, they could have a low flat rate during this time. There were 6 months, so they could share it how they wanted. 90% of income was guaranteed. There were 10 daddy days for the second child. For a first child, you weren't really expecting to need any help, which should seen in perspective to the Spanish, for example, the Spanish leave, that you can take the whole thing. To have more than, well, you didn't need that for the first child. Maybe for a second child, you might need some help at home, was the argument at the time. Important to know is that it wasn't really individualized in the start. It was based on the mother's income, but quite in a couple of years, it was really individualized. So fathers had leave based on their income and mothers on their income. So this first period of parental leave in Sweden, there was a gradual expansion. It was clearly seen from the beginning that 6 months were too short to be home. So over time, this was increased to 15 months. So it was extended almost every year with 1 month or so. There was also a lot of critique that it wasn't really flexible enough. So different kinds of reforms were trying to make the leave more flexible. And one of those was this special parental leave, that you could take at different times and you could kind of use it in different ways. Another really important reform that happened in '86 was that we had something that we call a speed premium, which really made it possible to, if you had your kids close together, so with a short birth interval, you could have a better parental leave. And this really was very efficient to change the demography of Sweden, I should say. There was during this time an increased focus on gender equality all the times, but fathers did not take leave. So during this whole time, you can see that it only increased up to 10%. I put in this, we talked a lot about, or in the morning, we talked about the communication of the leave. And so I did, to not make this completely boring, I put in some pictures of the films that the Swedish state agency responsible for the parental leave puts up on the website for us to reflect on the parental leave. And this is a film from the 70s when this was introduced. And it's a father who's just had a baby, and he's bringing cigars to his workmates and saying, "Oh, I had a baby. You won't see me in a while. I'll be home now." And they're like, "What? Are you going to be home?" "Yeah, of course. Don't you know? Fathers can be home." And then this lady comes along and she says, "Are you going to breastfeed too?" And he goes, you know, there's more things in this world than breasts. And he gives her a cigar. So it's the kind of joking idea of it. That's how it started in Sweden. It did. I'll show you more pictures when it's not so funny anymore. Anyway, who gained then in this first period? Well, the analysis that we did, me and Åsa, is that actually all fathers gained because they got protected right to parental leave. Working mothers gained too because they got the opportunity to take temporary leave and then to maintain their jobs. So the job security was really strong. The speed premium really made it possible for two-parent families to be at home and to reduce work hours and to be a couple. So these are the two-parent cohabiting families are really gaining during these times. The ones not gaining so much are specifically the mothers who didn't have an employment because the flat rate was very low. Also, during this time, there was an increased risk for women who didn't work or reduced their work hours. they really became more vulnerable because there's no protection for you as a single mother in Sweden. And so if you divorce or are widowed, and also as we found from New Zealand also, when you retire, you really had a bad situation if you did not work. So these are the ones not gaining. We're moving on to the 90s. And the 90s was an economic crisis in Sweden as elsewhere. And the parental leave compensation was reduced at one point to 75% rather than 90% of the income. A lot of other things were reduced as well, like the child allowance, and there was increased poverty and ill health and so on in Sweden as elsewhere. Although in Sweden there was really a continued focus on gender equality during this time, and there was a lot of debate about fathers not using so much of the parental leave. And this debate and this general debate really resulted in the first daddy month or reserved month in Sweden in 95. This month really led to a lot of fathers using the leave in Sweden. So it had an enormous effect, and we can talk about that at another time. But really, the ones that gained were the employed fathers, who now had an even stronger protected right to parental leave. And the children, we can say, gained because they had access now to two parents and so on. And parents who shared responsibility, they gained because they had more possibilities and more encouragement to share the leave and then later childcare. The ones disadvantaged during this time was really the mothers and fathers without income, because the flat rate continued to be really low and impossible to even, it's ridiculously low. Also, the first study month or the first reserved month, as later months in Sweden, really was a disadvantage to lone parents and lone mothers, that is, when you think of it, because they had a reduced leave time, and economically they were also reduced during this time. And this is another film, and it's really showing an immigrant mother in Sweden having to understand why she can't use more parental leave, and a daughter helping her with that. Moving on, after the economic crisis, we had a time when we really wanted to compensate up again from the crisis and facilitate parents to combine work and family life again was really at the forefront. So there was a lot of expansions. One important thing to think about here is that we had the childcare, the ECEC. It was a maximum fee introduced everywhere in Sweden, and a guarantee to have a place when the child is 12 months. And that was really implemented, so it did really work. The leave was extended. Another month was introduced. It was really individualized. So now you have 8 months to mothers, 8 months to fathers. You cannot use them at the same time. The flat rate was also increased a little bit, but still, I mean, 120 Swedish crown, that's like 10 euros, so it's still really, really low. Another thing happening during this time is that the collective agreements on the labor markets are becoming really increasingly important. So even though the ceiling was quite low, 90% of the workforce by this time are getting top-ups from their employers. So that's really making a change. And also, there were some experiments and trials to have a gender equality bonus, cash for care, and so on. So it was all about flexibility for parents to use the leave as they find most suitable. So who gained from this time? Well, the high-income and highly educated fathers and mothers, but mostly fathers, they gained because the ceiling increased a little bit, and they got the higher benefits from the collective agreements. And this is, of course, parents that are permanently employed that are gaining here. The low-income parents, you can say, gained because the flat rate increased, but really, in reality, there was not much change because the social assistance really covered for this time, most of the time, so it didn't really matter too much. So again, the ones losing out are the lone parents without a stable income. And what we see during this time is that the leave patterns are diverging quite a lot. Lastly, last period, we have really developments in two directions. We have flexibility increasing because you can have double days. So you have first 1 month and then 2 months that you could use together from this leave. But also at the same time, you have age restrictions. So you cannot use all leave for such a long time. And there's major limitations introduced for foreign-born children. So if you come to Sweden, we have, as most of you know, a large immigration. If you come with a child, you cannot use the leave to such a big extent. And there's a third month introduced. And then lastly, I want to mention that what we do is that we open up for other parents, other than the parents, to use the leave. So you can give, as a parent, you can give your leave away to actually anyone, which has been something really, really debated a lot, and I'd love to discuss it with you. So who gained during this time? There's really a slow increase in gender equality during this time, but of course the ones who gain are the ones that can use the flexibility. So they are the rich parents, and it's also another thing that happens when you can give away this flexibility. The argument is that it will be beneficial for lone parents that can, sort out the situation in a better way, and LGBTQ parents, we call them rainbow families, but non-traditional families have more flexibility to do as they want. Important to point out is that the employers really get more to say, because it's the top-ups. They can steer the development or the parental leave use with the top-ups. They can have restrictions and, telling how to use it. The disadvantages are the ones who want to be on leave long time because of age restrictions. And also the migrant families are really disadvantaged from this last reform. And this is another film that was put up on this guy who obviously doesn't look like he had an immigrant background, but is not really received by the insurance agency as he should have been. So what does this lead to? So surely over this time we've had increased gender equality, but me and Åsa, we really conclude that some of these goals, or the goals, are not really met. They are in part still unmet. So gender equality has been, over this time, consistently been prioritized, but the economic equality has not been prioritized at all. And this has led to us having differences between different parental groups, not based by gender, but based by socioeconomic differences. And that's where we are today. So for the future, we need to consider whether we want gender equality for all, or if we want this conditional gender equality that we have in Sweden, with two parents, cohabiting parents in permanent jobs, really having possibilities to gender equal situations, and others not. Do we want a system based on income loss, or do we want it based on a general security, basic security for all? That's another way to go. How do we consider this freedom of choice to have this flexibility, or gender equality as the thing? And how do we connect this to the declining birth rates? That's also part of the Swedish situation. That's, sorry, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, the report is in Swedish, but there's an extended summary in English. So, thank you, sorry.
This was brilliant, 50 years in 50 minutes. Excellent, thank you, Ann-Sofi. Questions will be left for dinner, so Hategi, please, Hategi. We have Hategi Nakasato from Japan telling us about his case, and same rules, 15 minutes. Then, if you want to leave room for questions, you have to make it a little bit shorter.
Okay.
Please, the floor is yours. Very welcome.
Well, today I have to start timer. And today I'm going to talk about policies and politics for inclusive parental leave. And my talk today is a bit narrower than this title. I will have less comparison and also focus on the employment inclusiveness in terms of employment status. And there is a growing concern about men's parental leave take up in Japan, and also the proportion of fathers who take parental leave is increasing. And I joined this network in 2012. That was my first attendance of the Leave Network seminar in Lithuania. And I published my single-authored book in 2003, but I don't insist that I contributed this increase. But there's a big increase especially recent 3 or 4 years. And I will explain a little bit about Japanese parental leave scheme. So the basic entitlement is 1 year for each parent, and this is until the child turns 1 year old. And there is a bonus 2 bonus months, 14 months when both parents take leave. And another important addition is that the extension until 2 years old in case of no room in childcare. And the benefit is 67% of earlier earning for the first 6 months for each parent, and 50% for the rest of their leave. And also there's an exemptions from social insurance premium and income tax. And this is the recent change in Japan's parental leave scheme, which is effective in April this year. The amendment of Employment Insurance Act, and the parental, which is the introduction of postpartum leave support benefit. And that's the benefit of 13% for up to 4 weeks for each parent. And this is the incentive for fathers to take leave during the first 8 weeks after birth. And so this benefit can be received when other parent is on leave or not working. And there's also the usual parental leave benefit for at 67%. And there's also an exemption I explained earlier. So effectively, this goes up to 100% of income for maximum 4 weeks within 8 weeks after birth. But today I focus on inclusiveness and also especially in employment status. And there is a comparison between Japan. This is a comparison between Japan and Sweden and Germany, just in terms of the financial source and also application to self-employed parents. So in Japanese systems, self-employed or freelancer is not covered by the parental leave benefit. And the government was announcing the possibility to establish a new system for self-employed persons similar to the existing parental leave benefit. But the government abandoned the idea and changed its policy to establish an exemption from insurance premium for the child care period. But it's only 100 euros per month. And the purpose of this presentation today is analyzing the process of discussion and the actor involved in the discussion. And the method is very simple, tracking the policy-making process using the records of discussion and produced reports by the governmental councils, committees, and the National Diet. The period is from 2022 to May this year. And I used various tools in finding related discussion and materials, such as ChatGPT and Python codes, and also you might not know, there's a new service, AI-assisted QDA service called AI Lights. And sorry for the small letters, but I use this to describe how each committees or councils discussion affect to the next steps of the discussion by the different councils. And I'll get back this figure later, but the red arrow is important. That's the kind of black box, and that's the point of the change of their plan. So I'll get back this later. And so these are the arrows describing the final decision or report is introduced to the next councils. And I'll look at those discussion closely after this. There are a lot of text, so I just changed the colors of the important parts in blue. I need these quotes to explanation, but the only focus is only on the blue one. So this is the council on or subcommittee on employment insurance. And the meeting held in 2022, they were talking about building a support system for parenting and childcare that goes beyond employed workers and extends to a broader societal framework, such as those working as freelancers. And then there is another council. The former one was under the Ministry of Health, Labour and Social and Welfare and Labour Policy Council. But the next one is by the Prime Minister and kind of inter-ministerial body or council. And that is meant for building a social security system oriented to all generations. So that started in 2021 and had 20 sessions in total. So this is kind of tentative councils, whereas the earlier one is regular council in the ministry. So Prime Minister set up tentative councils for the policy they are focusing on. So this is the council for the social security reform. And so there is a special missions minister in charge of this issue. And the member of the council is researchers in fields such as education, law, medicine, economics, and related disciplines. And 9th meeting of this council, they were discussing about, the 9th meeting held in November 2022, they were talking about short-time workers and self-employed and freelancers, and about the necessity to consider separating parental leave benefits from the employment insurance scheme and establishing a universal system. And 11th meeting in the 11th meeting, oh, sorry, yes. So this is something new meeting, so I skipped this one, and sorry, just my mistake, it's 2022. So this is the same year, and they were talking about sharing from the concept of, starting from the concept of workers. And this is the statement by a professor of law. And starting from the concept of workers, I believe it is important that we interpret working people as broadly as possible. So they are discussing about broadening the concept of workers. And the 12th meeting, they published or decided on a final report on of the council. And it states that the establishment of benefit scheme during the child-rearing period for self-employed persons, freelancers, gig workers, and others who are currently excluded from parental leave benefits. And the discussion moves to, again, international meeting, but this is only by senior officials from relevant ministries and agencies, not scholars or politicians. And in the first meeting, they used the final report of the earlier council, and that was on the new parental leave benefits scheme. But in the 6th meeting, the discussion was narrowed to pension premium exemption. Oh, sorry, it's yeah, this is the first. At the first meeting, they were talking about the support for various employment status, but in the 6th meeting, they narrowed the discussion to the pension premium exemption. And after this council committee, so they are just talking about the exemption of pension premium. And they planned working on this for next 3 years. 1 or 2, okay. And then, but for about this change, many politicians were complaining.
Well.
Okay. So my conclusion is that a broad range of policy actors, including Diet members and advisory council members, have repeatedly called for the establishment of parental leave benefits or an alternative framework for self-employed and freelancers. However, due to the institutional design or technical difficulties, and challenge cited by the government, and the issue appears to be postponed rather than resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping that time. This is really fascinating, and it takes me back to time when we were three of us writing an article that Michael Rush actually initiated with how ideas travel, and we would have needed so much more time, and it would have been interesting to compare. But this is how it is.
Yeah,
Thank you
it
so
is.
much. And next to the floor is Ivana and Lena. Please, the floor is yours. You're going to do that now? No, you take this. So very welcome. And you have 15 minutes, you know the rules. Yep.
I know I will be briefer, hopefully. Speaking of inclusiveness, the topic of our presentation is inclusiveness of leave policies for different migrants' situations. And speaking of migrants and coming from a background in working with refugees, I want to thank you for providing us with a moment of silence this morning, and Gudni for addressing the state of art in Gaza. Back to the presentation, I will just basically skim through this introductory part. I'm sure all of you know that 10% of the population in the EU are persons born outside of the EU, and only a third of this population has citizenship in our countries. And 4 countries, Italy, Spain, Germany, and France, host the third of this population, and which is why this topic is very important. And we know that a growing number of migrant families living and working in Europe are faced with accessing social rights, which includes paid parenting leaves. And I will show later how this access to paid parenting leaves is largely determined by the type of residence permit and also compounded by cultural and language differences. And the eligibility is obviously shaped by a complex interplay of factors. We will see how employment status affects access to parenting leaves when it comes to contribution histories as well, and legal residency or citizenship. And we have to bear in mind that when speaking of migrants or non-EU citizens, these are a very heterogeneous group, diverse legal statuses, migration trajectories, and all of this leads us to a need for deeper insight into the complexities of migration statuses and how these interact with the access to paid parenting leaves entitlements. Here we wanted to stress that at the European level, access to early childhood education and care is advocated from a socials and children's rights perspective. However, access to leave policies is still not being addressed as a child's right. So is it the working group 3 who is addressing this issue of children's rights? So hopefully it will become more topical. And we know that parents in non-standard, less secure employment, lone parents, LGBTQI families find it difficult to meet the eligibility criteria for accessing leaves. Also, young, lone, low-educated mothers and mothers with a migration background are particularly affected in the employment-based systems. And also so-called new migrants, those who have recently arrived in European Union countries. So here I am referring to the European Union. So the concepts we apply, the framework we design may not be applicable outside of the EU. And so we know that eligibility gaps are created already at the level of policy design. Anne-Sophie and Alison have written about it, and Sonia and Ivana have written about this logics of entitlement principles and eligibility criteria. And here I just want to stress that for migrants, particularly those in precarious employment, the citizenship or residence-based entitlements are crucial in order to access any kind of paid parenting leave. And going back to Alison and Anne-Sophie, migrants are likely to receive the lower tier benefits because of this contribution history and precarious employment. And also we need to pay attention to different legal statuses because they also determine how you will access the leave. So in entangling all these complexities, we need to really focus on the legal category of immigrant because this is the first step that creates specific boundaries and inclusion or exclusion of certain groups of migrants. And there is a whole literature stream on these categories production and status making, which basically create boundaries in access to social rights. So for example, in certain systems, long-term residents, so migrants who have been in a country for 5 years and have obtained the status of long-term residents are entitled to paid parenting leaves. However, we also know that in addition to family reunion, accessing long-term residence is the most difficult right to obtain for migrants. So on paper, you may have a right, however, in effect, you may be unable to access it because you cannot get long-term residence. So this is very basic groupings of different migrants. And here I just want to stress that migrants are active agents who can shift between the different statuses. So it's not uncommon for a family reunified migrant to become a student, for an asylum seeker to become a labor migrant, although in recent years this is excessively being seen as a violation of international protection system. So before COVID in Croatia, I personally assisted certain rejected asylum seekers to find employers and regulate their stays as labor or economic migrants. However, today that's basically impossible. And we also know that economic migrants become undocumented or irregular. The visa overstayers are actually the ones who are in an irregular position here. And all of this brings us to this framework that we designed. So if you pay attention to these first, so these are the most basic types of migrant statuses. So we have economic migrants who come for various reasons. They can come as a blue card, which are the highly sought after, have higher educations and are in great employment. We have seasonal workers who can only stay for 9 months in a European Union country and then they have to get out for at least 3 months. We have family migrants. Those are migrants who have reunified with either an EU national or migrant who is here for labor purposes or a migrant who has international protection here. And we have the protection category. Those are people with subsidiary protection, with asylum, with the temporary protection. Those are Ukrainians and people who have humanitarian protections. And we have students, and I didn't, you can see here, these two categories are also divided in terms of their access to LM stands for labor market, because not all family migrants can automatically access the labor market. This is another distinction. So if you are a spouse of an EU blue card labor migrant, you can access the labor market automatically. However, if you are reunified with an economic migrant who only has a 2-year work permit, you have to go through an additional process of being granted a work permit. Also, when it comes to protection, asylum seekers normally aren't allowed to work as soon as they come here in Croatia. Just until recently, it used to be after 9 months of being in the status of asylum seeker, you were able to work. Now it's reduced to 3 months. And what these circles mean, so here's a little legend, if you're in stable employment, you are highly likely to meet the eligibility criteria for an employment-based benefit. However, if you are in precarious employment, which I didn't stress in the previous slides, but a lot of migrants are in precarious employment, and they make up the majority of workforce in key sectors, which are also very, very precarious positions. You may fall out, fall through the cracks. And if there isn't a residence-based entitlement, you are probably not eligible for any kind of paid parenting leave. And these circles are unemployed people. And when it comes to those who cannot access the labor market, we have divided them into new migrants, so those who have recently arrived, and LTR stands for long-term residence migrants. So those also who, if there are residence-based entitlements, may be eligible. However, knowing that it's extremely hard to obtain long-term residence, I'm not sure how many migrants can actually access this. And so the concept of bordering has been around in literature since the 90s. However, this is from a recent journal, thematic journal in a Nordic. It was a Nordic journal, and the concept of welfare state bordering was referred to these kinds of borders in accessing different kinds of social rights. So I applied it here as well. And we wanted to do a comparative paper, however, due to a lack of time, and this was extremely gruesome work even in a Croatian context. So the comparative aspect will come later. So when it comes to employment-based benefits in Croatia, so you can see that the EU blue card holders, ICT, are intra-corporate transferees or researchers. This is the typology from EU directives. So all of you from European Union countries probably have a similar categorization of migrants. And they are in a very stable employments. Their statuses are extended in cases even to 4 years. But if you're a temporary worker, you see you might fall through those cracks because you're in precarious positions. Seasonal workers are highly unlikely to be eligible for paid parenting leaves. And when it comes to family migrants, if you have access to employment, so as I already said, I think if you come as a spouse of a temporary worker, you cannot work automatically. You have to go through a procedure. And in terms of family members, I want to stress that family members of EU Blue Cards, ICT researchers, but also Croatian nationals are favored. Here, and students, can access the labor market, but only up to 20 hours a week, which doesn't make you eligible for an employment-based paid parenting leave. And these are the conditions you need to fulfill: 6 months of continuous residence or 9 months with interruptions in the last 2 years if you want to have a full benefit. However, even this is wrong. If the insurance history isn't 6 months or 9 months with interruptions, it's 159% of the budgetary base rate. However, going to the part that we are interested in, the citizenship-based benefits for those who cannot meet the employment-based criteria, we see that these circles, unemployed persons, have to have obtained long-term residence, have to have 3 years continuous residence, so they couldn't have moved to Germany for 6 months or wherever and come back, because then it starts again. You have to have 3 years continuous residence. Obviously, you have to be, you have to have health insurance and be registered as unemployed. And the criteria are even more stringent for those who aren't in the labor market. So those students, for example, or family migrants or protection migrants who are outside of the labor markets and are inactive, they have to have 5 years continuous residence. So for a student, it's impossible to get this status. And in conclusion, migrants outside of the labor market are most likely to be excluded from paid parenting leave provision. And here I didn't say how high the provision for citizenship-based is. And the thing with this is also women predominantly migrated for family reunification reasons. So they are overrepresented in the population of the family reunified migrants. And somehow they are overlooked in policies. They haven't been a group that policies targeted when it comes to inclusion of migrants. And we will have a further challenge of designing a comparative framework which is able to capture the heterogeneity of statuses within the leave systems and the data able to catch this, because we don't have microdata, particularly in Croatia, on migrants' access. And I will finish here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And this is obviously going to be a growing challenge for all of us with our country clubs called welfare states. So thank you for this. And now we have Lindsay, Sophie, and Andrea. Please, the floor is yours for 15 minutes.
All the timers are going off. Is the mic working? Okay. All righty. Hope I have the right presentation. Good. All right. Okay, so I'm presenting this research with my team that I've worked with for a long time, Lindsay McKay and Sophie Mathieu, and I'm Andrea, and Eugen Choi from Statistics Canada is joining us on this project, but she's just come back from parental leave. So I wanted to bring Lindsay into the room. She's leading this work. I hope I can do it justice. I've had to, she sent me all the slides and the long notes, and I've sort of cut it down into the 15 minutes. So I hope I can do it justice, but it certainly builds on a lot of our previous work. So there's Lindsay and I at my cottage last summer, Lindsay, Sophie, and I, and that's Lindsay and I last year at the Parental Leave Network in Montreal. And I also wanted to say that Sophie Mathieu, who's worked with us for a really long time from Quebec, has landed her first tenure-track job in Quebec in a really good university, Université de Sherbrooke. Eugen Choi, who's joined us, is just coming back from parental leave. And Lindsay has been in a teaching-intensive position for a really long time, and she just moved to a research position. So our team is invigorated once again. So we're still in the middle of this project on, it's on social inclusion, and it's on a child's perspective. So I think it follows quite nicely on the presentations that have already been given. And we have also been collaborating with UNICEF Canada, who really wanted to join us around trying to integrate gender equality in a child-based perspective. So I mentioned them a few times in the presentation as well. And we are conducting other projects, including on immigrant parents this year, receipt of benefits by Indigenous populations, that's with Indigenous colleagues, and also looking at employer top-ups, what employment sectors and how unions are involved in that. So there's a few projects on the go. All right, so this is what I'm going to do in the next 13 minutes. Just a little bit of background in our research questions, and then getting to this question of who receives paid parental benefits, parental leave benefits in Canada. So we've talked about this before, but of course it's 5 o'clock, 5:30 on the first day. And so just to refresh your memory, Canada, Peter always says how complex Canada is because of its federal system. It's a highly complex parental leave system. It has 2 government-sponsored parental leave benefits, which is contributory insurance. It's employment insurance in 9 provinces and 3 territories, and the Quebec Parental Insurance Plan, they separated from Canada's program in, I think it was 2006, and they're called QPIP. We also have 14 government-sponsored job-protected unpaid leave entitlements. So we have these labor standards across the country that really vary. So there's 14 Employment Standards Acts, 13 are provincial territorial, and 1 are all the employers in the federal government. And the important part about this is that even if you are eligible for parental benefits, you may not be able to receive them because you have moved jobs over the last few weeks or even years. So some provinces and territories are quite restrictive, others are quite open. But interestingly, with the threat from Donald Trump wanting to annex Canada, our new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, is building a Canada-wide integrated economy. So we're really hoping that he will harmonize the labor standards. It's something that we've been consulting the government on for about 5 years. Harmonize the labor standards. So if you move from Nova Scotia to British Columbia, you can still have the same benefits. Mind you, British Columbia doesn't have any restrictions. But if you move from Nova Scotia to Alberta, you may lose any kind of benefits that you have. So there's some potentially good things happening with our new government. So we hope that changes. And then there are also top-ups, which we talk about a lot here. 44% of parents outside Quebec, we know, do receive top-ups. We're working on this now to find out who is actually receiving them. So also in turn, just running through the complexity again, eligibility varies so that in Canada, you need to have worked 600 hours in the 52 weeks before giving birth. In Quebec, they've had this long-standing, just flat rate, $2,000 in the 52 weeks before giving birth. This is a big difference. You'll see the eligibility does make a difference in terms of who receives benefits. The self-employed are automatically enrolled in Quebec, and in Canada, they're not. And it's an extra hoop, and you have to join about a year before. You're pregnant and trying to decide, should I pay into it? And a lot of people, if there's an extra hoop, it disincentivizes in any kind of policy. So they're automatically enrolled in Quebec. Wage replacement, much higher in Quebec, 70 to 75%. In Canada, it's 33 to 55%. It's, along with Japan, it's the lowest in the OECD countries. It's quite embarrassing, actually. Wage ceilings, again, really different. Hiring in Quebec, 98,000. So you'd get 70% of 98,000. In Canada, you get 33 to 55% of 65,000. I have a daughter on parental leave right now. She's losing a lot of income, and her partner can't afford to take it because of his income, because it's too high. So this ceiling is, again, a source of a lot of discontent on the part of policy experts like us, or people that advocate. Paternity leave, Quebec has always had an individual entitlement for fathers and second parents. Canada's is a couple entitlement. So it's interesting what Anne-Sophie said about early on, it wasn't an individual entitlement. Canada put the couple entitlement in place in 2018. They haven't budged on it. They said it was for gender equality, but the father or second parent is only able to take it if the mother takes it or is eligible to take it. So if they've moved from Nova Scotia to Alberta and the mother can't take it, neither of them, the father can't receive this either. So it's a really poorly designed benefit. Inclusion, social inclusion, exclusion of different experiences. Quebec has extra weeks for multiple births. And they've just allowed single parents to use the 3 to 5 weeks of paternity benefit. So if there isn't a second parent or if there isn't a father, the single mother can use those benefits rather than losing it, in the case of Canada. Integration with early learning and childcare in Quebec, yes, but it's not perfect. There's still a lot of private operators that Sophie has been critiquing for a long time. Sophie Mathieu is the expert in Quebec on both childcare and parental leave. In Canada, I'm really pleased to say it's in process. We have established, my colleagues have established a $10 a day system that should be in place by 2030. But it's a provincially, it runs provincially and territorial, so there's an issue of how much private sector involvement there'll be. But there's some provinces that are quite committed to the public. So there's some good news stories in Canada, and our new Prime Minister will keep those in place, so that's wonderful. So the research questions that we took on and that Lindsay led us on is we were comparing, as we have for years, the Canadian system and the Quebec system. And we wrote an article that came out in 2016 in the Journal of Industrial Relations. And we asked this question, is there parental leave rich or parental leave poor in Canada? Builds on the wonderful work of Margaret O'Brien. So is there a gap between the two programs? So we're revisiting that question. And then the second question is, does either program achieve the UNICEF standard of universal paid protected care time for 6 months at a replacement rate equal to the national average earnings, which is approximately 730 euros a week. So it's actually quite generous compared to Sweden if you think of a flat rate. So UNICEF has put out this, has for some time now, but especially in the last year, and we've been working with them on this, they've been arguing for universal parental leave time or care time, so a care income. And so we're looking at whether or not that's being achieved in Canada or Quebec. So it's an equality in caregiving and care receiving. So the recommendations that they make, and this is interesting, so they draw on our work, and we've updated these stats over the years, and they've stayed pretty much very little variation. 30% of Canadian new parents, actually that should be mothers, are ineligible for parental leave. 60% of those in low-income households, 40% of Indigenous parents. It's hard to get good data on Indigenous parents, but I'm going to leave it because that's from UNICEF. UNICEF Canada is called for every newborn from birth, so the focus is on the child, a guarantee of a minimum of 6 months of adequately paid protected care time with a parent or a primary caregiver. So this can be through leave benefits from paid work, but they're saying that it needs to be higher than it is now with the 33 to 55% wage replacement and the low ceiling. So it has to be this idea that it reaches a reasonable minimum based on the average of national earnings, which I just mentioned is 730 euros a week, or a basic care income for non-eligible parents. So they call it an infant income guarantee. And it's a child-centered approach. And of course, it raises questions about how to integrate this with gender equality, which I'm not going to talk about today, but it's something that we are continuing to talk about. So I have 5 minutes left, so I will just get to one part of this, which we have talked about before, at this time of day. At the best of times, I'm not good with figures. So let me find. All right. All right. So, it's important to say that we're comparing Canada and 9 provinces because the territories up in the north are harder to reach with statistics with the labor force survey that we've used. So this is only for 9 provinces. It does not include Indigenous populations in the north or on reserve. But basically you can see from Quebec that the proportion of mothers receiving maternity and or parental benefits, Quebec compared to Canada, Quebec compared to we're calling it the rest of Canada, but it's not all of Canada, between 2001 to 2023. So this is our update, but it's not much has changed because basically Canada is still hovering. It went up a little bit in 2021 and 2022, and that's because eligibility changed through the pandemic, and they actually reduced the hours you needed to work. They dropped it from 600 eligible hours to 480 to 120. So so it does show that the eligibility does make a difference. So it's back down again. Under 70% of mothers are receiving. So it's still 30% of mothers not receiving parental leave. And Quebec has stayed. It has a bit of a dip there. We're not quite sure yet. We're still analyzing it. But clearly Quebec's design has made a really big difference in terms of who's receiving the benefits. How am I doing for time? 2 minutes? Okay. So there was issues around earning as well, basically showing that in Quebec, the low income, the proportion of mothers of a child from 0 to 18 months receiving maternity and parental benefits by household income and programs. So basically showing that Quebec is still doing better than Canada. Quebec is the blue, 9 provinces. So there's a gap between both of these as well in terms of income. This is 3,200 euros per month, the low income, and then above that. So again, Quebec is much better, but still not. There's still there's still people that are underneath that are not doing that well in Quebec either. So, in conclusion, paid parental leave is not available to every Canadian child. So if we use UNICEF Canada's proposal for universal 6 months or 26 weeks, interesting how 26 weeks comes up a lot in the research, in a lot of the presentations today, of protected care leave or care time at national average earnings. So in Canada, this was about 38,000 euros a year. Paid parental benefits are not universal in Canada or Quebec, so we don't have a secondary system. You're either eligible or you're not. And as we can see, this means that it leads to social exclusion, especially for lower income families. So Quebec does achieve the universal goal for paid leaves from care work, but only for high earners at 844 euros per week. They also have exclusions. The rest of Canada, it does much worse. And there are still data gaps that we're working on, so certainly immigrant families, Indigenous families, that work needs to be done with Indigenous colleagues, so that's what we're doing. We're working with 2 Indigenous colleagues. Single-parent families is a gap as well. And so, in short, there's still a parental leave rich, parental leave poor gap within and across Canada's parental leave programs, as there is in all of our countries, but we're looking at the specifics in Canada and how to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the trip to Canada.
Kept the time. Kept the time.
Yeah. Excellent. And best to your colleagues.
Thank you.
Now we have Anna. You present hello? Anna, thank you. Yes, okay. Welcome. Anna.
I think that my presentation will be a kind of transition between this panel and the next one. In fact, it was initially designed for the next one, but Sonia had to quit to Austria for family reasons, and but we decided to keep, and I'm happy because then we have been thinking in terms of social inclusion, and I also tried to think in terms of the debate initiated of social sustainability, so I will try to go a bit forward in outside my comfort area, which was for tomorrow, and this is like trying to interrelate a bit more with the discussions also this morning. Initially, the presentation is from the working group for cost action working group. We're working also together with Thordis on a report on terminology used by international organizations, both for regulation purposes in EU directives, ILO conventions, but also in comparative databases. And we were then reviewing this international and analyzing and discussing this international regulation and the international monitoring produced by governmental organizations that, as United Nations, European Union, or the OECD. So what I am presenting is from this chapter 2. Tomorrow you will have more from the rest of the report, and also trying to go a bit over the discussion. One main idea is that leave policies are expanding. So international organizations are using and are diversifying terminology, naming new types of leave, but also new design features. And so this is a richness, this is diversification, and it is interesting. And on the other hand, in order to facilitate international monitoring, there is kind of different trend, which in fact is not contradictory, which is kind of harmonization and creating umbrella terms. So our main idea is that it's good to keep this tension for different purposes. And this is what I also will explain. International regulation defines 4 parenting types with specific terminology, and I will now, and with different purposes, logics, and designs. So this is what would argue for the rationale for keeping up this complexity.
especially when analyzing the developments and the results. Also because terminology produces social effects and individual behaviors at different levels, through individual sense of entitlement, through labeling, through framing the policy debate, which are political and political science and sociological concepts, driving policy innovations, but also tensions. In that sense, terminology is also part of politics. For example, we, in our analysis and discussion, also confronting these international regulations with specific country case studies, we see these many or different specific governments are in tension with international regulation, and sometimes they use terminology to simulate, for example, compliance to international regulation. We were discussing cases with Austria, for example, which had tensions for the leave for fathers. We were also discussing, and I hope to understand it well, with Peter, and sometimes the use of the term parental leave, but in fact the UK is talking about transferable maternity leave. So this is not the same in terms of eligibility. And for example, in the Spain case, a rename maternity leave of 16 weeks that has remained like that in the last 35 years cannot be renamed as a parental leave, at least from the perspective of mothers, as it has been any extension of that. So, but it is interesting to see this social use and political use of terminology within the social and political relations. The international regulation offers an architecture which is, on one hand, gender, and in another part of it is gender, and part of it is gender neutral. We do have two specific gender types, which are maternity leave, and here the purpose and the rationale is health, mother-infant health, and it is incredible to what extent the international regulations has a lot of protection for this health. Then we do have this paternity leave plus leave for second parents, which is this time together around birth time. And then we do have two types that are genuinely defined as gender neutral, which is the parental leave, which is about the gender neutral care of the child following maternity leave and usually before an early childhood and education care guarantee is available. And then a fourth type, which is leave to take care of sick children. And the rationale here is this unexpected short-term spells, or even maybe longer when there is a more chronic or longer health issue. And I also argue that this is a gender-neutral, very interesting leave. We should give more attention to it, and I was very happy with the Bulgarian case because they were looking at that. Here I summarize, and I will not repeat the international regulation. We do have the United Nations regulation, this from 2000, and not all the countries have signed or have subscribed this 2000 convention. This is 14 paid weeks, 6 compulsory weeks after birth. It includes breastfeeding, and what is very interesting, extended leave if needed for health reasons before or after maternity leave. And I think this is an interesting provision. We had the 1992 European Union directive, and then there was also an ILO 2000 recommendation that proposes the extension to at least 18 weeks and extension in case of multiple births. Then we do have the paternity leave that has finally been internationally regulated, at least in the European Union, with these 10 days for fathers or equivalent second parents. We also have then the parental leave, which has been defined since previous European Union directives, but now with the 2019 directive, it is regulated 4 months, and in these articles, it's 4 months with at least 2 2 months are non-transferable for each parent, which should be paid in sufficient amount to be used following the expiry of maternity or paternity leave periods. The ILO recommendation proposes and defines parental leave following the expiry of maternity leave, and I think that when we think in terms of timing and sequencing, this is a relevant international reference. Finally, this leave to take care for sick children who are ill. It is very interesting that the European Union directive also defines it in terms of carer's leave or time off on grounds of force majeure with much international variability, and no international minimum standards have been found to protect parents of children with severe long-term illnesses or and disabilities. At least in our research, we were not able to find that. Challenges with harmonization. When looking at the monitoring databases, we find paid maternal leave, paid paternal leave, and we like these words because this is a way of being able to compare without overlapping with the leave types. And we also found some indicators that refer to the births in the year. More rarely, entitlements are referred to newborn children. Well, these are some efforts in using comparative databases. Sometimes in comparative databases, it is not clear when the data is referring to leave spells, duration and timing, or to cash benefit recipients. And I now we have identified 2 challenges. One is a category which is kind of childcare leave following the well-paid job-protected parental leave. That is the one that usually appears in the European Labour Force Surveys, but not all the parental leave appears in the European Labour Force Surveys. In fact, we had a very interesting presentation, and we will see, well, we have to understand now what the European Labour Force Survey says. Some home care allowances are paid while being on employment. Well, there is a grey area here in the international databases. Leave to take care of sick children and carers leave. The idea is this is gender neutral, and there is no monitoring at all. So the idea is that monitoring the use of this leave type that also contributes to statistical discrimination in the labor market would be very useful. So much effort would be placed on, we propose to place effort and focus this type of leave. So how to produce indicators on that, and which indicators would win it. And going to the conclusions, I wanted, challenge 3. Terminology referred to the design elements, children's inclusive perspectives. Does eligibility refer to leave or to benefits? What do we mean by a family entitlement, taking children's perspective into account in terms of eligibility and transferability? Well, these are different questions, and other umbrella terms we have been finding. I like particularly the child-related leave, but this you will have more discussion tomorrow. And concluding remarks, we have a rich international regulation, and I think, or we think that this is a richness that we should sustain in terms of Alison, that this is something that we do have, and that there is a lot of effort behind these international regulations. So we should value this kind of architecture we do have, as terminology shapes social action, frames policies, enables international and cross-national learning. Children's perspectives are still held in a subordinate position, as leave policies are basically aimed at eligible mothers and eligible fathers. So we have identified as a challenge to conceptualize and monitor leave entitlements from the child's perspective and integrate this paid parenting leave in subjective children's rights to care. We do have the discussion about the European Union Barcelona targets on childcare and European Union child warranties. So this is a conceptualization that we think would be nice. A child perspective and terminology points towards the articulation between contributory and universal benefits to support this parents' leave or parents' caring time, as Andrea was explaining just before, and to support parents in blurring employment situations in non-standard work, all these forms of informal employment and employment students, or other situations as specific intensive care due to health complexities, and we also know that this is a dimension of social inequality. At the same time, the idea that parenting leave still needs to be a distinct piece for specific monitoring in relation to the broader care leave and family-related leaves. And finally, the last remark, integrating, as we do have these 4 types, and there is all this debate about gender neutrality in terminology, but then the idea is, how can we also integrate biological differences in gender equality and gender justice? And I am not explaining very well, but I just wanted to add this within the idea also of an ecological paradigm. Gender differences and gender equality and gender justice are not as opposed, but complementary. So the idea is that also that paid parenting leave can create a bridge between nature and culture. Gender equality, had this discussion. Gender equality is not the same as gender neutrality, particularly in relation to maternity leave or leave at birth time, because the situations and the realities of men and women are different. So gender neutral approaches may have different also effects in countries close to the minimum standards or below the minimum standards, which could be the case of Spain. We are now below the EU directive, which is not yet transposed for the case of mothers that should have 23 weeks, versus countries with much more generous leave and care policies that are far beyond these minimum standards. So the effects are different. If gender neutrality is leading to oversee biological conditions and limit this ecological thinking about these material and physical dimensions and erode mothers or future mothers' sense of entitlement, then one of the questions is, where is the inclusiveness? And otherwise, could we use a new ecological integrative thinking? And I just added these references to the presentations this morning from Andrea and from Mara, to try to go around this and to find better solutions. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Anna, for leaving us with these simple questions. And we will now hear from Ruta regarding the dinner, and then we will all walk firmly out of the building because we need to leave it before 6.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. We will have dinner at 7 p.m. We will start at 7. So please be at the restaurant, or if you need assistance, we can work together from this building downstairs. But this is the same place where we had lunch yesterday. So it's Restaurant Gris. And also I'd like to ask you to send presentations for tomorrow, because I don't have them all. And you see that if we want to go smoothly, we need them to have in advance. So also I received several questions about availability of the streaming on YouTube channel. Of course, it will be not removed. Nebus ištrintas. Ar bus galima po to? Yes, it's already there, so you can use it for your different purposes, for your students, for your colleagues, and for your, I don't know, some. So thank you very much for today, and we continue our conversations during the dinner. And not to forget, thank you for Antanas for his kind work, and big applause.